Hello everybody, welcome to a glorious sunny Silverstone. We're here, it's Silverstone 500, ahead of what will be a very exciting 3-hour endurance race, the British GT Championship, plus lots more around the championship as well. We have of course the minis coming up first. We're here in the pit lane and we just thought to have a little walk and talk and have a chat over to our Macmillan AMR, who are very happy because they are sitting on pole. Now Barwell have been dominating the championship thus far. These guys who are P6, I'm just going to go in and have a little chat to. We can just mooch through, see if we can grab our drivers. Jack and James, there we go. Right, James, good. A good qualifying session for you yesterday. Talk us through it. How's this car feeling around here?
The car's good. I mean, to be honest, it's probably the best the car's felt in a qualifying session so far this season. We've not done much testing. We haven't tested here, so I think what Jack and I did with the car yesterday was good. Obviously, we're pleased to be on pole, and I think we've got a good sort of setup for the race.
You were very fast in Snetterton as well. Are you now the dark horses of the championship?
Yeah, it'd be nice to think so. I think we can surprise a few people. We were a little bit slow to start with a bit of bad luck, but again, you know, it's my first year in GT racing and it's Jack's first year in GT3. So yeah, with the sort of lack of testing we've had, it's been tough to start, but we're getting there.
Yeah, good. Right, let's walk. We'll keep walking back down the paddock, come through this way. So Barwell are currently dominating the championships. They will be fighting to keep on top. Now, the nature of the 3-hour race here at Silverstone is that there are the pit stop penalties, and due to some infringements at Snetterton, some of our teams will not be taking the 20-second penalty, including Barwell, Team Macmillan AMR and Team Parker, who are fighting. Their gloves will be off. They're currently P2 in the championship, and they are very much hoping to get a good result here this weekend. For now, though, I am going to go and have a chat to some of the drivers. I'm going to pass you over to Johnny, who's up in commentary.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, really looking forward to this weekend of racing. This is the longest race of the British GT Championship for 2017. 3 hours, the Silverstone 500, a race with quite a bit of history, and in fact they're digging out an old trophy from the RAC, which was last presented in 1932 for a 500-mile race at Brooklands. But the British GT organisers, the SRO, have managed to find that trophy, and it will be awarded to the winners of the 500, the first time in well over 80 years since that has seen the light of day. And it will be great to award the winners, whoever they may be, within GT3 on this historic circuit. They were first racing here at Silverstone in 1948 in this airfield venue, and clearly it's the venue of the British Grand Prix still in this year's 2017 Formula One World Championship. A real privilege and honour for many of the drivers to even take to the asphalt, let loose the fact that this is part of a key championship, and round 6, race 6 of the year. After a double header at Alton Park on Easter Monday, we then travel to Rockingham, not far from Silverstone in Northamptonshire, for a 2-hour affair there, and then 2 1-hour races at Snetterton that Alex was just referring to. Racing for all ages here at Silverstone, as you can see, getting them started early. That looks like figure of 8 racing with the radio control cars, and they're just getting themselves settled for 4 races here on Front Runner this afternoon. That's the plan anyway, although there has been a rejig as far as the timetable is concerned. We were expecting to have one of the Ginetta GT5 challenge races earlier on today. It's been put back, so certainly you'll see one of those races. We may be able to squeeze in an extra one as well. There are 2 mini challenge races coming up today, and of course the big 3-hour British GT race with 29 cars, predominantly GT4 machines, and it's going to be fascinating to bring that battle to you. A couple of invitation cars in the mixture, and then the various manufacturers within the GT3s. So we're looking at 2 Mercedes AMGs, 2 Bentley Continentals, the Ferrari 488, and cars that look very strong, the Aston Martins as well. 9 manufacturers this year in the 2017 British GT Championship. And it is great weather. I looked at the forecast earlier on in the week, and there was the chance of a rain band working its way across Silverstone through the course of the GT race. If you remember back to 2016, it absolutely threw it down here. The race was started under safety car. We will certainly not be in that situation for this year, and it's set to stay dry for the full 3 hours. More action there in the paddock. And you can see there is a bit of a breeze here, and many of the Mini Challenge drivers yesterday in qualifying said that the tow was crucial to getting a good time in qualifying. The gap between Brett Smith and Rob Smith, who are on the front row in Mini Challenge, just 3,000ths of a second, 300ths of a second rather, but still very, very tight between Brett Smith and Rob Smith. And Max Bladen said he lost his time, he'll start third, because he wasn't able to utilise the tow down the Hanger Straight and down the Wellington Straight. These Minis look great. They don't travel through the air like, for instance, a Ferrari 488 might, because they don't carry the same sort of aerodynamics. So the key is to try and get behind an opponent. They're punching the hole in the air ahead of you, and if you can tuck in behind, you can gain those extra tenths, and that was crucial in qualifying yesterday to set the grid for our first live race here on Front Runner, which is for the John Cooper Works Mini Challenge cars. 225 brake horsepower, 2-litre engines, and they're turbocharged as well, so the air getting forced into the engines for this 29-car field, and the grid is just being prepared, as you can see, to welcome those cars. Let me give you a little bit of background on the Mini Challenge then, because Brett Smith leads the championship. He wasn't leading going into Snetterton though for the 3 races held in Norfolk. Jumped from 4th in the championship up to 1st, courtesy of 2 wins, one for his dad Jeff as well. And by the way, we wish Jeff Smith all the best. If you're not caught up with what happened in the British Touring Car Championship qualifying yesterday, a terrible session in the wet, and we ended up with, I think, 3 drivers in hospital sadly overnight, Jeff Smith being one of them, but we wish him well for his recovery. As we prepare then for the grid for the Mini Challenge, going to skip back to British GTs actually, because we've alluded to the Lamborghinis and the 33 squad. Barwell Motorsport, one of their drivers is Phil Keane, who's now with Alex Le Guy.
Down here with John Minshaw and Phil Keane. Boys, you are dominating the championship. You're sitting in P4 today. How confident are you feeling ahead of today's race?
I don't know, we'll see. I mean, this isn't the strongest track for us. I think we did well here last year, and I think it all depends on what happens in the race, strategy and everything else. It's a long race.
Talk us about strategy then. What is the strategy for today?
Wait and see. It all depends on safety cars. It could be anything. You never. I mean, the great thing about this race is it is a real team event. It's not just us, the drivers. It's the mechanics, the tyre changes, the refueling. It's the whole package.
Talk us through the pit stops.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Talk us through the pit stops.
Sorry.
Talk us through the pit stops.
Pit stops. Well, I think we have to make 3 stops. So I suppose John drives twice. What do we do? Drive? I don't know, to be honest. I can't remember. It all depends on pit stops. Safety cars. I don't know what the strategy is at the moment. So we drive around and get told what to do, when to do it, and that's pretty much how it goes. So
good boys. Best luck in the race.
Both John and Phil are men of few words. They give very, very little away, but there's plenty going on in those heads, and crucially in Mark Lemmer's head, who you didn't see during that interview, but he is the brains behind Barwell Motorsport with his former British Touring Car Championship experience. He's not raced cars for a good few seasons now, but looks after Barwell. And those Lamborghini Huracans will race not just in the British GT, but other parts of Europe as well. Very smart Ferrari Enzo, I'm going to say, with not entirely sure to be positive, but I believe that's the Enzo, and then the smart McLaren as well. Plenty of those in the GT4 category, the twin turbocharged McLarens that are in GT4, and seemingly the car to beat at this stage, because interestingly the defending champions in GT4, being Graham Johnson and Mike Robinson, have changed their car for this round. It's not the Ginetta that they ran in the early stages of this race. Optimum Motorsport instead adopting the McLaren. It's great to see that the livery's been transposed from one car to another, and I have to say it suits the McLaren really, really well. They got that car on Tuesday night, the number 501 McLaren, and have done several overnight stints to make sure that it is ready for this event. And Graham Johnson, speaking to him a little earlier on today before we came to air, he is very, very hopeful that the car will go well, and actually a little better than the Ginetta that they at least at Optimum couldn't make work. But there are plenty of other teams up and down the pit lane that can make the Ginetta go very, very quickly, including HHC, because Will Tregurtha and Stuart Middleton currently lead the championship despite being excluded from the previous race at Snetterton. They did win the first race in Norfolk and therefore topped the championship on 92.5 points, Will Tregurtha and Stuart Middleton from David Pittard and Alex Reed. But that's plenty about GTs and their 3-hour race, the Silverstone 500. I've already spoken a little bit about Mini Challenge, so we can go back ahead of the 8th round of the year for Mini Challenge, and it was a great performance from Brett Smith. Here are the Minis, and this will be the onboard shot from Mark Wakefield's car, tucked in behind Charlie Butler-Henderson, who I think it's fair to say had an absolute nightmare Snetterton weekend. The final race, he broke down on the green flag lap, and that was prior to the race, clearly. So real problems for Charlie, and we wish him well, starting from 4th position in this race. But it's Brett Smith who has found a rich vein of form in the championship this year, starting alongside his namesake, though they're not related, Brett and Rob Smith. Brett is the son of Jeff, who we wish well, as I say, in the northeast after that horrendous qualifying accident yesterday in the British Touring Car Championship. Luke Davenport and Aaron Taylor-Smith also in hospital care at this stage. Brett Smith and Rob Smith then starting from the front row, and it was a 2:22.205 for the double Snetterton winner, Brett, and he leads the championship, in fact, on 306 points by a decent margin, because Max Bladen second in the championship on 2:52, so that's over a 50-point margin that Brett has built himself after a stupendous triple header last time out. Rob Smith in need of points, I think it's fair to say. 8th position for him on 191, but it's tight down there in 6th, 7th and 8th of the championship, with Rhys Barr scrapping away with James Turkington, who is Colin Turkington's younger brother. We also have 2 of Matt Neal's sons in this race, Will and Henry. As I say, Jeff Smith's son is in this race. Jo Polly sometimes in this race. She's up supporting Jeff, though, this weekend. And we also have had, earlier on in the season, Freddie Lee, who is the son of stock car ace Barry Lee. Freddie's not part of the entry, though, this weekend. It is a 29-car field for race 8 of the Mini Challenge. And looking at that shot, you'll see the pole man, Brett Smith, to driver's right, to driver's left and to your right there, looking at the grid, and Rob Smith with the green headlights, green headlights there to the left of the shot. And David Grady, who is the championship winner from 2016, again trying to build his points tally. 245 points for David, but he starts quite a bit way down in this grid. 13th position will start David Grady, so he could be one to watch, scything his way up the order once we get underway. It's a 20-minute race. We have already seen the 1-minute board, as you can tell, and the marshals now standing clear of the grid in readiness for a green flag lap. So not the start of the race, but just to get some heat into the slick Dunlop tyres that these cars run. So they're not on road tyres. This is a racing slick car, 255 brake horsepower, turbocharged, and 2-litre engines for these identical Mini JCWs, John Cooper Works cars. They're being released then on the green flag lap, and this is Mark Wakefield's view from inside the cockpit from the 5th placed Mini, and he's putting already quite a bit of steering into that car to get some temperature into the front tyres particularly. Rears will be crucial as well, I suppose, on the first lap. In 20 minutes we will get through probably 6 or 7 laps of this 3.66 mile circuit with its 18 corners. We're running things from the National Pit Straight this weekend, unlike the Grand Prix weekend, for instance, that goes from the wing, and in that configuration the first turn is Abbey. Well, the first corner here in the traditional formation of Silverstone is Copse Corner, a really demanding right-hander, and then you need to get good power out of that corner into this frightening sequence of corners, which is Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel flung at you in such quick succession. And if you get your line wrong for Maggots, you can bet your bottom dollar you'll then be on totally the wrong line for Beckett's, and the crucial slingshot out of Chapel, which is the sequence of corners that Stuart Goff was negotiating there. Stuart's going to start from 11th position in the number 29 car. Plenty of the width of the track there being used for Brett Smith, though. looping the car from left to right. Let's have a look at the grid then ahead of round 8 of the Mini Challenge, with Brett Smith having taken 2 victories at Snetterton. He continues this fantastic form in the championship, starting alongside Rob Smith. Max Bladen second in the championship alongside Charlie Butler Henderson, winner at Alton Park, and the third row will be Mark Wakefield, also winner at Alton Park, alongside new man Ben Winrow, who's been racing Caterham Supergrads recently but a former Renault Clio Cup champion. Reece Barr and James Turkington on the 4th row. The 5th row it's Dean Brace, former Legends man, and Mohamed Nawala. And on the 11th row, Stuart Goff, one of our camera cars, alongside, the 6th row and 11th position, rather, Stuart Goff and George Sutton. The 7th row, David Grady, 3rd in the championship, and Brad Hutchinson. Then we have Scott Jeffs and Lawrence Davey, also with Legends experience. One of Matt Neal's sons, Henry, is starting number 42 from 17th position. Callum King alongside him. Then Ryan Dignan and James Laux lock out the 10th row. The 11th row, it's Will Neal and J.M. Littman's done a lot of 24-hour series racing this year and last. Paul Bell starts alongside Jesse Chamberlain on the 12th row. The 13th row is Kevin O'Connor and Rebecca Jackson, just ahead of Richard O'Dwyer, Stuart Gibbs, and Steve King at the back of the field. So, round 8 is working its way towards the grid hatchings now at the wing end of the circuit. This is the lowest part of the track, and then there is a slight climb. I mean, we're not talking undulations that you get at Alton Park, for example, but there is a slight difference in height compared to the start line, the bit down at the wing, which is in another county, technically, heading into Buckinghamshire for a couple of corners, then back into Northamptonshire for the uphill stretch along Wellington Straight and into the stadium section, which is fabulous for many, many spectators that have flocked here to Silverstone to soak up the good weather. It's a little blustery, but ambient temperature is good, and track temperature will be even higher, so that's something again for possibly these drivers to keep their eye on, although this is a 20-minute sprint race and the Dunlop tyre, the slick, should be absolutely fine across the 20-minute period. So the final few are still trying to get some heat into those tyres, and bear in mind Brett Smith, who will get to the pit, to get to the pit lane, they get the main start and finish straight, well ahead of the guys towards the back. Stuart Gibbs and Steve King will have to try and get one last bit of temperature in and make it last whilst he sits there for the indication that everybody is in position. And this has been a really up and down season, because after 6 races, we've had 6 different winners. As I say, Charlie Butler Henderson has tasted the victory champagne along with Max Bladen, Brett Smith twice, but we've also had wins for Mark Wakefield, Reece Barr, and David Grady hasn't quite tasted victory yet, but Charlie Butler Henderson, after a nightmare at Snetterton, has had 1 victory at Alton Park. So 6 different winners from 6 different races. Brett Smith broke that cycle though last time out, and can he make it a hat-trick of victories? 2 at Snetterton and 1 here at Silverstone. The final few cars working their way into position as we prepare to go racing for the first time this afternoon on Front Runner. Thank you for joining us. Johnny Palmer here in the main box, about to look over the Mini Challenge, and this just the warm-up for the British GT Silverstone 500. So green flag waved at the back of the order. The red lights will come on the starting gantry in a moment or two, and then they will go out to allow the Minis to launch their way into the race. It looked to be a good getaway for Charlie Butler Henderson, not from pole but from 4th position. Everybody else working their way into space. Hopefully, there was almost a bit of contact in the midfield there with Kevin O'Connor pushed a touch wide. The clock in the middle of your screen indicates how much of the race we've got to go, and on the first lap they've all managed to get through Copse Corner with Brett Smith away from Rob Smith. So Brett Smith in the blue and black car, Rob Smith struggling to stay with him a little bit. Then it's Max Bladen in the blue and white machine, Charlie Butler Henderson in the all white car, and there is the number 32 car of Dean Brace, always run with the Union flag on the side of the car, whether it's been Legends or Mini Racing more recently. And that car is just heading out of Chapel Curve on this opening lap. Stuart Goff trying to get a toe on Dean Brace, and indeed the car alongside him, Mohamed Nawala. Would be even better if these 2 cars were nose to tail, and then you would get a double toe down Hanger Straight and into this crucial corner for overtaking at Stowe. Plenty of opposite lock required, as Charlie Butler Henderson has got a face full here of Reece Barr, and Barr in the 88 car slotting through into, I think that was 5th position. So Charlie Butler Henderson losing, no, it's Mark Wakefield, one of our camera cars in fact, sneaking ahead of Charlie Butler Henderson as the cars headed into Club Corner for the first time. So past the pit wall to driver's right. This isn't quite a lap completed though, because we're now about a half the way round into the flat out right-hander at Abbey Corner. Really quick through Farm as well, as the dust is kicked up by Brett Smith. And Rob Smith has taken a time to be with Brett, but now there's a car length between them and no more, as wide there goes Rhys Barr. Now Rhys has won a race this year at Rockingham, the Northern Irishman, but he's losing places there with an unconventional line, I think it's fair to say, into the braking area for Village Corner. And again, he's struggling to rejoin as Mohamed Nawala's fighting for track space right ahead of Stuart Goff. And Goff's getting a good view here of Nawala as they head underneath the bridge on the Wellington Straight. Not yet one lap completed, but we've already had nearly, well, just over 2 minutes of this race. Down the gears in this sequential box Mini, and charging his way up the order there is one of the Neils. That's Will, I think. It's Henry, I beg your pardon, Henry Neil. As another car is off there going wide at Brooklands Corner, but Henry Neil gaining places, and Stuart Goff seesawing at the wheel. Did he have contact there from the car behind? Difficult to tell, but all of a sudden the car was sideways. Lawrence Davies getting involved as well in the Mintex red car. So Davey along with Stuart Goff. So this is the scrap for 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th positions, but it's Brett Smith out front, leading by half a second from Rob Smith. Max Bladen is third. Mark Wakefield carrying our camera car in fourth position ahead of Charlie Butler Henderson and Ben Winrow, his first Mini action of the year. But through Beckett's goes the Stuart Goff car with Mohamed Nawala just ahead. There's Ben Winrow then, and he was the 2008 Renault Clio champion, spent last year racing Caterham Super Graduates. And it's kind of very similar racing that you find in the Minis, in that they're always at close quarters. Very rarely does somebody get a big gap, and that's the Caterham mentality, if you like. They always say it's better to be in second position with a couple of corners to go in a Caterham race because of the draft that the car in front creates. This is exactly what Mark Wakefield's trying to achieve as he fully locks up the front left. Can he go around the outside at Club Corner? He's going to try it, and that will give the inside line for the next bit of Club, and that's a stupendous overtake there on Max Bladen from Mark Wakefield. So from 5th position to 4th and now 3rd spot, and the next job on his hands is to try and reel in Rob Smith and Brett Smith. So the two Smiths enjoying themselves out front in the blue and black machine, and then the white with the green headlights car. Off the road there is number 21, I think. Yes, Mohamed Nawala with an issue at Club Corner, heading onto the grid hatchings up at the wing. Meanwhile, this is Mark Wakefield being monstered not only by Max Bladen, but also by Charlie Butler Henderson. Waiting in the wings is Ben Winrow in the number 4 car as well. So two abreast between Bladen and Charlie Butler Henderson, taking plenty of curb there on the exit of the left-hand king, which is Aintree Corner. Meanwhile, for the race lead, it's getting very interesting as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars for 3rd position now, as ahead of the pack is Mark Wakefield in that number 18 car. Max Bladen, as sliding sideways there is James Turkington. So he's trying to get a bit more heat in the front Dunlop tyres. The lateral movement won't be favoured brilliantly well, though, by the tyres. They like going forwards, they don't so much like going sideways. As over the line goes James Turkington in 7th position, and he's fighting with George Sutton in the treble 4 car, and they were separated by a very, very small margin as well. Nawala hasn't yet rejoined, so his name tumbles down the timing and scoring, I'm afraid, as Brett Smith, if he can win it from here, it's not going to be an easy ride, because Rob Smith, yet to win a race this year, is trying to apply the pressure with every turn of the wheel on the race leader, Brett Smith. Mark Wakefield working his way through the right and left flicks there of the fast sequence of corners at Beckett's, and then onto this long hanger straight, and this will obviously favour the cars further back in the queue, like Rob Smith, but also like Max Bladen and Charlie Butler Henderson. Ben Winrow's there in the other team car that he shared with Brett Smith, so they're run out of the same awning. And out of Stoke Corner, down the dip they go for 3rd position, as now coming up on the high side is Max Bladen, trying to do a Mark Wakefield on Mark Wakefield, and he might just about do it, trying to be late on the brakes. Wakefield gives him very, very little room on the exit, and if Charlie Butler Henderson plays this cannily, he might pick off 2 positions. Can't quite do it though, so CBH in the queue, 3rd position in the queue, 5th position on the road, and Ben Winrow struggling for space as well, as condensing the field just behind him is James Turkington in the red car. They work their way through that right-hander at Abbey, the left-hander at Farm, and then towards the hard braking area at Village Corner, where you certainly can overtake in Mini Challenge. The Biscart's car trying to position itself to do just that, and a bit of a shove there from Charlie Butler Henderson, which causes Bladen to go into the back of Mark Wakefield. Any more of that and you might start to damage things like radiators, which will push the engine temperature sky high. But they're very robust cars, these Mini Challenge machines, very powerful, but they can also stand some contact as well. What's happening here is Mark Wakefield is the cork in the bottle to an extent as Charlie Butler Henderson comes from a long way back to try and take fourth position away from Max Bladen. There was more contact there. That put Bladen well and truly off his stride. He's going to rejoin right alongside George Sutton in the Treble 4 car, and Reece Barr's not very far away either. There goes Dean Brace with the Union flag, but Charlie Butler Henderson, I think, was getting a bit impatient there, sitting in 5th position. And the gap was there to go for, but he also eased Max Bladen a little wide at Brooklands, made the position his own, and Charlie up to 4th spot now. But Mark Wakefield, you could argue, is still holding these cars up as they head into Copse Corner, and Bladen looks very unsettled again. Now, was that curb on the entry or on the exit that unsettled the car? Maggots and Beckett's for the leaders, still very interesting. They are up the road and gone, though, the top two. Brett Smith from Rob Smith separated by 0.3 of a second, but look at the gap between the back of Rob Smith's car and the front of Mark Wakefield's machine. Nearly 5 seconds. 4.8 is the gap. 3 cars jostling for position there include Dean Brace and also Henry Neal in the 42 car. Now, what's going to happen for the race lead? Is Rob Smith going to try around the outside in the Evergreen car? Can't do it at Stowe Corner, and he may not know what Mark Wakefield and Max Bladen have been able to do at Club Corner, but he's not quite close enough this time, so there's no overlapping there into the left and right corners. First and second for Brett Smith and Rob Smith, but Mark Wakefield is having to fend off something like a 6-pronged attack at the moment. Now, having said that, this time Mark Wakefield has built himself a little margin. Now, that's because James Turkington has gained a lot of ground on this lap. He's ahead of Max Bladen, who, as I said, has had several trips over the curb and not the ideal racing line. Ben Winrow's been someone who's fallen down the order in the last few laps as well, in the car similarly liveried to our race leader. 11 minutes on the clock, so we're nearly at half distance. Remember, if the race winner goes across the line with a couple of seconds to go, they will be permitted to finish that lap, so we might end up with something like a 22 minute race by the end of it. And there is Lawrence Davey right behind Dean Brace. They are fighting for 12th and 11th positions respectively. But look at this queue working its way down the Wellington Straight now, underneath the bridge, which gets you into the circuit, and up the inside. There goes Brace. There's contact with Ben Winrow, and Winrow goes sideways. Now, what can Stuart Goff capitalise himself on this situation? Yes, he can gain 2 spots there as a result of Dean Brace, well, being rather heavy-handed after a move on Ben Winrow. Winrow the innocent party there, I would suggest, and Winrow sideways, Dean Brace sideways, and as a result, Stuart Goff gaining 2 positions. That will put him into 11th place and nearly back into the top 10. Stuart started 11th, he's lost places, he's gained places, he's back in 11th. There is Stuart Goff with the car ahead of him going well wide. Lawrence Davey, maybe the attentions of the clerk of the course being gathered there because of the track limit issue. Track limits distinguished by the white line to drivers left and right, which tells you where the track starts and ends, and taking curb just like that is absolutely fine, but if you run a bit too wide out of Copse Corner, have we got Charlie Butler Henderson going slowly down the Hanger Straight? He's not in the line where you would expect him to be, and this is exactly what happened to Charlie in the green flag lap for the Snetterton 3rd race. So clearly there are issues for the number 15 car, and Charlie Butler Henderson, who was 4th on the road, giving away very useful points here through no fault of his own. That car with some kind of mechanical glitch, and that means that James Turkington will gain a spot up to 4th place for him. Max Bladen will go up to 5th position, and also to benefit George Sutton. Meanwhile, the leaders are already well out of this shot. Mark Wakefield leads this batch of cars for 3rd position with James Turkington. Charlie Butler Henderson, I think, is still circulating somewhere, but here are the leaders heading into the newer part of the circuit, so into Village Corner, and now Rob Smith starting to turn the screw it looks like, because there are just a handful of minutes to go. And if a move is to be made, it needs to be done now, so that maybe Rob Smith can build a little bit of a gap once he's got by. But that is far, far easier said than done, because he's been trying to get by the Brett Smith car all race long. And Brett is well used to leading races and sticking his elbows out, watching those mirrors, but also making sure he clips every curb, every apex to perfection. Doing very, very well as the number 39 car, three-wheeled, goes into Lovefield corner, or three wheels on the asphalt. It's got four wheels, but the rear right leaving the ground for a short period of time as it goes into that very tight right-hander. There's more bumping and barging further back in the order as Stuart Goff up alongside Lawrence Davey, and I think for 10th position Stuart Goff has got the place here. 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and it is Davey to his left over a bit of quick dry there that was laid after an earlier spillage of some kind, coolant or oil, that the marshals have worked hard to try and soak up. Look at how much on the ragged edge these minis are at Copse Corner. Plenty of rear steering there. These cars very, very light on their rear tyres, all the interiors stripped out, nothing in the boots, roll cage inserted, and the car's absolutely sideways for Lawrence Davey and Stuart Goff, and lots of sideways action again there. But that is the quickest way to get through Maggots and Beckett. Being short of that, behind Stuart Goff, two further cars approaching him. So who will that be? The 17 car of Brad Hutchison and David Grady, who third in the championship, would have wanted a bit more from this race. He's only 13th, and now around the outside here comes Rob Smith, his best opportunity to take the race lead. Can he do it on Brett Smith? No, at Club Corner, but he knows, and there was very nearly contact there on the exit of the corner. Now Brett Smith struggled for pace midway through Club. What's the acceleration like out of Club Corner? Okay, over the grid hatchings past the wing. And yes, for some reason the 39 car just dropped a little bit of pace there coming out of that tight right-hander, but this time it looks okay. And they go through the quick right and left corners and then hard onto the brakes. Does the rear right leave the ground? Yes, it does for Brett Smith. And here, sadly, is Charlie Butler-Henderson after his dramas on the last lap. So he's made it back to the national pits. This being a sprint race, of course, there is no point in sending that car back out again. He's already losing laps. And that car will go back to the team, and they will desperately try and work out what is wrong with it. But there might be quite a bit of head scratching down at Mini UK VIP. Meanwhile, it is Brett Smith from Eurotech Racing leading the Mini UK VIP car of Rob Smith, and almost three abreast for third position, with Mark Wakefield just about keeping behind him James Turkington in the Turkington car. The County Armagh driver, younger brother, as I say, of BMW British Touring Car former champion Colin Turkington, but James Turkington playing very much his own racing career here, and he's up to fourth position. This could be one of his best results of the season if he could get by Mark Wakefield and get himself a podium, but there are plenty of other cars queuing up behind him in order to take that mantle, including Mark Wakefield. He holds that spot for the time being. There's Henry Neal together with George Sutton. And there are the race leaders at Maggots and Beckett's, and Brett Smith seems to carry really good speed into this sequence of corners, despite sometimes the car looking like it's ill handling through Copse Corner. Looks very, very good and planted into that fast sequence of left-right lefts that was redesigned a good number of years ago now, but it's still very much a challenge in any car you race here at Silverstone. Two battles to look at then, for the lead in the foreground, but also for third position with the 18 of Mark Wakefield ahead of James Turkington. Rhys Barr, who has a victory already under his belt, winner at the second race at Rockingham, in fifth position, as almost overlapping this time into Club go the two Smiths. Now what does Brett Smith do this time out of the corner? A lap ago he did look sluggish mid-corner. This time he can get the hammer down a little earlier, I would say, and Rob Smith following his every move. He's getting perilously close to the chance of an overtake, just hasn't been able to make it work so far. Is that deliberate by Rob Smith? Is he trying to leave it to the last possible moment so that if he can get by, Brett Smith won't have an opportunity of a reply? Well, he's got 4 minutes to try and find something to alter which way the victory garland's going to go in this opening race on front runner. Third position is Mark Wakefield. James Turkington is in fourth position, and they are nose to tail as Reece Barr leaves his braking for the loop to the very last moment, almost overlapping here as well, where Turkington getting a much better run out of that slow speed corner and very nearly got fully alongside Mark Wakefield. Wakefield may be slightly off the racing line at times. He will have worked his tyres a bit harder perhaps than James Turkington, and is he therefore struggling for Dunlop rubber, or good quality Dunlop rubber beneath him? Here is Mark Wakefield just shuffling his way from one side of the seat to the other there to get himself set for this Luffield right-hander. You have to be patient there. You want to get the power on earlier than is possible, really. And it's just a question of waiting, and then apply the power out of the right-hander at Luffield. That gives you optimum speed, he hopes, across the main start and finish line, across the timing loop, and that puts 7 laps in the book. Incidentally, the fastest lap set earlier on in the race was a 2:22.7. Rob Smith managed that in the tow behind Brett Smith. And we reckon it's going to be this lap plus one more for the opening exchanges of the mini challenge here at Silverstone. This opening race certainly has not disappointed. We'll have one more later on today, which will be the result of this with a reverse grid to form the later grid. So that will add a bit of extra spice as well, either flipping the top 4, the top 5 or the top 6 around. So this is another reason why they're racing so hard for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th positions. You never quite know whether you're going to be in the mix for the reverse grid or not. It could be Bladen on pole, it could be Reece Barr, or it could be James Turkington in this version of the race. But Turkington wants an overall podium in race 1, so he's going to try the outside-inside touchdown at Club Corner. This needs to work for him, because the problem is there are more cars ready to pounce. Reece Barr's about to be overtaken by Henry Neal in the 42 car, and up the inside here comes Max Bladen to take the two of them all at once. 3 cars abreast at Club Corner. Are they going to get out all in one piece? Well, yes, just about, but the 2 cars on the outside had to go off track, well off the track and well off the curbs, and that might raise the track limits issue that we hear so much about in modern day motorsport. 90 seconds to go. Max Bladen played a blinder there to pick off 2 positions, and James Turkington's not done yet either, trying to get past Mark Wakefield into the loop. We'll have the end of this lap and one more. This is Turkington's chance, surely, heading through Aintree Corner. There goes the kink, and this should seal 3rd position for James Turkington. They're going down Hanger Straight now. The problem is Mark Wakefield doesn't really know where James is, and likewise James doesn't know where Mark is. Well, he does now, because Turkington is able to brake that little bit later. That prevents Mark Wakefield from turning in at Brooklands, and that will finally solidify 3rd position for James Turkington. Although Mark Wakefield, shuffling again from one side of the seat to the other, sets himself for Luffield. Tried around the outside of young Turkington, couldn't make that work though, and there is one more lap to go to try and alter the positions for 3rd place, and to try and alter the spots for the lead as well. It's still Brett Smith leading Rob Smith by 3/4 of a second. Look at the door mirror there on the driver's side that's been bent in. Turkington is sideways, he's going to lose it. No, not quite. Turkington well and truly sideways. A great shot there from Mark Wakefield, and Wakefield will surely gain the place. Yes, he has done, but terrific car control from James Turkington, who must have had that right pedal flat to the floor to make sure that the front-wheel drive car flicked back into shape. Again, James Turkington is sideways heading into Beckett's corner, so far from it being certain that he would get 3rd position. Actually, he's going to have to work hard again to try and get back ahead of this. Let's see this again from the outside shot at Cops Corner. James Turkington, there was no contact, but he caught the curb at the wrong angle, and Turkington entirely sideways. There was an element of Mark Wakefield having to get back out of the throttle there as well, because Wakefield was partly sideways, and James Turkington he's losing places, isn't he? Because Henry Neal now queuing up behind. Is this just tyres that maybe James Turkington has worked too hard? You only get to 4 brand new tyres, so 1 set of Dunlops per weekend in the mini challenge, and if you've abused them during qualifying or indeed the early part of the race, that might mean that you haven't got the rubber to rely on towards the end. Mark Wakefield, I thought, was struggling in terms of pace in the early stages of this race. Well, it's now James Turkington, who to an extent is a bit of a sitting duck here. He's not carrying pace like Henry Neal and like Max Bladen behind. So Turkington just sticking the car in the middle of the road and hoping for the best. Can he defend from both Neal and Bladen? He's managed it so far. Into the loop they go for the final time. Here comes Henry Neal trying around the outside then, and he's going to run into maybe a bit of contact from Max Bladen. No, avoids that. Also queuing up behind is George Sutton in the treble 4 car, and Stuart Goff as well. And at the lead of the race, because of course we've been concentrating on the 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle, actually quite a big gap has emerged now, almost to the tune of a second for Brett Smith. So this is going to be 3 wins out of 3, 2 at Snetterton and the first here at Silverstone. But look at this, cars left, right and centre into Brooklands for the final time. But here is Brett Smith to take his 3rd victory of the year and a 3rd back-to-back victory at Silverstone. So this could be pivotal once we come to the end of the 2017 championship. Can it be 3 abreast across the line with a bit of under tray there dragging on the floor for George Sutton? Over the line they go, and which way did that go in the end? Henry Neal getting the judgment over George Sutton, and Rhys Barr, who started in 7th position, ended up in 8th, so he struggled really to get the car sorted for the race, you could say. Turkington fully sideways at Copse Corner, on course for 3rd position. In the end, though, Mark Wakefield got in front, and then Turkington did struggle for the last few laps. He did keep behind him, though, Max Bladen and Henry Neal, so should be credited for that, James Turkington. There is the 99 of Kevin O'Connor, together with Richard O'Dwyer for the last few places. So this is for 18th and 19th spot, and O'Dwyer actually getting ahead of O'Connor on this final tour of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. But full marks to Brett Smith. We managed to squeeze 9 laps out of that in the end, and Brett Smith takes his 3rd victory of the year. As I say, from the opening 7 races we had 7 different winners. Well, now rounds 6, 7 and 8 have all been won by Brett Smith, and he will increase his championship tally, which was over 50 points coming into this race. Max Bladen, his nearest championship rival, only managing a 5th place finish. And car in the gravel that I didn't clock first time around is J.M. Littman, I'm afraid to say, with his first experience in the Mini Challenge. Let's confirm the result for you then after 9 laps. Brett Smith wins it by nearly 2 seconds from Rob Smith, yet to have a victory in 2017. Mark Wakefield fends off James Turkington for 3rd and 4th. Max Bladen finished 5th ahead of Henry Neal, George Sutton and Rhys Barr. And now camera car Stuart Goff came home in 9th place ahead of Lawrence Davey. After that, this was a great fight for 11th, involving Brad Hutchinson and Dean Brace. James Laux did well to finish in 13th position. Disappointing result for our defending champ David Grady, only 14th for him, the number 1 car. Scott Jeffs, Ryan Dignan ahead of Paul Bell, and then the battle we've just witnessed across the line for 18th spot. Richard O'Dwyer pipping Kevin O'Connor to the flag. 1 or 2 falling off here and there, including J.M. Littman's car. That car will need to be recovered from the gravel prior to our British GT race, the highlight of the weekend and really the blue ribbon event for their season. Our 3-hour Silverstone 500 event. There is Mark Wakefield. He will feel like he's worked incredibly hard to get onto the podium. Unfortunately, because he had so many cars wanting his place and attacking from behind, he had to concentrate on that, and in the process lost all the distance on the race leaders. Brett Smith and Rob Smith were well up the road by the time Wakefield built himself a 4.5 second gap on James Turkington. But the arm is out of the window of the Accelerate Motorsport car, and it is more points for Mark Wakefield, who came to this round 4th in the championship. Let's have a look back over the last 20 minutes then as we got underway. And thankfully, this being a nice wide circuit, everyone able to safely leave the grid, and we managed to get 29 cars into and out of Copse all in one piece. And then it was the story of Brett and Rob Smith at the head of the order. Rob at times got alongside Brett, but he was never able to topple him. Very busy in the midfield in the early stages with some early contact for Dean Brace. Also cars taking unconventional lines at Brooklands Corner. Henry Neal there picking off a couple of places all in one go, and a lurid slide there for Callum King. And this was a fabulous overtake from Mark Wakefield, rather, around the outside of Max Bladen into club corner. That gave him the inside, and that really gave him the podium result after an audacious manoeuvre. Penny for the thoughts of Charlie Butler-Henderson, whose bad luck continues from Snetterton into Silverstone. Contact between Dean Brace and Ben Winrow. Welcome to the mini challenge, Ben. And synchronised spinning for a moment, although they both gathered it up, and that was a far more lurid spin for Jesse Chamberlain, who came across the line in the end in 20th position. Here were the leaders, very nearly contact between Brett and Rob, as Brett for some reason struggled to get the pedal to the metal out of club corner. That sequence at least, but then after that his pace through club corner was impressive, and as I say, built himself almost a 2-second lead. 3 into 1 very much didn't go, but Max Bladen was the car that picked off those two, and this was the moment where James Turkington very nearly threw third position away. He lost third, but he came home in fourth, which is very useful points as far as the championship's concerned. And there is Brett Smith across the line. There is Brett Smith parked up beneath the podium, and he is ready to be interviewed by Alex Legui very, very shortly indeed. So he is the man of the moment. Of course, mixed emotions, I'm sure, for Brett, because he knows that Jeff Smith, who had that nasty accident in qualifying for the British Touring Car Championship. So a thought for his dad, but I'm sure the message will get through very quickly to the family that Brett has taken another victory. Let's get his word on the latest victory of the mini challenge.
An emotional win for you, Brett. Congratulations. Talk us through it.
Well, me and Rob sort of spoke yesterday after qualifying. We realised we had a good couple of tenths gap back to Bladen, but I don't think either of us were overly happy with our qualifying laps. So we knew we had another couple of tenths again. So we knew we were going to be faster. So there's no point trying to battle with guys that we know we're faster than. So that was the plan. Whoever was ahead by Maggers Beckett's was going to go. Yeah. That's what happened. I wasn't intending for Rob to keep with me for so long. Luckily, the challenge he did have, I sort of marked, kept him at bay. Had probably about 4 decent chances, kept him bay every time. And then towards the end of the last couple of laps, I think his tyres just gone off. You can't sit that close in single, mate. You can't sit that close and expect the tyres to last. So luckily, it sort of gave me a little gap at the end there. So yeah.
Third win of the season, much needed points. Well done.
I'll dedicate that to my dad, obviously Luke and Aaron. I hope you both get well as well. So thank you. Cheers.
Yes, as I mentioned, that's Jeff Smith, that's Luke Davenport, and that's Aaron Taylor-Smith, who were badly injured in yesterday's qualifying session in the British Touring Car Championship, and we wish all 3 guys well in their recovery. So the racing continues here at Silverstone, and we're preparing ourselves for the first podium of the weekend for the mini challenge. We're also preparing ourselves for the grid, for the Silverstone 500 though as well. The British GT's annual blue ribboned event on the full Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and it promises plenty of cut and thrust multi-class action at the home of British motorsports. The season reaching its halfway point. In fact, at halfway in this race, we will be exactly halfway through the season, with after this a 2-hour race to come in Belgium at Spa-Francorchamps, the traditional away day for the British GTs, a 2-hour race around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit in early August rather, and then we end the season in September at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit there as well, with the extra loop around the back of the pit lane, and that's a 2-hour affair as well. But this 3-hour race offers quite a bit more flexibility as far as strategy is concerned. Most of the drivers here this weekend have 2 drivers per car, but there are 2 cars that actually have 3 drivers, and I'll tell you more about who's starting which car as soon as we get to that point in the afternoon. But the grid is topped by the number 24 Aston Martin, who are actually a silver combination of drivers, unlike the Pro and Am element that we get through the rest of the order. For instance, defending champions Johnny Adam, who is a Pro, and an Am Derek Johnston. But we'll concentrate on the mini challenge podium for the time being. And here are in third position then Mark Wakefield to the far side of the podium. Congratulations to Rob Smith. You know, he must be so impatient for his first victory, but lots of points scored, at least to second position. And here is Jeff Smith dedicating the victory to his father, who is being cared for supremely well in the northeast after a nasty accident yesterday. But the champagne bottle and the very smart mini challenge, the trophies that obviously have the Silverstone map on them, the track map, do look very nice on the mantelpiece indeed, and all three drivers will gather together on the top step of the podium now. So congratulations to Brett Smith, who takes a third victory of the year. Can anybody stop him in the second race, I wonder? Because we'll also find out very shortly where the split will take place for the second race of the weekend. We're either going to split the top 4, the 5 or the top 6 and flip those around, a bit like the third race of the weekend in the British Touring Car Championship that produces a reverse grid. We also have a partly reverse grid in the mini challenge as well, and that will require Brett Smith to come through from either 4th, from 5th or from 6th positions, and that draw is about to be taking place. So more news on that in a second. But GTs, John Minshaw and Phil Keane leading the championship on 101 points from Rick Parfitt Jr. and Seb Morris, who of course have one victory already under their belts, the win that they inherited at Rockingham. But first of all, let's look back on an event that took place here at Silverstone yesterday. Slightly unusual by nature. This was a free practice session, so bear in mind cars are out on track together with this thing, a Routemaster London bus, for which tickets were sold, for which the button can be pressed there for your next stop, and there was an actual conductor on board producing tickets as well. So the bus worked its way out onto the Silverstone asphalt, and bear in mind this is a live session for the cars, a great opportunity then for British GT fans to ideally take the top deck and point their cameras in the direction of very fast, very loud racing cars that are out there practicing for today's Silverstone 500. And there you can see some very, very happy customers. I'm sure they will have not experienced a bus journey quite like this. We're all going on a summer holiday around the Silverstone 3.6 mile circuit. Plenty of smiling faces. Thankfully the sun did shine, and I don't think many of those people will ever experience something like that, or quite will again. Superb idea. Benjamin Franzovici, who is the British GT manager, the championship manager, was also part of that and on the back of the bus stop as one of the conductors, I think, giving out tickets. A great photographic opportunity, and we'll have more of that, I think. I mean, this is one of the few places you could do it, I suppose, on a nice wide Silverstone circuit. But to the slightly more serious business of the Silverstone 500, which is our 4th venue of the year and our 6th race of the year, after 2 races at Alton Park, the 2-hour affair at Rockingham, and 2 one-hour races at Snetterton, have produced, as I say, a championship table that reads as follows: 101 points for John Minshaw and Phil Keane in the Barwell Motorsport, the Demon Tweaks car number 33, Rick Parfitt Jr. and Seb Morris a second, and the defending champions with a victory last time out at Snetterton, Derek Johnston and Johnny Adam in the number 1 Tom Ferrier run TF Sport car. That is 3rd in the championship, but a little bit of work to do for TF Sport, starting from 7th position. As I say, most of the cars are Pro-Am, but there are in GT3 2 silver driver combinations, those being Alexander Sherpin and Charlie Robertson in the Century Ginetta, and this car, the 24 machine, which is driven by 2 very talented drivers. James Littlejohn, vastly experienced in historic racing, competing in things like Ford GT40s, Lola T70s. He's also done a lot of competitive radical racing as well, so the longer distance stuff he's no stranger to. His teammate, a little younger than James, Jack Mitchell, who is former Ginetta Junior champion, and he's also raced in the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup this year, in fact dovetailing that season that supports the Toka package with this British GT Championship. And because of those 2 drivers are so talented, they're both counted as silver drivers, and as a result of that, it's the slower driver in qualifying that starts the car, but they also have to carry a little bit of extra weight to equalise the field, and they're carrying 50 extra kilos this weekend. So once you factor that into the mixture, to get pole position when you're carrying 50 bags of sugar in the car is certainly to be credited. Here is the Bentley making its way towards the front row of the field, number 31 then, and this car to be started by Rick Parfitt Jr., sharing with Seb Morris, and Seb will be waiting, I'm sure, on the curbs there with Team Parker Racing. This car having already tasted victory in slightly unconventional fashion at Rockingham. Didn't finish first on the road, but after an adjustment with the results, and you'll remember slightly controversial incident with the safety car, whereby a car that was given a 5-second penalty was waved ahead of the safety car, not being the on-the-road leader at the time. That waved Matt Griffin into a 40-second lead, but the Ferrari and the Bentley were judged to have made contact when that overtake took place, and the Ferrari was put behind the Bentley. Let's get a word, though, from down on the grid, where there's plenty of atmosphere. Here is Alex Le Gui.
Currently down here with Seb Morris, teammate, of course, Rick Parfitt Jr., who is in the car sitting in P2. Strategy then off the line.
Yeah, we're just going to, Rick's going to go for it. We need to see if we can try and get into first position. We have a good strategy for this race, an interesting one, so hopefully we can stir it up a bit and pull away from the front is the idea.
This circuit does suit the Bentley. We know that you were quick here last year. You just unfortunately suffered terminal damage.
Yes, it's looking to be dry this year, so hopefully we won't have that problem. Our race pace has looked good all weekend, to be honest, so I think we're in for a shout, and Rick's been ultra fast.
Good, so we like to hear.
Yes, they certainly seem to be in the mood. The Welshman, Seb Morris from Wrexham, he raced the Daytona this year as part of the Sunoco Challenge, won that last year and got his hands on a Dallara prototype, effectively an LMP2 car at Daytona, and really impressed plenty of people. There's Matt Nicol-Jones having a word with one or two people on the grid. Now, Matt Nicol-Jones has arrived for Sunday, having not qualified the car. He and his teammate Will Moore in Austria yesterday, racing as part of the European GT4. They got a private jet back from the Red Bull Ring last night, arrived in Luton at about 9 p.m, and they're battling from the back of the order in the number 62 car, 62 car I should say, with Will Moore due to start that machine. So they could be one to watch from the rear of the order. Here's another one of our camera cars. Number 88 is the Team ABBA with Roll Centre Racing Mercedes AMG. This is one of the cars with 3 drivers allocated to it: Richard Neary, Martin Short, the regulars. But they are joined by a Mercedes AMG specialist, Adam Christodoulou, who you can see there through the windscreen. So Adam's not very far away. He won't be starting the car, and the interview about to be heard, in fact, will be with Adam Christodoulou and Alex Le Gui, eager to talk to the man who's recently come from the Nürburgring, having raced his Mercedes there.
Lovely to have Adam down here on the grid with us, racing in the same model that you won the Nürburgring 24-hour last year. Yep. Talk us through it.
Yes, yesterday went really well. So we got a combined qualifying of 6th, and we were quickest in the second qualifying. So I'm thinking in the race we should have a pretty good shot. So we've just got to see how it goes with safety cars. Hopefully the weather stays dry, and it's been really good how busy it is here. You can see all the people on the grid now. So yeah, it's looking good.
And you're making Team ABBA very, very happy. So talk us through what the setup is then for today and the strategy.
Well, so I'll be in the car during the 2nd stint and the 4th stint. Richard's starting and Martin's in 3rd. So we just have to make sure we have clean pit stops and no penalties, and see how we end up towards the end of the race.
And we are going to see you for the rest of the season, aren't we?
That's the plan. So Richard that stood just behind us, he's taken a step back from the driving in the GT3, and he's going to be managing the whole project instead. So hopefully we can send him off on a high.
Good. Best of luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Adam Christodoulou joining Alex there, and great to hear from Adam, and also it's great to have him part of the championship. So driving this brilliantly liveried Mercedes AMG, and everyone I speak to who has driven these AMG cars say that they are such a joy to get behind the wheel wherever you're racing them, whether it be here at Silverstone or indeed somewhere with quite a bit more gradient change like the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I'm delighted to say that I'm joined by Jamie Chadwick as well for this race, so it's not just me for 3 hours. We're going to allow you to step away at certain points because there's lunch to be had, and I mean you've had quite a busy weekend as it is, haven't you, Jamie?
Yeah, it's been a really busy morning. I think our first race was at 9 a.m. and just had our last one, so yeah, I'm still waking up now.
That's fine.
But yeah, no, I'll give you a little bit of respite today and hopefully give you a chance to breathe and watch some good racing.
And of course you've driven these cars, you've certainly driven GT4 to great effect with being a former champion.
Yeah, well obviously GT4 is what I know quite well, and the grid's booming this year, and just looking at the sort of racing and qualifying going on yesterday, especially around here, it's great to see. And also GT3, I think some of the pro drivers are at their best and at their peak, so it'll be exciting to watch that over the 3 hours.
And did you feel like the early rounds is people just getting used to the championship, getting settled in, and also getting used to one another, I suppose, because generally speaking the AMs are out with the AMs, the pros are out with the pros, and it's about learning who you're going to be racing with?
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of new driver pairings, so they'll all be getting used to each other. And yeah, these are new driver pairings, Stuart Middleton and Will Tregertha.
Thank you, Jamie. We'll come back to you for more thoughts in a moment. Here is the HHC car, and one of its drivers is Stuart Middleton. So let's catch up with how Stuart's weekend's been going so far.
Stuart, you guys are pole here, GT4. Now, you were due and on for a win at Snetterton, but had an unfortunate situation. Feeling confident here today?
Yes, we're feeling very, very confident as a team. We know we've definitely got really good pace for this circuit, so yeah, hopefully we can make a good race out of this one. We're just very unlucky at Snetterton in the last race, just unfortunate with getting caught up with some traffic, so yeah, hopefully we don't get any scenarios like that today, and we can go on and go on to get the win, hopefully.
Good stuff, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Stuart's been a real revelation this year, together with his teammate Will Tregertha, considering those guys were racing Ginetta Juniors last year, both 17 years old. I know it's rude to ask a girl her name, but how old are you?
I'm 19 now,
19,
so I'm
okay.
old. I'm old in
compared to those guys,
yeah.
you are.
But they've come out of Ginetta Juniors, and I went through that, and honestly, it's so much more competitive than people realise. You know, you see the kids, so to speak, coming out of it, and they jump into championships like this, and they're competitive straight away because they really are that talented, and the championship really is that competitive. So credit to Ginetta, they've really produced a lot of young buds.
Yes, and the ladder system very much in place there to go wherever you wish. I suppose the slightly more sprint races that the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup offers you, which supports the touring cars, or indeed going straight into British GT, the headline event, if you like. And there's the opportunity to go into GT3 with the Ginetta as well. One of those G55 GT3 cars here this weekend being driven by Alexander Sherpen and Charlie Robertson from Century Motorsport. So this fabulous field of cars, 29 of them in total, if they're all present and correct, and certainly the car at the rear of the field as we expected, the Academy Motorsport machine, with some work to do. That car didn't qualify but has been given special dispensation to take part in this race. There was a bulletin issued earlier on to say that following successful completion of technical and administrative checks, Matt Nicol-Jones and Will Moore are allowed to compete. They had a horrendous day yesterday in Austria, taken out of the race through no fault of their own, so they're wishing that their good fortune begins here in Northamptonshire. The green flag is being waved then, and this is the chance to see all of the cars working their way off the grid and into Copse Corner. This is the point where the adrenaline starts to flow then. And first of all, first job I suppose is to make sure you get your car off the line. They won't have to do this when these cars come back again in 3.6 miles time, because it will be a rolling start with the Macmillan Aston Martin car of Jack Mitchell to start that car and hand over to James Littlejohn after the first stint. We're expecting cars to stop, well, roughly speaking, every 45 minutes. They have to do 3 mandatory stops, and that must contain refuelling and a driver change. And they're all starting with their slower, their non-pro drivers for this opening stint. Not as treacherous as it was 12 months ago, though, where the rain poured down. Here is the grid then, with James Littlejohn and Jack Mitchell locking out the front row with Rick Parfitt Jr. and Seb Morris yesterday. Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin start their Ferrari 488 from 3rd position alongside the championship leading Lamborghini Huracan of Phil Keane and John Minshaw. Then it's the second of the Bentleys, Logie McLeod, ahead of the Mercedes, the 3-driver Mercedes, Adam Christodoulou we heard from on the grid. Aston Martin number 1, defending champions of Derek Johnston, starting the car, starting with Johnny Adam from 7th position, Liam Griffin and Sam Tordoff in 8th. Just ahead of Mark Farmer and John Barnes, and then Alexander Sherpen and Robertson in their Ginetta. On the 6th row, it'll be the Mercedes of Lee Mole and Ryan Ratcliffe ahead of the invitational Lotus Evora. Ginetta G55 is the pole sitter in GT4. We heard from Stuart Middleton, he shares with Will Tregertha, and then another invitation car, the Toyota GT86. More GT4s though. Will the win come from a McLaren? Well, it might do. Sandy Mitchell and Kieran Haggerty stand a strong chance. A couple of Nissans from RJN could also be in the mix. The first of those starts in 17th position, and then it's David Patterson and Joe Osborne in their McLaren, number 56, carrying one of our cameras here on Front Runner. the rest of the grid, we have Akhil Rabindra sharing with McDonald in another McLaren. The only Porsche Cayman GT4 of Nick Jones and Scott Malvern will start from 22nd, and a plethora of GT4 Ginetta G55s. The 46 car is a new entry for this year, starting 24th with Aid Barwick, the twisted car, great colours on that machine. We have Will Moore and Matt Nicol-Jones at the back of the order, but they are in a slightly false position, having not set a time in qualifying yesterday. So 30 cars indeed to kick off the big event of the year, Jamie. And you will have taken part in the Silverstone 500 in the past. This is really a very strong event, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think to have 3 hours, it's the only 3-hour headline event of the British GT calendar, and it was always my favourite over the last couple of years. And I remember my year, I think there was rain, dry rain, and it just was a mix completely throughout the whole race. And yeah, we can see the cars now on their warming up lap, they're starting to get into formation ahead of the 3 hours, so they'll hope their tyres, everything's all set, and the AMs, so to speak. I say they're AMs, but they're actually pretty quick guys, especially at the front. We'll be getting ready now.
What sort of emotion is going through the drivers at the moment? How do they feel on the Wellington Straight now, heading for a start?
I think at this point it's absolute focus. You don't even think about anything else other than just getting on it, knowing exactly what you want to do at turn one. It's a rolling start, so it's a little bit sort of more predictable sometimes than standing starts, and I think especially guys on the front row just want to get away and get gone ahead of Maggotts and Beckett's.
Here we go then. It's the 6th race of the year. We've had many different winners so far, but a little bit of order being established in the championship order. But this is an event on its own, in isolation, really worth winning, and a really nice RAC trophy. Also part of the victory spoils as well. Who will get the best of the getaways between the two cars on the front? Will it be the heavier Aston Martin carrying those extra 50 kilos, or will it be the Bentley, then number 31? We're going to go round, I think, for an extra green flag lap as we're underway. Or is this the race start? No, this is the race start, and we're heading down towards Copse Corner then with a really great getaway for the number 31 Team Parker Bentley that will lead for the first time into Copse Corner. So what happened with the Aston Martin, I wonder? The Macmillan AMR Aston Martin, perhaps because it carries a bit of extra weight, just couldn't get off the line as readily as Rick Parfitt Jr. It is Jack Mitchell at the wheel of that number 24 car that looks very much like the Hesketh Formula 1 cars of old. In third position is the Demon Tweaks Lamborghini number 33 that's got off the grid well. That started on the outside as well, so it looks like the car starting from the racing line, if you like. The outside line, the grippier side of the grid, seem to have pushed on and are first and third positions. There's the 7 car started by Ian Loggy, the other Team Parker Bentley in 5th position as the cars work their way out of Stowe Corner for the opening exchanges. It was a clean start, but as I say, the Aston Martin really struggled to get off the line, Jamie.
Yeah, it looked like Parfitt just caught Jack napping there. I think, the lights go out and you're racing straight away, so Rick was really on it there, and he's going to have a sort of tough job now to try and keep the mighty fast Jack Mitchell behind him, but looking forward to seeing how this unfolds.
I remember speaking to Rick last year, and he said that the stint that he did in the rain was one of the most horrendous he'd ever taken part in, but he kept the thing on the road. He lost places, but I think the key is to make sure you're still in the mix. Sadly then, Sed Morris had an incident later on in the race which meant the Bentley was damaged beyond repair, but this in the opening few corners is very, very tight indeed. Adam Christodoulou's there in the ABBA with Roll Centre car, and it's not Christodoulou starting the car, of course. We have it's Richard Neary, beg your pardon, that started the 88 car, Richard Neary, in 6th position. But he is gaining places, and into Brooklands Corner they go for the first time. So Jack Mitchell dropping a place to Rick Parfitt Jr., who will lead the opening 3.6 mile lap. There is the 100 GT4 leader with Kieran Haggerty at the wheel. So what's happened to Will Tregurtha in this opening lap? I beg your pardon, it's Tregurtha that slipped behind the 100, isn't it? Yes, so there's the 100 in shot, then the 42 just behind. So Tregurtha's lost 2 places, I reckon, in GT4. So it's quite a bit of shuffling in the opening lap for both GT3 and GT4. Now the race can start to establish some kind of an order, Jamie.
Yeah, exactly. It's already started to spread out a little bit, but GT4 is very much hot, and you've seen the 100 car get into the front of the pack there, but the way that the bop is the cars are so different throughout the lap, and especially the Ginetta's really good through this tight twisty stuff, and the Aston as well right up behind looks pretty good as well, where the McLaren seems to struggle. So McLaren needs to stretch its legs down this straight and try and get his head down, because he's got a huge train of cars ahead behind him.
Tremendous fight in the early stages for GT4. The best thing is to perhaps be out of it and in a different class, which is what exactly the Toyota GT86 is. That's an invitational class, as here is a move for the race lead then within the class, and the 42 car diving up the inside, so this could be a well-timed manoeuvre from Will Phillips in the other move. Yeah, if he can get it done. The problem is the next corner is a left-hander and the McLaren is still there. Presumably Haggerty will be as late on the brakes as he dares in the 100 machine, but that was a superb move, as you say, for the 42 car, the team car within the Macmillan squad, and indeed Haggerty stayed ahead. So, but that 42 Aston Martin clearly carrying good speed, running out of the same stable as the second place car. Third position there is Will Tregurtha for HHC in the number 55 car, and then fourth in the sequence is Kelvin Fletcher in our camera car, number 54, which is the one of two Nissan 370Zs run by Ultratech Racing Team RJN, Bob Neville's outfit. So if the future for British GT is to be GT4, this promises much, because this is certainly the thing we've had for most of the year. GT4 fighting amongst themselves very readily indeed. They are nose to tail. 5 cars all in the same shot there, and the little Nissan gaining a spot there on Will Tregurtha, who for his opening stint isn't quite on the mark with the McLarens and the Nissan.
Yeah, it looks tough for Tregurtha there. I think the Ginetta really struggles in a straight line in comparison to, say, the Nissans or the McLarens. So in these opening laps when they're close, it's hard for him to fend off positions, but I'm sure as the pit stops start to come round and it starts to spread out, they'll claw their way back up.
Yes, and that's the beauty of endurance racing, is there are various swathes to the race, various bits to it, and certain areas can favour you. It might be a tactic, of course, for HHC, just to make sure they stay with the top 5, but don't push too hard too early. Have to manage this set of tyres across the first 45-minute stint or so. But you can't argue with the Black Bull Garage 59 McLaren's pace so far. Kieran Haggerty and Sandy Mitchell are one of many silver driver combinations in GT4. And there is Garage 59 with Sandy Mitchell standing against the wall. Can't bear to be sitting down, probably, pacing from one step to another. And here is the 42 car again for another stab at it down at Stowe.
Later on the brakes this time as well. He's just managed to make it stick. Great move. Now the McLaren's going to get the cut back, and yeah, I think he's got that one stuck now. He's on the inside going down into Vale. So great move by the Aston. It's definitely got a lot more pace, and hopefully get his head down now. He's got a bit of fresh air. And it looked like Will learnt from a lap ago about where to place the car. Exactly, 100%. Really well learnt. He knew that the McLaren was pretty good on the brakes, so if he's going to make the move, he's going to have to go even later, and he did just that and managed to keep it on the black stuff and overtake him, which is great. You're missing nothing for the overall lead, by the way. Tregurtha's off.
Issues here for the 55 car. This was the car that was crashed heavily at Snetterton. It won the earlier race that weekend, but Will Tregurtha, I sensed that Ginetta wasn't quite on fire, and it's just pulled off. There's been no contact with anybody else. It's just slowed, and now it's trying to find a way back maybe to the paddock, but that looks like maybe game over for the 55 very, very early on in a 3-hour race, Jamie. I'm gutted to see that, actually, because I think their potential was huge around here, and to see them out this early with the mechanicals, sad to see, but I think if he can get it back to the pits, anything can happen, as we see the GT3 leaders start to catch up with the GT4 cars now. Already, yes, and this is a sign of things to come, because as soon as you catch the back markers, you'll be fighting with slower speed traffic for the rest of the 3 hours, arguably, but that is crucial as far as the GT4 Championship's concerned. Will and Stewart came here on just less than a 10-point lead, and after exclusion at Snetterton, it looks like at this stage it's going to be a DNF, but we'll have to wait and see whether the 55 car rejoins. More battling within GT4, side by side, and the Kelvin Fletcher driven Nissan gets ahead of the 100 car. So Will Phillips did it at Stowe, and that is for second place in GT4. So we've said the McLaren looks good in the hands of Kieran Haggerty. Kelvin Fletcher finding even more pace, though, in the 370Z. Yeah, I think the McLaren seems to have lost a bit of pace this weekend, but obviously Sandy Mitchell's yet to get in that car, and as a silver-silver pairing, those two don't get much quicker. So again, as we said earlier, by the end of this race, it could be completely different as soon as they've had both drivers at it. And that's the thing we should remember, because obviously within a Pro-Am, the difference... Oh, and a big spin here for... That's Neary, isn't it? Richard Neary and the Mercedes-AMG being pressurised by Ian Loggy in the Bentley. The Bentley's gained the spot, I think, got through without being tagged, but that was up to a very fast corner. Abbey And I suppose the Bentley just being there and maybe causing a distraction for Richard Neary was enough. He didn't even have to attempt an overtake.
Yeah, he looks like he's just gone round there. Fortunately, he's back on the track now. He can go again. Hopefully he's not flat spotted his tyres too much. He just needs to regroup and get going again. But it's a long race. I think just clear that from his mind and hopefully get gone. And he's obviously got the mighty fast Adam Christodoulou to get in the car yet.
Yes, the man I was confusing to be at the wheel already, but they are obviously saving Adam Christodoulou till the final stint. He'll get probably stint 2 as well, with Martin Short sandwiched between those Christodoulou efforts. Just hearing about the number 1 car with dramas in the opening stages as well. That spun at the loop, I think, on either lap 1 or 2. So Derek Johnston with some recovery work to do as well. Started 7th, now running in 13th position. So in amongst the GT4s, actually for position rather than needing to lap them.
Yeah, I completely mistook that. I thought he was coming around to lap them, but obviously you've spotted that he's had a bit of an off and got back going again and coming back through the GT4 pack. So that's unfortunate for him, but again, Derek's, when he's got everything together, is mighty quick as well. So yeah, he's going to hand over to Johnny Adam later, so no doubt that car's going to go forward pretty quick.
Yes, and the joy for us is that we get to witness Johnny Adam in the car on 2 separate occasions for stint 2 and stint 4, probably, unless things like weather intervene, and that will again mean that the strategy has to be rethought and we go to plan B, C or D perhaps. There's the race leader then, Rick Parfitt Jr. heading out of Club Corner, so don't get this start line confused with the actual start line. Down towards Abbey, the very fast right-hander where Richard Neary had his moments a lap ago. And there is Jack Mitchell. So this is what happened with the Mercedes, offline for me, and in the marbles.
Yeah, exactly. I was out there earlier and the marbles offline there are pretty bad, so you want to keep it online. As soon as you're off, you're fighting a losing battle, so he's just gone round there.
And
hopefully he's got off the brake pedal and not flat spotted his tyres too badly.
Let's just have a look to see if we can find out from this shot how close Ian Loggy was to being collected. Back across the road.
Slight moment, slight overcorrection, and round he goes. It's such a high-speed corner that, yeah, once it starts to go, I think you're going to be lucky to get it back. So unfortunate for him, but all okay, and he'll be going fast, hopefully.
And a deep, deep breath, I'm sure, from Ian Loggy. Close your eyes, hope you come out from the other side, and he did, and he's gained a spot as well. So running in 4th, caught a brief glimpse there of Callum McLeod, his teammate, Ian Loggy's teammate, down at Stuart Parker's team for Bentley. These cars prepared by M Sports, as the sign on the rear of the car would suggest, in Cumbria. Bentley racing these cars not only in the British GT Championship but also, well, all around the world. Do the things like Bathurst 12 Hours, and also the Blancpain Endurance Series has a couple of Bentleys in it too. Big car, but it goes very rapidly around here at Silverstone.
Yeah, just watching that bit of onboard, Rick looks really hooked up through Maggots and Beckett's, which is the most important bit to get onto that back straight. So he does look like he's working his tyres quite hard, so perhaps the Aston's just sitting back and thinking of the bigger picture, but certainly Rick's got his head down and has gone pretty quick this afternoon. And
you would think that once Seb Morris gets at the wheel of that the Bentley, and you get a driver change within the number 24 Aston Martin as well, pace will probably be fairly similar between Morris and James Littlejohn. So that's going to be an interesting battle as well to feast our eyes upon. Here are 2 McLarens, one of them being the 72, one of them being the 100. So that's Kieran Haggerty for the lead in GT4, and Fletcher being in the invitation class car, James Fletcher in the number 86 car in the invitation class. So we're concentrating on the 42 of Will Phillips, who leads GT4 from Kelvin Fletcher's Nissan, and then Adam Ballon in the number 72, which is the car just circulating ahead of the Blackpool Garage 59 McLaren.
Yeah, Kieran Haggerty seems to be looking like he's having a bit of a tough time with it. He's struggling through there as well, and that's pretty uncharacteristic. He's had a massive bit of oversteer there, really struggling with the rear tyres, so perhaps he has a slight issue or just can't get that car hooked up, but Haggerty's normally very, very fast, especially around here, so to see that's a bit uncharacteristic, so I think they might have a bit of a problem there.
This is Akil Rabindra, who is 4th in GT4, fighting with David Pittard for Lannon Racing. So they are very close to one another again. The Lannon Racing car actually losing a bit of time there as the Matt Nicol-Jones and Will Moore car comes through the order. Now, who do we put at the wheel of the Academy Motorsports Aston? Will Moore, who is gaining quite a bit of ground. They started stone last, remember. Well, up to 5th position, I make it, in GT4 now. This has been a good drive for Will Moore in car 62. and he has ahead of him now Akhil Rabindra, having got by David Pittard. So just goes to show you don't even have to qualify here to go well.
Sorry, I'm getting the two Blackpool McLarens confused between each other.
I'll be doing that all race
Far
long.
too similar looking. You're going to have to change those up a little bit.
We'll put the order in. Here's John Minshaw in number 33, ahead of Ian Logie then. And Minshaw, having had the race to his own to a certain extent in the early stages, now has somebody to play with, and a bit of trim is loose from that Bentley. Now that's not a scar from the incident involving the spinning Mercedes, surely, because they didn't make contact, but the wheel arch of the... It was very close, so yeah, possibly there was a bit of contact, but what it's doing is peeling away the wheel arch of that Bentley, number 7.
Yeah, I don't know if there was contact. There's no other damage seems to be there other than the flapping wheel arch, so I'm not too sure, but yeah, he's certainly not letting it affect him, and he's cracking on trying to catch up with John Minshaw.
And in the background is Mark Farmer for TF Sport in the Aston Martin, 2.4 seconds further adrift, but Rick Parfitt thoroughly enjoying himself out front, away from this battle, away from Jack Mitchell, and leading now by nearly 6 seconds
Still
in the early
stages. Purple sectors now as well, so he's really pushing, and as long as he's got the tyres underneath him, he should be fine. But yeah, I think he's really enjoying this opening stint of the race.
Silverstone 500 for 2017, live on Front Runner. Jamie Chadwick and Johnny Palmer in the commentary box, and this is the third place battle then between the Demon Tweaks Lamborghini Huracan, which can carry a bit more speed into Brooklands. Can John Minshaw get the car stopped on its marks? Yes, just about. I thought he'd gone a bit too deep into the corner, clips the curb initially into Luffield, which partly unsettled the car, but the Lamborghini seems to be a very well planted machine, set up well by Mark Lemmer and all at Barwell Motorsport. They have 2 cars in this race, the other being driven by Liam Griffin, car number 6, which is in 7th position. But Ian Logie trying to make it 2 Bentleys in the top 3 here. And the Bentley looks very much the car to have.
Yeah, it definitely looks on a mission, doesn't it? I was talking to Mark Lemmer last night, and he was saying that, you know, the BOP's not quite in their favour this weekend, as you see sort of John Minshaw struggling as he's falling into the clutches of Ian Logie there. So I think normally John Minshaw's pretty fast, and Phil Keane as well, when he gets in, will no doubt be very fast. So definitely differences in BOP this weekend. The Bentley looks very fast right now up behind John Minshaw and looking to make a move.
The other thing that's happening in the background is Duncan Cameron's getting close to Mark Farmer as well. This is a classic place to overtake, into Stowe Corner after you've got the run, got the draft down Hanger Straight, but the low-slung Lamborghini doesn't quite silhouette, or doesn't quite eclipse the Bentley, I suppose. We're still trying to find out a little bit of news about the number 55 HHC Ginetta, and the early word from the team is that they can't put their finger on what's gone wrong with that Will Tregurtha-driven Ginetta G5 that performed so well in yesterday's qualifying. It started in pole position, and Stuart Middleton was well and truly eager to get involved in this race. Well, it might be that he won't even be able to get behind the wheel, sadly, in the 55. Ian Logie taking a very different line into the right-hander at Aintree corner here, now into the loop. Is this a sequence of corners you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a great sequence of corners. It's tough, very, very technical section of the circuit, and for these guys in the GT cars, it's all about getting it out onto this straight and getting the exit, and Ian Logie's got a great exit there. He's right up, tucked up behind John Minshaw, and will try and make a move. I think doesn't want to show his nose too soon. He's going to try a switch back. No, John Minshaw's very good on the brakes down there. He's gone in quite hot now, but he can manage to pull it back and keep it all together to stop Logie getting past.
And seems happy to almost park the car on the curb at Luffield then, which just prevents the Bentley from gaining any more speed. Quite sideways there, the Bentley, laying down a couple of rubber tram lines on the tarmac. All these cars running on Pirelli tyres, by the way, that perform well across the 4 stints that will be required in this race. And these cars are having to now negotiate some traffic. What's that, GT4s that they were getting by? Yes. So we are properly now into GT4 traffic for the leading GT3 machines. This is for 3rd position, remember. John Minshaw ahead of Ian Logie, and I'm also trying to keep my eyes on the battle behind that involves Mark Farmer and Duncan Cameron. They're not quite as close as these two, but Cameron putting to good effect that Ferrari 488 that was driven very rapidly this morning in warm-up by Matt Griffin, doing the fastest time of anybody. And the 488 came very close to victory at Rockingham earlier on in the season, so it'll be interesting to see how well that does here at Silverstone. Turning right at Stowe Corner, now 7.5 seconds for Rick Parfitt as a race lead over Jack Mitchell. That's going to take some catching, even when we get to the pro part of the race.
Yeah, exactly. I was just looking at the times now, and Jack Mitchell started to turn up a little bit on. He's on a much better lap this lap, and Rick's backed out a little bit. But yeah, that's a massive gap this early on in the race.
We've had 8 laps.
I know, that's mad. That's basically our race distance. But
well, yeah, indeed. For the BRDC Formula 3s, that's the sort of distance you've been doing this weekend.
Yeah, that's a tremendous job by Rick so far. He's really capitalised on that great start he made, got his head down, and he'll be counting down the laps till the pit stop now, knowing what he needs to do, knowing what lap times he needs to do. He'll have it in his head, and no doubt Team Parker will be spurring him on the radio too.
Now this Lamborghini, for my money, is starting to squirm a little bit, starting to slide around, and I just wonder whether John Minshaw's driving in the mirrors now, far more conscious of where the Bentley is rather than where he needs to be. Again, the Lamborghini can run deeper into the corner though at Brooklands. It can carry more speed under braking. There is a Ultratech Nissan 370Z to be watchful for, but that car easily overtaken. That's the Richard Taffender driven Ultratech Racing Team RJN 370Z. The other car slightly better placed, well, very much better placed, leading its class, second in its class rather, behind Will Phillips in the 42. And there are some perplexed looks down at Barwell. They maybe think they're living on borrowed time here because the Bentley seems to have the measure of the Lamborghini, but following it at close quarters is one thing. What Ian Loggie's got to do is try and find a way by. And it is tricky here. Stowe, a great opportunity, and at the end of the Wellingtons, basically the end of both long straights is the Bentley's best opportunity.
Those are the spots where John Minshall looks really good on the brakes, and it's making it very difficult for Ian Loggie to really make a move. And Loggie's just trying to hound him, trying to force him into a mistake, but John seems pretty unflustered, and whilst this is all happening, Ian's just going to be losing his tyres, just sat right behind in the dirty air. So yeah, John's doing a great job trying to keep him behind, and he's good in the places where he needs to be. So I think if Ian can force him into his mistake, he should be all right.
Derek Johnston's made his way up to 11th position now in the recovering #1 Aston Martin. And behind these two, for 3rd and 4th, Mark Farmer's checked out a little bit from Duncan Cameron, because Cameron's now far more got his hands full with Liam Griffin in the Lamborghini. And there is that battle for 6th and 7th spots then. So Ferrari versus Lambo, the sister car to John Minshaw's Demon Tweaks machine. And John Minshaw again driving the wheels off that car, but it looks to be well settled, as the 33 car is as well. Good on the brakes, good through the fast sweepers, as there is a car off there. That's one of the Team Hard machines that has come to a halt.
Sam Webster car, I think. That's a shame to see, as they had a bit of an unfortunate race at Snetterton, and they're quick pairing, so massive shame to see another Ginetta off, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I think you're right in calling that as Sam Webster, sharing with Matt Chapman, who may not get a drive either, similar to Stuart Middleton.
But also, just looking at the times, I might have been right about Rick going a bit hard on the tyres, because Jack's got that gap down to 3.9 seconds, and especially through this first sector, Rick seems to be really struggling. So whether Jack sat back, just conserved his tyres and thought about the bigger picture a bit more, I'm not sure, but he's really starting to close in on him.
Lap 10 looks good. He lost some time in the first sector, but I think much of that time was probably lost on lap 9, the previous lap, so I can't tell you whether he's had a moment or not. This is the lead scrap for GT4, with Will Phillips ahead of Emmerdale soapstar Kelvin Fletcher, making the move from the British Touring Car Championship into British GTs. Now, this is traffic certainly coming into the equation, with Nick Jones in the Porsche Cayman, the GT4 Club Sport car from Team Parker. You would think that maybe the Team Parker GT4 car might try and do Stuart Parker's Bentley a bit of a favour there. Not suggesting anything untoward, but it perhaps delayed the Lamborghini a little more than the Bentley Continental in the single file part of the circuit there, through Maggots and Beckett's, and Mark Farmer is right with them once again as well. So we now have a three-way dice for 3rd, 4th and 5th positions, with the blue and white TF Sport Aston Martin joining this two-car train.
And I think I just saw Duncan Cameron trying to go for a move on Mark Farmer as well. No, he's a bit further back now. So, yeah, I think if he can buy into this as well, it could have a 5-car battle, which should be pretty cool.
I think that's the Tolman McLaren, which needs to be somewhere when it works its way through Club Corner. But clearly, here goes the Bentley up the inside.
Great move.
Very, very brave indeed.
Move.
And we know, Ian Loggie knows exactly how how badly wrong that corner can go, having watched Richard Neary loop it. We're not quite at the loop, but there goes Mark Farmer, I think, about to get by John Minshaw as well. Minshaw well and truly off his stride.
Back up the inside though, good move back. But yeah, fantastic move by Loggy there. He really sort of knew that he had to capitalise on that GT4 traffic, and great movers. Cameron also buys into it on Farmer, and this is turning into a fantastic battle.
Something had to give in this, didn't it? And it well and truly has now. Loggy coming from a long, long way back, but John Minshaw saw him coming. The other risk for the Lamborghini was that he was then out on the marbles, where there's very, very little grip. So we've got Lamborghini slipping to 4th position, Bentley to 3rd, Aston Martin of Mark Farmer still there in 5th position, and then in 6th place is the Duncan Cameron driven Ferrari. But the distances between the cars have changed an awful lot. Cameron was all over the curbs at the loop, he's all over the curbs at Woodcote as well, but that's given him the inside line down towards Cops Corner, and surely the Ferrari will slot through then into 4th. No!
Oh, great move by Mark Farmer to hang around the outside there, very brave. But yeah, they're side by side going to Magnus Beckett, and it's going to be who's going to blink first.
Down to the quick left-hander, and finally Duncan Cameron will cement that position. So that took about 4 corners to get sorted as well. This is great racing down in the lower order of the top 6 within the British GT Championship. We might have a gap of almost 4 seconds for the race lead. It was nearly 8 seconds last time we checked, but lap times since then for Rick Parfitt look to be clean and tidy. However, the scrap for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, this is what's going to keep us entertained for the opening half an hour. Down towards Stowe Corner goes Liam Griffin now, and is he going to pick off a position on Mark Farmer?
It's a battle for the lead in GT4 now. Got Calvin Fletcher doing a fantastic job, given that Calvin's a bronze driver, new to racing only in the last few years. I spoke to him earlier and he's loving British GT, but yeah, I think now he's handling Will Phillips, who's no doubt a silver driver. He's doing a very, very good job, so credit to the Nissan and their team that they're really getting on it and trying to fight for the lead.
And this car being shared with Struan Moore and Tim Eakin, so it's another car with 3 drivers to its name. And right behind we have some pretty quick GT3 cars, because there is Jack Mitchell, and there you can see the 2 Macmillan cars, the Macmillan AMR Aston Martins. The GT4 they ran last year, they've made the step up to GT3 for 2017, and you'll be able to see the difference therefore between a GT3 and a GT4. I'd go by the monstrous rear wing on the back of the GT3.
That's the big noticeable thing, but if you go and look at them close, there are quite big differences, and this GT4 is basically a road car. It's literally as you buy off the road, 90% of it is a road car, I think. So yeah, it's pretty cool, and it goes well on circuits like this, but as you can see, it just really needs to slow the car down more for the high-speed stuff to get it out. It seems a lot heavier and a bit more of a slog through these kind of high-speed corners in comparison to the Nissan of Calvin Fletcher here.
Now let's go back to your GT4 days. You're battling for the lead, you've got a car right behind you within your class, and then the leaders in GT3 are coming through. How aware of them are you, and how much space can you realistically make for them? It
is tough, and I always found quite often when you're out with the pros, it makes a big difference because they're just lunging you under brakes, so you know that when they're going to do you. Quite often you have to sort of place your car a bit differently to show that you're going to turn in, or just show them what your intentions are so there's no confusion. But yeah, it's the worst feeling in the world when you come together with a GT3 car, because you know you're fighting different races. So I think for these guys, they've got to get their heads forwards, and for Phillips there, he's got to get his head down without looking in his mirrors too much. But every time he looks in his mirrors, he's going to see this Nissan beaming down on him. So yeah, he just seems a bit tail happy there. It just seems a bit of a slog, this Aston. It's all right in a straight line, but seems a bit of hard work through the high speed. So the Nissan really is got the edge on performance.
And it hasn't taken very long for Bob Neville's cars to get up through the order. They didn't qualify quite as well as they are running in the race, and they may have been set up to perform well in the 500, Silverstone 500 for 2017. A little bit more news on what sounds like a proper retirement now for the number 55 HHC Motorsport Ginetta. That's a drive shaft failure so early on in the race. So bitter luck for Will Tregurtha and for Stuart Middleton.
And the HHC team as well, they work incredibly hard, based off in Yorkshire, come down this weekend. So yeah, very unfortunate for them.
And it's Charlie, isn't it, that runs that team?
Yeah, Charlie Kemp and Jodie Hemmings, new to GT racing this year, but incredibly experienced team. So yeah, very unfortunate for them as their championship hopes are starting to slip away, unfortunately.
Was that the number 6 car going a little slowly
Looks
out
like
of
it,
the
yeah.
loop? It's lost ground with Mark Farmer, the car that he was battling with, and Richard Neary is maybe a bit closer now after his spin earlier on in the race. There's the 501 car that is new for this round, because Mike Robinson and Graham Johnson deciding to ditch the old Ginetta and go the way of the McLaren. The number 6 car has just had a spin, so it is recovering. I'm not sure whether that was an assisted spin or whether Liam Griffin did it all on his own. Huge chunk of rubber being thrown up there as Griffin goes slightly offline. And there's an example of, you know, as the rubber wears from these Pirelli tyres, it's got to go somewhere. It doesn't just evaporate into the air, and you get these huge globs of rubber offline. That's what we talk about when we mention marbles.
Yeah, exactly. And you run slightly offline, whether it's to get past traffic or anything, and suddenly you get a lot of vibration through the wheel, and it really does affect the handling. So you've got to try and get rid of it as quick as you can and ultimately avoid going onto it, but sometimes you can't help it. And just, we're seeing this lead battle now in GT4, and I think Phillips definitely seems to be struggling a bit on the braking because he goes defensive in areas it doesn't necessarily need to. So maybe he just thinks that he's a bit earlier on the brakes, but they've got to worry about these GT3 cars hounding down on them now. And
again, Ian Loggy and the driver behind John Minshaw have to also be aware that the GT4 cars aren't as manoeuvrable as the GT3s. The GT3 carries so much more aerodynamic, and also the speed out of Club Corner is phenomenally different, because Loggy has done them both on that short dash between Club and Abbey Corner. Yeah, definitely. They're quite a bit quicker in a straight line, but ultimately on the brakes and the aero that they have just means they're so much faster than the high speed. But yeah, you can see John Minshaw's pretty brave on the brakes there to get past. He knows he's got to get past quick. This is the worst place to get caught behind traffic, and unfortunately that's just allowed Loggy to get away a little bit more, but he's up the inside now and Phillips has seen him, which is good. And if I was Fletcher now, I'd be trying to buy into this traffic, trying to use it to help him out and get a move done and open a gap for him. Just to give you an indication on the quicker times in GT3, you're looking at about a 2 minutes 3 second lap in race format, as the 43 car has had dramas as well. That's the Century Motorsport Ginetta of Steve Fressel and Jakob Mathiasen. And Steve at the wheel now. So what happened to the 43 car? All on its own, it looks like. This is in the fast sweepers. Gone in a bit hot and just have a big load of oversteer, quite a big overcorrection, and round he goes. But all safe, all collected together now. And yeah, again, like I said earlier with Richard Neary, hopefully he's not flat spotted his tyres and he can get gone again. Yes, and as you say, nobody behind him, thankfully, that had to take avoiding action and risking contact with that car. So no harm, no foul. There's the 42 car leading the GT4 elements of the race, and the Ferrari within GT3 just goes through Maggots and Beckett's as if it's a scale electric car. The GT4 car is moving around so much more. Yeah, that's quite common, that big rear wing. It's not there to look good, it does actually do a lot, and especially the more speed you end up ploughing through there. We'll see with the pros later as well, the amount of speed they can carry through there and the aerodynamics that allows the car to sort of activate is incredible. And yeah, we're watching these guys just fly past these GT3 cars like their GT4 cars, sorry, like their chicanes. Yeah, and under braking there, Mark Farmer able to pick off the second place car of Kelvin Fletcher within GT4, and Farmer thought about making a move there on the Macmillan AMR car at Club Corner, decided though that things were going to get rather tight if he had seen that manoeuvre through, and there's plenty more space on the exit as they head past the wing building. There's Will Moore, started at the back of the order, but he's now very close indeed to Adam Ballon, and there's been a positional change on this lap actually, with Ballon slipping to 4th position in class. Kieran Haggerty in the number 100 McLaren, the Blackpool car, as here comes Will Moore from a long way back. Very, very good move. And again, you're pushing that car, the opponent, slightly offline where there's less grip, and also coming, as I say, from so far back. That was the Ian Loggy source of overtaking, you could say. Yeah, exactly. He's using the straight line speed of the Aston to the best effect there, and like we saw earlier, so he can make that move work and commit straight away, then he can push them onto the rubber, and Adam Ballon had no chance there. So now Pittar's trying to buy into this battle as well, and it's great to see so many different manufacturers all sort of battling together. Battling within class, as they're also being lapped by the GT3 cars. You have to have eyes everywhere when you're in the slower classes, I'll say, in inverted commas, because the GT4s still are doing incredibly quick laps. So I'll just finish that point. It's a 2:03 for a GT3, it's a 2:15 for a good GT4 lap, because, yes, Will Phillips' best lap was a 2:15.5, so about a 12-second deficit once you factor it over the 3.6 mile Silverstone lap here. But when you're in a field of GT4 cars, it feels very, very fast indeed, and you've got to make room for each other within the class, but also be wary that the big Mercedes AMG from Aber Roll Centre Racing needs to get through.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. It's really part of the racecraft now, being able to learn to manage the traffic. And a lot of people talk about how GT4 is a championship to be in and it's booming, but ultimately, you know, this is what it's like in WEC. You've got LMP1 cars flying past you if you're in a GT car, so it's great to learn in. I learned so much when I was in GT4, and it makes great racing as well.
Now, Derek Johnston is the first to blink here because the number 1 TF Sport Aston Martin has come down pit road. I wonder whether that's more to do with an issue with the car, or are they just electing to stop a little earlier than expected, because we haven't yet had 45 minutes of the race. No driver can do more than 100 minutes, and each driver has to do a minimum of 40 minutes in this race. By all means, they could get Derek Johnston out of that, put perhaps Johnny Adam in for a spell, then put Derek back in again. Are they doing a driver change? Well, the fuel rig is out, as if the car has just been fueled.
Both drivers stood by the side. I can't quite see. Yeah, I think Johnny stood just there, so I think they're going to put Johnny in after the fuel's in. There he goes. In he gets. Derek will help him out now, and this will be interesting to see now what Johnny can do with the car. He's incredibly quick, so looking forward to seeing what lap he can put together.
And this is maybe a bit of strategy being utilised by Tom Ferrier's outfit on the fly, because they wouldn't have planned to have slipped to 13th position after a spin. They were trying to work their way back up the order, but maybe they've seen that there's more time to gain with the professional driver at the wheel. They're just checking out one or two other bits of maybe with suspension. This is a time limited stop, and it's a minimum time as well, so that's the reason why they don't look hurried at the moment. The rules and regulations say that the pit stop within GT3 has to be a certain length of time, and you cannot be released until that time has elapsed. So the car's about to be released. It's 135 seconds, he says, ferreting around for the right bit of paperwork for the mandatory stop.
Feels like an eternity though when you're sat there, but yeah, Tom Ferrier does a great job with strategy. I've seen, I think it was Brands Hatch last year when he made a great call and brought them in. I think it was either really early or really late, I can't remember which one, and yeah, worked for them and they jumped a load of positions. So I could put money maybe on this working out for them, but they've got to try something. Obviously not a great first stint for Derek, but interested to see how Johnny gets on now.
So once that 135 seconds has elapsed, and that incorporates just over 24 seconds, which is the time it takes you to go down the pit lane from pit lane in to pit lane out, you have to make sure that you don't cut that time short, because earlier on in the season in British GT we've seen a number of penalties dished out because of final pit stops, or just your one pit stop in the Snetterton races were too short. And even if you're a tenth of a second too short, that is too much, and you have to come in and serve a penalty. More drivers
getting ready now for when Rick comes in, so maybe it's sort of starting to get to the point where people are starting to look at the pit window being open, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if Rick comes in soon. He looks a little bit offline there.
Well, this is Rick, and he's decided to do another lap. The team have decided to do one more lap, so it might be at the end of lap 18 that we see the number 31 Team Parker Bentley in for Seb Morris's first exposure to this year's Silverstone 500. This car qualified well yesterday with the aggregate time impressive for a Pro-Am outfit. They managed a 4 minutes 3.665 once you'd added Rick and Seb's time together. Couldn't match, though, the 4:03.5 that both Jack Mitchell and James Littlejohn did. And there is Johnny Adam then, having been installed in the TF Sport car. Let's see what Johnny Adam can do in this stint. He's just overtaken the new McLaren, but let's hear from the man who's just stepped out of this car. That's Derek Johnston, who's down with Alex Delagui.
Yeah, an early change for you, Derek. Talk us through it. It sounds like you had a steering problem.
Yeah, I mean, off the start I made a good start and had a half spin in the loop, but just had to get out of the way and let the back pass, which was never good, but I didn't want to get tangled up with anybody. Fought back through the GT4 cars on the first lap, which is just a mission, just such hard work, and everything was fine, and we were making good ground, we're doing good lap times, and then just on that last lap there I thought I had a puncture. The steering was really, really difficult, like a front puncture, so I called it. We come in and change and made an early stop and, you know, see if it was a wheel or a tyre, but I mean, I've had no contact with anybody, so whether it's picked something up off the track, you know, that can happen easily.
Frustrating result.
Thanks.
and a chance to see the spin again for Derek Johnston, but a strange one. I would want no one else but Johnny Adam to get on board the car to work out what's wrong with it. I think it might be something that's cured by a new set of tyres. Let's turn your microphone on. There we go, Jamie.
Yeah, exactly. I think, yeah, you never know what. He might have picked up something. Quite often it's difficult to get pick-up off the tyre quickly. So, yeah, like you said, if anyone was jumping in, you'd want Johnny, and he'll feed back to the team within a few corners, no doubt. And let's see what lap time he does, but no doubt he'll be able to report back to the team if there are any issues.
So the Bentley is in from the race lead. This is the M Sport, Stuart Parker Racing Bentley Continental. Rick Parfitt Jr. still at the wheel at the moment as the fuel goes in, and then the team will launch into action, because you can't change tyres and do your driver change at the same time as the fuel goes in. The fuel must be in isolation. That's on safety grounds, and once the tank is full, or at least as full as the team want it to carry it through its next stint, then everything else can be done on the car. So we have a new race leader, Jack Mitchell, out front, at least for the time being, and he trailed at that stop Rick Parfitt by 4 or 5 seconds, because obviously Rick was slowing down for his stop as that 5.1 was timed. So now the car goes up on its internal jacks. 4 Pirelli tyres are changed, I think, for stickered P0s.
It's a bit weird seeing a right-hand drive car there. That's, I think, the only one in GT3 it must be. So their driver changes on the other side, but
yes.
Seb Morris gets in, and I think it'd be interesting to see how he gets on as well. Now Donny's out there as well.
And the question is, how long do Macmillan AMR keep Jack Mitchell out? It can be for quite a bit longer. The tank will run probably for a good hour, but they're trying to, I would suggest the teams are trying to split this race into 4 even chunks where possible. Make sure you get your 100 minutes in for the pro.
Yeah, exactly. Well, interesting enough, with Jack Mitchell and James Littlejohn, they're a silver pairing, so maybe they can afford to keep Jack out a little bit longer, knowing that his pace should be pretty good as well. So they can change their strategy up a little bit as a result, whereas these guys just want to get their pros out as quick as possible.
The right rear was a bit troublesome being put on the car there, but it was all done. Very nearly a stall there from Seb Morris as well. Wheel spinning away, but it was all done within the bracket time, and it is crucial as to when that car is sent away, because the time isn't, the stopwatch isn't timed whilst the car is stationary. It's timed from the timing loop at the start of pit lane to this point when they cross the white line, and there is a bit of mathematics required. So it is almost exactly a lap that the Bentley has lost, effectively. So yes, the Aston Martin goes a lap ahead now because Jack Mitchell has stayed in front. Jack's done 19 laps, and Seb Morris heading on to lap 19 now.
Yeah, I think, like you're saying, on the stopwatch there, I think Team Parker have been a bit quick on it sometimes, and that's been an unfortunate factor for both Seb and Rick. So now Seb's in the car, he's just going to get his head down, hopefully make no mistakes, because he's very quick when he gets it together. So see how he gets on.
GT4 stop. Now this is one of the GT4s that doesn't have the centre lock wheel, so rather than having a wheel gun that just loosens a centrally mounted wheel nut effectively and you get the wheel off in one fell swoop, this is 5 individual wheel nuts, which is a bit of a faff, let's face it.
It is, and as a result I'm pretty sure the GT4 pit stop time's a bit longer to allow the teams or the cars with these different wheel nuts a bit more time to get it done, because I know the Aston's the same. It's only, I think, the Ginetta, McLaren, and possibly the Lotus, definitely the Lotus. So yeah, they're the ones that definitely have the centre locking wheel. They can get their pit stop done quick, but he's going to have to sit still for a long time anyway.
So yes, the McLaren, as you say, is the centrally mounted wheel nut, but the Nissan certainly not. And that, well, just reminds me of when I last took my road car in to get a tyre changed. It does take quite a while to even get the thing off and the new tyre on the wheel. Thankfully they're not changing actual tyres onto new wheels, because the wheel and tyre comes all together. Now what is happening here? Because there is concern underneath the hood for the Nissan, underneath the bonnet, the front engine car, of course, for the 370 set.
A slight oil leak, yeah, they're just topping up with oil, which is a bit strange. I'm very surprised they're doing that. So obviously with that Nissan they've got a little bit of issues, maybe something on the dash is coming up about something like that, so just topped it up. They've got enough time to do it, fortunately. They don't look even too rushed now, but get the bonnet down and get them away, hopefully.
Yes, because the car is in the pit lane in GT4 for just under 3 minutes. 170 seconds is your minimum pit stop time for GT4. It's sent on its way. The Lollipop Man was a little impatient there, so I think they might have been getting quite close to the envelope.
Yes, we think Struan, so we got another Moore, unfortunately, to confuse us on the timing sheets. But Struan Moore's jumped in it, and he's done literally no laps at all apart from qualifying in this car. So very, very quick driver, but he's going to be learning every lap, and no doubt he's going to be on front-running pace after a few.
Struan Moore, who's done some single-seater racing in Japan in recent years. I remember interviewing him, I think racing one of the cars that you are racing this weekend at Snetterton a couple of years ago as well. But yeah, this is, I think, Struan's first encounter with GT cars.
Well, he's racing in Blancpain this year with Nissan, and I think that's how the opportunities come about. But he was with McLaren in Blancpain last year, so he's starting to get to know GT racing pretty well. Obviously, Blancpain's pretty different to this, but it's definitely his first time in GT4, and I think he's enjoying it. I spoke to him earlier, he seems pretty happy. He's obviously not done much in the car, but I think he's just enjoying being in a race car at Silverstone GP.
Just to go through the minimum drive times required for predominantly all the teams are running 2 driver entries, apart from the Struan Moore car, which has Kelvin Fletcher and Tim Eakin. So that's a 3 driver lineup in car 54. And we've already spoken about the Mercedes AMG of Richard Neary, Martin Short and Adam Christodoulou. But for everybody else, the 2 driver entries, the number of driver changes are free, so you could do more than 3 if you wished. But the maximum drive time for each driver is 100 minutes, and you can't exceed that from the start of the race to the moment the car comes into pit lane, effectively, and cuts the timing loop at the start of the pit lane. Each mandatory stop must include a driver change, and I believe that your non-pro driver has to do at least 40 minutes as well. Okay. So you're balancing a maximum of 100 and a minimum of 40 minutes. In terms of the 3 driver lineups, the minimum drive time again is 40 minutes with a maximum of 100, and the AM drivers had to start, so that's the reason why we had Richard Neary at the wheel of the Mercedes, handing to Adam Christodoulou. We also need an AM driver as part of stint 3, and then a quick driver, the pro driver, in for the final stint. Yeah,
I always let my team manager have the headache over this, and I just worried about driving, or otherwise I'll have a head full of information. But
I would imagine all the best teams do departmentalise it for the drivers, because you don't want unnecessary information cluttering your head. You're here to drive quickly.
Completely, and I was really lucky at Beeching AMR. We had a great team manager, a great engineer, and we managed to make it work strategy-wise. And yeah, I think that's the most important thing, especially with this race. It's a 3-hour race. It can be won or lost in the pits. So like we saw with Tom Ferrier making a brave call to get Derek in a bit early, I think there was a problem. And actually just looking at the times now, with Johnny out, I thought he was going to make a bit more of an impression, but he's only really managed a 2:06 in comparison to Seb Morris's 2:03, so definitely something not great there, but he's on a better lap now, so we'll see what he gets.
I said earlier on we weren't going to get rain, and there is some threatening cloud above us here at Silverstone. It's been a nice warm day up until this point, quite a bit of wind though, and that's obviously going to bring weather systems in. I think if we do get rain, it will only be a passing shower, but that is yet another element, another variable to this endurance racing that we love so much.
Yeah, completely, and no doubt there'll be the guys on the pit wall looking at the weather forecasts and trying to predict it, but in my opinion, I don't think you can ever predict it. I think you've just got to go with what's ahead of you, and it looks pretty dark there as well, doesn't it? So maybe you're right. I think he's weaving around as well. That's Adam Christodoulou.
Yeah, so he's off the road though, out of Chapel Curve, and that is Adam Christodoulou. Now, was he avoiding a rather wayward Nissan, or was that the line that he chose to take? Now the Nissan sort of edged him out onto the grass.
Squeezed a little bit there. Yeah, I don't think the Nissan saw him. He's got out of his way now. He's seen him. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but yeah, now he's ahead. I think he's getting the crap off his tyres that he's got on there now, and he'll get his head down.
That was Richard Taffender in the Nissan. We did have overnight rain here at Silverstone, so that grass will not offer very much grip, and Adam Christodoulou did well to avoid a big incident there. There's very little runoff to driver's right heading out of Chapel Curve. Now, this is the battle for what could evolve into the race lead. The 31 effectively a lap down now, but trying to get that lap back again, because the 31 hasn't stopped. Jack Mitchell hasn't stopped, and the car is staying out because that's 2 silver drivers piloting the number 24 Macmillan AMR car. But Seb Morris looks to, in this phase of the race, be carrying a bit more speed than Jack Mitchell, who is on far, far older tyres, of course, than Seb Morris behind. A little bit of steam being let off by Ian Loggie's Bentley.
Seb. Great move by Seb there, yeah. Just worked out that Jack didn't quite have the tyres on him and got the move done instead of getting held up too long. So now he can get through this GT4 traffic and really start to make a gap between himself and what will be now the battle for the lead when the pit stops work themselves out.
Yes, when everything untangles itself, and it's always tricky to call a race when you've got some cars that have stopped, others that haven't. Jack Mitchell, I'm sure, can't be far away from making a pit stop, because we're almost up to 50 minutes now in the Silverstone 500 for 2017, and that is just a bit of, yes, it's just, I think, a bit of steam coming away from the very large engine that these cars have. Twin turbocharged 3.8 litre for the Bentley, very much a front engine car, versus another front engine machine, the Aston Martin, but we have mid-engined Ferraris in this race. No GT3 Porsches, but the GT4 Porsche is out there, rear engined club sport car, and this driver change taking place. Callum McLeod getting on board then, having helped Ian Lockey get out of the number 7. So Seb Morris having set now the fastest lap of the race on newer tyres, newer Pirellis. And Jack Mitchell last time around did a 206.9 compared to a 205.2 for Seb Morris, so he is finding bag loads of time at this stage in the race. About to send Callum McLeod out, but there's concern about the positioning of the car here, just wheeling it back into the box properly and then sending it out. That's because the Cayman that I was talking about a moment or two ago, Nick Jones and Scott Malvern's car, was being seen to by Team Parker again, just ahead. So they've got 2 Bentleys and a GT4 Porsche this weekend, as they have had all season. So there is still the race leader, despite the fact that we've seen the Bentley overtake it. That wasn't for position, but might be later on in the race. Will it be the Aston Martin from Macmillan and the Parker Bentley that are the most likely to win this race? I think the 31 is looking very, very strong here, helped in the main part by Rick Parfitt's opening stint. He came in after just over half an hour and handed to a very quick kid. Still only 20 years old, Seb Morris, but getting more and more experience within the GT part of motorsport, and has done racing all around Europe in single-seaters, but has established himself a career in Bentley's effort, run out of Cumbria, as I say. So Jack Mitchell heading John Minshaw and Cameron. But let's get a little bit more news from the pits at this stage of the race from Alex.
Yeah, here with Rick, who is absolutely on fire. Your car likes this circuit, doesn't it? But an early pit stop, was that strategy?
Yeah, I mean, we had a long chat last night, and we thought, how can we get ahead of the pro team? And so I knew that I was quite confident around here, but obviously we lack a little bit in pace to them. So we decided to go light for the first stint and try and get the jump on them. And so on the start, I tried to push them a little bit onto the dirt, knowing that I'd probably have better traction on the left-hand side of the circuit. And basically, I tried to second-guess the lights, and luckily I nailed it. It was really lucky. And so I had that initial impetus, which just carried me through to the first corner. And after that, the car feels absolutely mega. I mean, through Maggots Beckett's, it is just planted. And so that compensates for where we're slow in the slower bits. But every lap was really neat, and I was really happy with that. And it worked well. So we pitted a little bit early, but yeah, that was the plan.
Great stuff. Thank you.
They're all happy down at Team Parker with a very snazzy pair of specs. I like those of Rick Parfitt these days.
He always looks the part, Rick does. He's a rock star, isn't he? He always looks like it. So yeah, great to see Rick happy. He's had some really horrid luck over the last few races, so great to see him happy. Interesting strategy choice by them, but I love watching Seb drive the car. He's so aggressive with it, but he drives it so well. He uses all the road on entries, using all the way out to the grass. It's very single-seater like, but I love watching it, and especially in the way that Bentley's going this weekend, the way the car's moving, it looks on great form. So yeah, I love watching that.
He's a driver who attacks from the off, I would suggest, and sometimes he can fall foul of that. There have been one or two moments, I'm thinking back to Alton Park, where the two Bentleys took each other out effectively, but they did rejoin afterwards. But yes, I mean, he's thoroughly entertaining to watch. In 7th position, but has just set another fastest lap of the race, 202.895, so might be down in 7th spot position, but we need to keep our eyes peeled for the number 31 Bentley. Definitely going to be in the mix for a podium at the end of this. There's the 62 car, driven at first by Will Moore, but they have done a driver change to hand over to Matt Nicol-Jones, and that car then 5th position within the GT4 element of the race. Actually a bit further down than that, behind some of the Pro-Am GT4s as well. So let's get you a GT4 leader. It's still actually Will Phillips at the wheel of the number 42 car.
Great, I think we've got the Macmillan boys leading both in GT3 and GT4 at the moment, so great for them. I don't know how long it's going to last when the pit stops and work it out, but definitely great opening stint for Will Phillips. I know they've struggled a little bit in the past, so great for him to get up there, and I think it's Jan Jonk getting into the car after, so another very quick rookie.
That's the brand new car that we caught a glimpse of heading through the loop, by the way, for Optimum Motorsport and for Mike Robinson and Graham Johnson. So defending British GT4 champions, they've switched from the Ginetta to the new McLaren 570S GT4 for this weekend's event and beyond. Only got the car very late on Tuesday evening, I think about 5:30. And the team were up pretty much all night getting things set. They've done several other overnight stints just to make sure the car got here. And I had a word with Graham Johnson earlier on today to say, was there ever a point where you thought we're going to have to stick with the Ginetta for this weekend? He went, no. I said from the off it would be McLaren from this point on. So clearly they feel that the McLaren is the car to have this year in the championship. Looks great. We're not going to mistake that one on the track.
Yeah, it stands out definitely. And I also spoke to Graham at Snetterton, I think it was, and having won the championship last year, I was really surprised with this switch. But he said that the Optimum team were really just struggling to get the most out of the car, and they couldn't quite work it out. And it was obviously doing their head in their very quick pairing, pro-am pairing, not to forget. Won the championship last year, and it must have been deeply frustrating not to have got the results they deserve. So switch to McLaren. McLaren's a completely different car to drive, so to jump in straight in the deep end this weekend was always going to be tough. So they're going to be frustrated, but I'm sure when they learn the car a bit better, they'll be up where they belong.
Well, he did say they'd had a nightmare yesterday in qualifying, 6 seconds off the pace, and they were just going, every tweak to setup they did was the wrong one, and they were going the wrong direction, and one bad decision was leading to another. They went back to McLaren, and to be fair, McLaren have given them great support and kind of effectively given them a base setting for Silverstone, which they can now build on, and it made the world a difference for warm-up this morning. So I think that he'll be enjoying, both Graham and Mike will be enjoying their race to this point. We were watching, by the way, the pit stop for number 42, Will Phillips, after 23 laps. It's still going on. 170 seconds is the minimum pit stop time in GT4. They don't look overly rushed, do they, at Macmillan?
No, their pit stop time is very long, but you can see with the different wheel nuts that they have to sort of do the tyres. It takes a lot longer for them to do it. But yeah, even this pit stop here with the 59 GT4 McLaren car, it's not rushed. They've got quite a long time to do it, so he'll sit there for a while. It feels like an eternity, but the Garage 59 car soon gets on its way.
So that'll be Akhil Ravindra handing over to Dean McDonald for stint 2 for the Black Bull Garage 59 McLaren. Under starter's orders there, and the man with the stopwatch also has the lollipop. Once that is raised to the skies, that still look pretty gloomy, then the McLaren will be back in the race. But it's also about when this 42 car gets going as well. We don't have to worry, by the way, about the pit stop penalty times until the third stop of the race. So these are all standard mandatory pit stops of either 135 seconds for the GT3s or 170 seconds for the GT4s, and it's only later on that we have to focus then on the extra seconds for cars 1, 6 and 11 in GT3s. Now, just getting word of a drive-through penalty, though, for Richard Taffender's car. Now, that, I would imagine, was for edging Adam Christodoulou out onto the grass, perhaps. Maybe a driving standards flag. Let's just confirm that. Driving standards being indicated on our timing screen. So the black and white flag initially... No, it's track limits. It is track limits for the 53 car. Beg your pardon. So that may be down as a racing incident with the Mercedes. But the 53 Nissan judged to have left the track, exploited the track limits on too many occasions. That's when you run wide over the white line and take a bit more than just the curb. Easily done through Copse Corner. We've seen quite a number of cars running well wide out onto the extra high friction tarmac.
Very easily done and very tempting. We're just seeing the leading car coming in now, which will be interesting to see how the pit stop goes. But yeah, it's so tempting to do. The gain in time is quite significant around here. Even if you carry the same minimum speed through the corner, if you release the lock, the run you get onto the straight is huge. So they're strict on it here, which is good. They're consistent. Definitely with us they were, so that's the most important thing. But it can be frustrating when you see someone do it in front of you and you want to do it too. But they all seem to be pretty well behaved so far. So we watch this car as Jack jumps out, and I think it's James Littlejohn about to jump in.
There is a process of warnings, though, isn't there? As in, there's almost a verbal warning, first of all, saying, OK, you've left the track there and you've gained time. We don't want to see any more of that. Then there's a black and white driving standards flag, which doesn't incur any penalty. And then you might get to a point where, for example, the 53's been given a drive-through, which is obviously going to cost it 24 seconds or thereabouts.
Yeah, exactly. And you've got radio, so the team will see what we're seeing on the timing boards here, so they'll know. You've just got to sort of keep your head, and especially in a long race, it's so easy to do it a lot. For us in 20 minutes, it's hard to go over it 4 times. So yeah, they'll know. It can be clumsy sometimes. You're not always at fault. Sometimes you're squeezed off a circuit, but you just got to keep your head, and it's a long race, and remember that.
Here's the former GT4 leader, Kieran Haggerty's brought the car in. This is the other Black Bull Garage 59 car. And so we've already seen a pit stop for number 59 itself. This is the 100, and it'll be Haggerty to hand over to Sandy Mitchell, who we saw buried away in the back of the garage a little earlier on. Well, it's time to shine now, and that car coming in from the GT4 lead, although we'd already seen the 42 come down pit road and rejoin, as Jamie mentioned, with Jan Jonk at the wheel. Also a stop for the other Macmillan AMR car, the race leader indeed, Jack Mitchell. So we have John Minshaw now leading the race, but of course when it all unwinds and we get the pit stoppers rising to the surface, then we should have 31 as the race leader. So this is the 6th placed car on the road as we speak. Mark Farmer's just pitted as the 24 rather is sent on its way, but we're hearing now about a stop go for the number 7 Bentley, now driven by Callum McLeod. So this isn't the 31.
So it's the fastest car on the circuit at the moment with a stop go penalty, so that's gutting for them. I'm sure it's very short out, and it's a shame. Team Parker seem to get this wrong quite a few times. They're a great team, but I've seen it a couple of times before, so gutted for Callum McLeod and Ian Logie.
I bet it is 10th of seconds again, and Rick Parfitt, I remember at Snetterton, said we were short by a 10th of a second. That is all it takes. On board with the Tolman Motorsport McLaren, and this is giving us a readout as to how long the pit stop has taken to this point. Now the problem is, I was talking to David Patterson about this, when the engine is turned off, it kind of resets itself. So I'm not sure how we're going to rely on, how much we should rely on that time, because it reverts to a rear-facing camera when it's not in that timing mode.
Yeah, as you can see there, it's got the rear view camera on there. I've never actually had stopwatch on the thing, but it's so useful if you can get it to work, because you can bleed out slightly just before you cross the line and get it nailed, which is the most important thing. But I've never used it. That's quite a cool system they've got on the McLaren there. I think if they can get that to work, it would be great, as it's really useful for drivers to stop any of these stop goes.
It might be that this works directly off the timing loop rather than it being done by anybody in the team. Obviously, you're going to have a secondary stopwatch with the guy with the lollipop holding, I think, a stopwatch as well. So he's doing the manual timing. He'll
press a button, I think, when he gets into the pit limiter. It's going again now, but
it started from zero, so you can't rely on that now,
yeah,
unfortunately.
I think, they'll work out a way to do it. We did try it once last year, I think it was, where we had to press a stopwatch, press the pit limiter, and get it down into first gear all at once, and it worked okay, but it's a bit of a hassle. But away he goes now. I think he might be able to predict what the time is that he wants to cross the line, having been stopped, and I don't know how it works, but definitely it will help if he could.
Well, we were aiming for just over a 2-minute stop, 2 minutes 15 seconds, and the clock in the middle of your screen will stop. This is being carried on board by the Tolman McLaren, and it will stop as it hits the timing loop. There we go, and resets itself and reverts to a rearward-facing camera once again. There are also, on that rearward-facing camera, you get a little green light, depending on whether there's somebody behind you and how close they are. Then it turns to amber, and then it turns to red if they are right on your tailpipes.
Yeah, it's very, very clever, and it's something that's been going in America for a long time now, and they've only just started to bring it over here, but it's really useful, especially when you've got the GT3 cars handing down on you. It's really useful to see. So Joe Osborne now attacking in the car, and he'll have the bit between his teeth, so interested to see what progress he can make.
So the on-track leader is John Minshaw in the 33 Demon Tweaks machine. That car, though, owes us a pit stop, as does Duncan Cameron in the number 21 Ferrari 488. There's the 56 car now with Joe Osborne at the wheel, then carrying that clever timing system as part of the dashboard. And here is the 53 of Richard Taffender. Now it's served its drive-through, I would assume. 53, yes, has done 2 stops now. So this is its second stop. This is its mandatory pit stop, effectively, with Richard Taffender due to hand over to co-driver Martin Plowman, who is also very fast in whatever he drives. Former Le Mans class winner in LMP2 in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And there's some interest as far as the teams in this paddock regarding next weekend's 24 Hours of Le Mans, because TF Sport going to be doing it for the first time. Johnny Adam will be part of that race as well. And many people, I'm sure, up sticks at the end of Silverstone and make their way to La Sarthe for the midweek.
I read something about, I think they have the photo shoot today for scrutineering.
That's right.
And I feel really bad for Johnny because he's obviously racing here. It's not a bad job, obviously, but yeah, that's normally one of the highlights, I think, of the drivers, or for the drivers at Le Mans. So
they'll Photoshop him in. It'll be fine.
Probably. Yeah,
it'll be as if he was there all day.
I like that.
John Minshaw working his way out of the loop. Now, is this going to be an in-lap for the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini with the Demon Tweak sponsorship, obviously, being a Minshaw car, heading into Brooklands and enjoying nearly a 14-second lead over Duncan Cameron. So the question is, how far up the order can this Lamborghini finish with the Bentleys looking very, very strong?
Staying out.
It is staying out.
It's interesting to watch the different strategies. I know Mark Lemmer's very good with it as well. He did a really different one here last year, I think it was, where he brought them in really early under safety car and it paid off. So it might have been the year before, I can't remember now. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this all pans out at the end of the race, because definitely different strategies do make it exciting come the end of the race.
We've had an hour of the race, by the way, an hour and nearly 4 minutes, so starting to take a bit of shape. What is probably best to do, though, before we give you a proper order, is to allow the cars that have made their stops work their way to the back, to the top of the time. So we'll allow John Minshaw in the 33 and Duncan Cameron in his Ferrari and Liam Griffin to stop as well. Are Barwell planning to stop both their Huracans on the same lap, I wonder? But that should leave Seb Morris out front from James Littlejohn, and the gap is going to be something like 28, maybe even 30 seconds when the stopped cars once again lead this race. Adam Christodoulou is in the mix. He's brought the Mercedes up to the top 3 potentially, with another AM stint to come from Martin Short in the number 88 AMG car. Meanwhile, this is the battle within GT4 for just outside the top 3, because it is Struan Moore who's taken over the 54 car, just getting by Alex Reed in the Lannon Racing Ginetta, and that will give Struan, where in class, Jan Jonk leads, doesn't he? No, sorry, it's the 501 of Graham Johnson who leads GT4 from Anna Walewska.
It's 5th in class, I think he's got himself into.
5th position. And that is the battle involving Adam Christodoulou and Callum McLeod as well, as the 2 pros have gone on board. They haven't addressed the flapping wing, I notice, at Parker. So despite doing a pit stop to get Ian Logie out of the car and Callum McLeod in, they couldn't take that into position, but seem happy for it to just be flapping in the breeze. Slow Nissan there. That was the 53 car.
Martin Plowman in that, I think.
Yes, on an outlap, I think. Yes, he is.
Might just be letting the traffic
and he's on his way back to the pit. So this is big drama for one of the other Nissans, the RJN Nissans, and they've only just done the driver change in that car.
And might feed panic to the other Nissan as well if there's an issue there going on with the car. But it's a mighty quick car, and obviously Martin Plowman's pretty quick, so if he can get back out, it'll be interesting to see what he can do, but only a very short stint for him so far.
You're always going to think, aren't you, when you're in a team with 2 cars that are identically prepared, that one problem that hits one can potentially shuffle its way to the next door garage.
Exactly, and I think the Ginettas might be biting their nails a bit, having seen the drive shaft issues with the HHC car earlier on. So yeah, it's always a factor, especially in endurance racing, but I'm quite interested to look at what Johnny Adams getting up to, because yeah, he's really struggling to make an inroad, and definitely there must be a problem with that car of some description, and Derek Johnson must have been completely right with what his feedback was, because that's very uncharacteristic for Johnny to be struggling there.
Martin Plowman has limped his way back to the pits then, and that team have now got the car up onto the dolly jacks and it's being wheeled into the garage. The Ultratech Racing team, RJN, then set to work to try and find out what the issue is there, as Adam Christodoulou comes past the wing pits. turns right, barely lifting into that swift right-hander, and right behind Callum McLeod. And the pace of these two cars, very impressive, because there are Lamborghinis up the road still yet to stop. In fact, one of them does so now. That's the Liam Griffin car, to hand that car to Sam Tordoff, former BTCC star. And John Minshaw stayed out. Duncan Cameron has stayed out. But the pace of the Mercedes and the pace of the Callum McLeod Bentley, very impressive compared to that of Liam Griffin. Of course, you're comparing pro lap times with AM lap times, but they're finding something like 3 seconds a lap.
Yeah,
in 7th
great
and 8th
pace.
positions.
Definitely great pace for Adam Christodoulou. He's really struggling to get past. I think that's Joe Osborne in the McLaren. He's getting held up a little bit there and giving Ian Logie a little look. So, yeah, Adam Christodoulou very, very fast set of hands, as is Ian Logie, and they're splitting their way through the GT4 traffic now and probably catching up onto the back of, after the pit stops work out, onto the back of Morris maybe.
That was a great shot, wasn't it, as they overtook GT4 cars. The Lamborghini going one side of a Mercedes one side, the Bentley going the other side as well. And it might not be racing for position, but the lappery makes it so close. This is definitely for position, though, with the 88 Mercedes still driving as wide an AMG as possible. And here is the Lamborghini. Wow, so this is the race leader, John Minshaw, and these cars are effectively a lap off the pace of John Minshaw, because these cars have stopped and John's hasn't yet. He's on lap 33. The Mercedes and the Bentley currently circulating on lap 32, but they're going to make mincemeat of John Minshaw to gain that lap back here.
Yeah, definitely. I think the lack of pace for John Minshaw, well, obviously as an AM driver against someone like Adam Christodoulou, it's hard, but yeah, I think the lack of pace is really not starting to fall into Barwell's hands with their strategy, so it's going to be pretty easy for Adam to pass John here, and I think the Mercedes is obviously a lot stronger than Lamborghini.
We have seen the number 7 Bentley, by the way, come in to serve its drive-through penalty because of the pit stop that was too short. So that number 7 Bentley has made 2 stops now and is therefore competing with this Mercedes. Car 7, yes, on lap 32, and the Mercedes likewise. So they gain that lap back again now, effectively on the lead lap. And John Minshaw surely isn't going to go too much further into the race. I think the fuel tanks will only do something like an hour and 20 minutes, car 33. So it is heading down the Wellington Straight now and into Brooklands Corner. But this is a fantastic battle to feast our eyes upon. The scrap for 6th and 7th positions, as Sam Tordoff is now at the wheel of the number 6 Barwell Lamborghini. Let's see whether the 33 peels off this time. It does indeed. So this is one of the last stoppers that we need to come in and serve the first of its mandatory stops. I'm sure Duncan Cameron won't be very far away either in the number 21 Ferrari. And with an hour and 50 minutes to go, the tank won't be entirely dry. Cameron coming in there in the background in the Ferrari 488 as well to hand over to Matt Griffin, as a fabulous sight these cars
pace,
make.
hasn't he? He's really holding Christodoulou, who was the pace setter in qualifying in the pro session. So, yeah, not Logie, sorry, McLeod has found some massive pace in this race, and we'll see Cameron in as well to pass over to Matt Griffin, and I'm looking forward to seeing that too.
Yes, Matt Griffin on brand new Pirelli tyres in a Ferrari is always something to savour wherever it's happening in the world. He's at Silverstone this weekend, and another man who's going to have a busy week with Le Mans commitments. And Phil Keane is waiting at the side of the McLaren to get on board the car that John Minshaw has just clambered out. And this is a bit of a race now on the pit lane between two cars that were separated by just under 10 seconds. So this is the race leader, effectively, with the two cars ahead of it having stopped. This is Seb Morris, leading by 37 seconds over James Littlejohn in the number 24 car. So this is going to take some throwing away, I would suggest, by the Bentley squad, number 31. The 7 car, the sister car, has had its dramas with an extra stop that they really didn't need. However, Seb Morris and Rip Parfitt doing splendidly. The 7 car came in a little earlier on to serve that penalty because of the pit stop that was a bit too short.
Yeah, obviously we've got to wait till later on in the race when we've seen Rick's done a shorter stint than John, so the driving time for Phil Keene's going to be a lot longer now with the rest of the race to go. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds with the different strategies. But yeah, it's theirs to lose now. I hate saying that, and it's the worst thing to say. But yeah, they've really got a great advantage.
And with the weather, have a say as well, because from the one or two of the onboard cameras, it does look dark ahead. So
And the Bentley struggles a bit in the wet sometimes. It's not the easiest car to drive, so that will really throw a spanner in the works.
if we do get a shower, I think it will only be, as I say, a very light sprinkling, and it's a question of whether it affects the track surface enough to really have an influence on the race order. Nearly an hour and 45 minutes still to go, and Adam Christodoulou, try as he might, cannot shake Callum McLeod. Vastly experienced, both these drivers years ago in single-seaters, but have been plying their trade in GTs for a good number of years now. And Callum McLeod, a star man of the future within Bentley, I would say, perhaps within the VLN Championship, and also within Blancpain as well. But enjoying his British GT commitments this year. He's had an up and down season, but the Bentley, wherever it's been, has generally shown good speed. And this is by far the fastest that the Mercedes AMG has gone, certainly within the Team Aberystwyth Centre Racing ranks, with the greatest respect to Richard Neary and to Martin Short, who I know well. They are an AM pairing, the only AM pairing we've had this year. But they clearly know some useful people to give a call to, as far as Adam Christodoulou is concerned.
Exactly, as you said, Adam Christodoulou is probably one of the fastest men in a Mercedes race car out there. He's got the Nordschleife nailed out when he does the VLN stuff, and he's a specialist out there, so I think Silverstone seems probably pretty tame to him, but he does Blancpain and he's very quick in the car, so a great person for them to call, and great coach as well, so that's really important for them going forwards. He's there to advise and get them going a bit quicker, so that's really important. And yeah, great to see Adam back in British GT.
It certainly is. I spoke to Richard Neary earlier on in the year, and he said there was no doubt about which way they were going to go in terms of a direction this year, with the AMG as the chassis choice for 2017. But this car could be nicely placed in the top 5 come the end of the race. We'll just have to wait and see. It is battling with a car that's already been penalised, the number 7. But they are up to now 3rd and 4th on the road. So this is the scrap behind James Littlejohn in 2nd, and behind Seb Morris, who leads the race by 36 seconds. Phil Keane now on board the number 33 Lamborghini Huracan, and Matt Griffin at the wheel of the number 21 Ferrari are back in the race. They are running 5th and 6th ahead of John Barnes in the 7th placed Aston Martin, and in 8th position is Charlie Robertson at the wheel of the number 19 Ginetta G5. That's the GT3 spec Ginetta. Twisted car just working its way through there. That's the car that's new for this event. Abe Barwick and Bradley Ellis, former champion of the British GTs, 2007, if my memory goes back far enough. Now, just seeing the race leader go through the first corner. Here is the 2nd place car with the HHC car back out on track.
I was just about to say that. I was just checking if that was the HHC car.
Well, there's only one that colour, I think.
Yeah, they are back out. Yeah, got the sectors going again. So, yeah, great to see them back out and going again, because, like I said, anything can happen, and yeah, it only takes a few retirements for them to be back up into the points, and that's the most important thing. They need to keep scoring. If they've got to keep this championship alive, they need to keep scoring.
30th position, make that 29th position now because of the dramas for number 63, the Sam Webster Auto Aid RCIB Insurance Ginetta. We saw that off the road at the Loop. And you're going to pick up places as other people fall by the wayside, I suppose. This is a long race, and you could argue they've already had their attritional issue. They've replaced the drive shaft on that car. It's taken them the best part of 50 minutes, maybe, but the car is back in the race. There is 5th place, the Phil Keane-driven Demon Tweaks, number 33 Lamborghini. Ferrari, driven by Matt Griffin, 6th. And then in 7th position is the 11 car. This is it. The blue and white car of John Barnes, who's taken that car over from Mark Farmer. Another TF Sport Aston Martin from Tom Ferrier's outfit. So actually this is not a good race for TF Sport, because they're Aston in 7th and the other one in 9th position with its issues. Derek Johnston talking to Alex Le Guy earlier on in the race about something he couldn't quite put his finger on. And Johnny Adam, you get the sense, is also struggling with that issue as well. It's not going as quick as you would expect with Johnny at the wheel.
Yeah, definitely a very uncharacteristic race for the reigning champions, and TF Sport as well. I think they'll definitely be thinking what could have been, and 100% an issue. I have no doubt that Johnny wouldn't be doing lap times like that if there wasn't. So it's probably damage limitation again. They're going to want to stay in this race. Anything can happen. They're going to want to pick up points. But yeah, very frustrating, I can imagine.
There's a warning for car 29, which is the Into Racing McLaren about track limits. That is just at the warning stage, though, so far.
Is that Marcus Hogarth, or is it Matty Graham at the wheel there?
It's Graham, Matty Graham.
Yeah, I spoke to Marcus earlier. He's pretty happy. I think Matty wasn't in the car at Snetterton, so happy to have Matty back. He's pretty quick, handy in a race car, so good to see that. And he told me to mention something about beef jerky. Might be a sponsor of theirs, I'm not sure, but
well,
definitely, definitely eaten some beef jerky before. So yeah, I'll ask him why I was told to say that. I have no idea.
Probably good for protein or
something like that. But yeah, it's certainly working well for them, getting back on it now, and yeah, trying to fight their way back up.
And it's the dreaded track limits at turn 1 again, so that's the exit of Copse, as you've said. It's so tempting because there is that much runoff there, and if you get a good run through Copse Corner, particularly if you're battling with somebody else, it's so easily done. That's the second warning for those guys, so we're not yet at the disciplinary stage, if you like, where it starts to affect your race. There is the 72 McLaren from Track Club, the Adam Ballon and Adam Mackay car. Mackay now at the wheel, having taken over from his teammates, and they could be dark horses for a good result in GT4 as well, because that car's currently second in the class, behind Jan Jonk in the number 42 Macmillan Aston Martin. Car that doesn't carry a great deal of sponsorship. I do like the paint scheme on that car, but it's one of those that goes about its business, you know, under the radar, if you like. But it's there, it's in second position. There's the class leader just ahead, and right behind is the car we've just been talking about, the Matty Graham driven Into Racing McLaren.
Yeah, and it seems like the so these are two Pro-Am cars, as opposed to the silver pairings we see, say, with Sandy Mitchell and Kieran Haggerty, and the other Blackpool McLaren as well. So maybe the lack of weight, or the less weight that they have as a result of being a Pro-Am pairing, just allows them to get away here, because they seem to be really on it, and fighting for the podium positions is great to see.
Matt Nicol-Jones not very far away to complete a 4-car lineup in GT4, and they're all now being lapped by Adam Christodoulou in the 88 Mercedes and Callum McLeod. And McLeod's lost out in the traffic here. Look at the gap that Christodoulou's bought himself. As a change in lead for the GT4s as well, with some contact. That was Adam Mackay going up the inside of Jan Jonk, and Jonk was sort of barged out of the way there.
Yeah, Mackay, good, well, very opportunistic, great move actually. He used the GT3 traffic to help wedge a gap, and yeah, got his head down and got in there and got his elbows out as well. So great move. I think he caught Jan Jonk napping now, but now it's the battle of McLarens, and Matt Nicol-Jones is starting to buy into this too.
Yeah, Matt Nicol-Jones up to third position then, with the 42 Aston Martin a little bit on the back foot. I think the move had already been made by Adam Mackay up the inside into Aintree corner, but he just helped him a bit further wide. So it's two McLarens from the Academy Motorsport Aston Martin. Bear in mind that car's come from the back of the grid, up to third position in class now. So Matt Nicol-Jones having a far better day than he had yesterday in Austria, when he was cleaned out by a KTM, he was described to me. I didn't see the incident, so you know, we should stay slightly balanced about that. But he said he'd brake for a corner, turn 1, which is tight at Red Bull Ring, and the guy behind just didn't brake at all and creamed into him. And that was the end of the race. So he kind of wished he hadn't bothered with the Continental driving yesterday and come here for the full weekend. Looking good so far for Academy, but these pesky McLarens are in the way at this stage. They just work their way out of Chapel Corner, and the GT3 traffic is well clear now. You could tell, though, that Adam Christodoulou was used to slower speed cars with his VLN experience, with his Nordschleife racing, where a couple of weekends ago for this year's edition of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, they started 156 cars in that race. 34 of them were GT3s, and after about 3 laps, you're immediately into traffic for the rest of the 24 hours. So it's about being decisive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's unbelievable, and I was very, very lucky. Aston Martin helped me get my permit out there at the end of last year, and I've never driven anywhere like the Nordschleife alone, and then you stick 100 odd cars out there, all of different speeds. You have someone in their clear cup and a GT3 car, and it's a different ball game. So from a learning point of view, it was fantastic for me, and I encourage any other young driver to go out there and do the same. And from an experience point of view, for someone like Adam Christodoulou, his knowledge of slower speed cars and sort of getting past them at different points of the track is going to be huge, and we saw there he very quickly found his way up ahead of them. So experience paying off here, and now we've got a really cool battle between Aston Martin and McLaren. So maybe they can work together and try and find their way through in the Astons.
But crucially, no Ginetta involved in this leading scrap for GT4. We know about the dramas for HHC, and of course there's been one switch with the Robinson and Johnson duo now going the way of McLaren. And these cars are steadily being caught by quicker GT3 machines, and also just looking in the background to see whether they're about to be caught by more GT4s. I don't think that's the case, but the 33, certainly with its recent driver change, Phil Keane now at the wheel of the Demon Tweaks car, is about to be in the need of lapping these cars, and ideally in one go. I don't think that's going to be possible though, depending on where you catch them.
No, Phil, very experienced also, will know how to pass these guys to the best, and he's already got past one. He'll probably get a bit caught up through Max Beckett's here. He's going to hope that Matt Griffin, behind him, not going to catch up too much, but he's got to get through the same gaggle as well. And I think if one of these GT4 drivers can use the opportunity like Mackay did, then could be another move going on.
And here comes Matt Griffin, also well used to traffic, although he's also used to racing in things like the World Endurance Championship, where really he's the prey, if you like, in the lappery and being overtaken by much quicker prototype cars in LMP1 and LMP2. But he's also used to diving by GT4s with a significant amount of British GT Championship experience.
And held up a bit now, unfortunately, but he's definitely got some pace on Phil Keane. So, here's a move for the lead, and that's Matty Graham, back down the inside of Mackay. Great move.
Yeah, long way back. Typical stuff into club corner, wasn't it? And here comes Matt Nicol-Jones, ever the opportunist. That's twice he's done that now. Allow somebody in front of you to overtake, create the gap, and you just follow them through.
Exactly, great move there. Very opportunistic by Matty Graham. He's used the opportunity created by the GT3 car, got his elbows out, and that's fantastic to see. And Mackay, he's going to have to grit his teeth and get back up there again, but this is a great battle.
So it is we've also got a couple of invitation cars involved a bit further up the road as well, including the number 99 Lotus Evora from Stratton Motorsport. But the GT4 fight for straight GT4 cars, thoroughly entertaining to this point. Matt Nicol-Jones tucked in behind them, Matty Graham in the number 29 into Racing McLaren, and Graham almost threatening to stretch his legs a little bit here on the Aston Martin of Nicol-Jones. As from a long way back comes Adam Mackay, and there was more contact there. Matt Nicol-Jones tried to turn across him. And then more contact with the second of the GT4 Aston Martins. Now, this is where John Barnes kind of doesn't want to be, where it's kicking off in amongst the GT4s. He's kind of saying, guys, just let me through. I'm in a far quicker car. I'd like all my panels to be straight at the end of this. And he's managed to get through the bulk of the GT4 traffic. This has allowed Matty Graham well and truly into the lead now for GT4.
Yeah. I think that's great driving actually by Matt Nicol-Jones there. He saw that Mackay was coming in very late on the brakes and thought wise of it. It could have been very easy, 2 cars out of that race with punctures or even worse. So wise driving by Nicol-Jones to think of the bigger picture and think of the longer race and not sort of fight it too much, because Mackay was definitely coming in hot on the brakes. But great move by him, and it's really starting to heat up.
So 2 dings for the the Academy Motorsport Aston Martin of Matt Nicol-Jones, one with number 72, the Track Club McLaren, and then also a little bit of contact with Jan Jonk in the Macmillan car on the exit of Brooklands, none of which I'm sure will affect the pace of these cars. They're built tough, both McLaren and Aston Martins, like all British sports cars, and they head out of Stowe Corner down that very slight dip and head past pit in for the Grand Prix circuit for the Formula 1 cars. Not using that this weekend though. Plenty of curb there being taken by Adam Mackay on the apex of Club Corner and out onto the straight past the wing. We are getting very, very close here to half distance. So that'll be 90 minutes in the book, another 90 to go. And I'd also done some calculations earlier on in the weekend to say we've nearly done 7.5 hours of racing in British GT, and another 7.5 hours still to come, what with Spa, Brands Hatch and Donington still on the calendar once we leave here at Silverstone. So you think you're almost partway through the season. Actually, you haven't quite reached half distance yet. More dicing, more jostling for position, and more head in hands, more open mouths.
Very defensive is Adam Mackay there. Charlie Robertson came through, I think. We're seeing Johnny Adam come through too. And
yes.
I think Matt Nicol-Jones tried to see the opportunity, but Adam was wise to it and really nerfed him out of the way a little bit. But yeah, I think this battle is not over yet, and I think Matt Nicol-Jones and Yang Yonk as well are going to try and get back past him.
Well, Jan Jonk, there's Will Moore, by the way, back to get on board the Academy Motorsport Aston Martin. So that's the car driven by Matt Nicol-Jones. And I'm not sure from Will's face, I could only see his eyes, but I couldn't tell whether he was eager to get into this battle or not. Because it'll be out of the frying pan and into the fire for the 62, despite there being different drivers at the wheel. Very fast Aston Martin behind, two very quick McLarens up ahead. And are there more cars ganging up? This is the 6th Lamborghini getting pretty close as well. Sam Tordoff, who's struggling a bit in 10th position. Wanted the Barwell Lamborghinis to be showing themselves a bit better this weekend. 5th and 10th for Lamborghini fans, and Sam Tordoff senses this is a good time to stick a lap on Jan Jonk and probably can pick off Matt Nicol-Jones by the time they reach Stowe as well. Yes, he's done that neatly and under braking.
Yeah, definitely the Lamborghini, hasn't got the pace we've seen before. Both Tordoff and Phil Keane, very quick drivers, aren't really keeping with the pace of the likes of Morris and Chris Dudulu. So, yeah, they're struggling a little bit, but I think they'll try and go for damage limitation and get the best they can out of this race. And we're seeing this battle start to heat up. These are two of the best drivers, in my opinion, in the grid so far. So Matt Griffin and Phil Keane both at it. I'm really looking forward to watching how this unfolds.
Yeah, so they are currently 5th and 6th on the road, and they're behind two other very quick drivers, Adam Christodoulou and Callum McLeod, although the gap between Christodoulou and McLeod now is up to about 2 seconds. Christodoulou lapping way quicker than the cars ahead of him on the road. He's eating something like 3 seconds at times out of James Littlejohn's lead in 2nd position. But he's got 28 seconds to try and find as Christodoulou during this stint. And bear in mind, we're probably not very far away from Adam handing the car back over to Martin Short, to Martin Short for the first time after Richard Neary did the opening stint.
Yeah, it'd be interesting also, I think, when the pit stop penalties start to play out. The successed pit stop penalty that you get as a result of doing well, so to speak, at the round before will also play into account. So I think it's 22nd for the winning car, which was car number 1. I don't think that's going to help them any much.
It's set to actually penalise cars that are already doing not brilliantly. As the race leader comes down pit road, this has got to be a scheduled stop. This will be mandatory pit stop number 2, as Seb Morris will get out of the car. They will fuel it. They will then put new tyres on it, I would think. And Rick Parfitt Jr., who is there just ahead in front of our camera, raring to go. But the fuel goes in first. That is done in splendid isolation. And then the team will set to work to strap the new driver in. And seemingly, Seb Morris and Rick Parfitt Jr. can do no wrong in this race so far. They've more or less stopped on the nose at half distance.
Yeah, perfect opening stint for both Rick Parfitt and Seb Morris. Great stint there for Seb Morris, really edged out that gap, and from now it's just going to be about consolidating that lead. They've got everything in their hands, everything's going well. They need to make sure this pit stop isn't short. They need to make sure that everything goes right with the tyre changes and the fuel and the driver change as well. So yeah, everything's just got to be about perfection, and Rick and Seb know what they need to do, and in their heads just get going, and hopefully they can maintain this 41-second lead they have.
Bear in mind, you can put Seb Morris in that car for 100 minutes, but of course 100 plus 80 is your 3 hours. So for Rick Parfitt, he has to be in for 2 40-minute stints. And with your in lap as well, because it's timed from pit out to pit in, that's probably more like a 42-minute stint. So we're looking at about 84 minutes, and then Seb Morris will do the rest of it. So it is more or less a 50-50 split, just edged very slightly towards the pro driver, as you would expect. You'll try and put your gun driver in for as long of the race as possible. Speaking of gun drivers, these do pretty well for themselves, and Phil Keane still driving the widest Lamborghini Huracan in the world. To keep behind him, a well revved up, I'm sure, Matt Griffin. Griff doing the best time of anybody in warm-up this morning to show what the Ferrari was capable of on single lap pace. I think the events of Rockingham still stick in his craw a little bit as well, having won that race on the road but put back to second place after avoidable contact, as it was judged by the clerk of the course.
Phil's letting him go now. That was definitely didn't put up much of a fight there. Came out quite tight out of that last complex. So yeah, wise to it. Knows that he just needs to get his head down. Knows that Matt Griffin's quite a bit quicker in that Ferrari. So yeah, sensible driving there from Phil Keane.
And we shouldn't be surprised necessarily about that attitude. Oh, front left puncture for the Tolman Motorsport McLaren, and that happened, I think, before the car reached Abbey Corner, which is a really fast right-hander. So Joe Osborne, if it is still him at the wheel, don't think we've had a secondary driver change at Tolman. But yes, this is the other issue, is that more cars now need to get by this stricken machine. And yes, it is Joe at the wheel. Now, is that Joe just pushing a bit too hard? Have they put a bit too much camber on that car, perhaps on the front left corner? Difficult to tell from this point of view. Here's the number 1 car that will have to take that 20-second penalty come the 3rd mandatory stop. But I was about to say, before all hell let loose once again in this race, seems to do that with some regularity, Adam and Johnston's car is in 9th position, so was never really going to be one that's going to trouble the podium in this race anyway. The other car to have a 15-second penalty, additional penalty in the final stop, will be Lamborghini number 6. That's in 10th position. And the 11 car as well is down in 7th position. So you could say they've almost been penalised already just because of their lack of pace this weekend. And we're not going to see much alteration in the race order because of penalties, therefore.
Yeah.
For the 24 Aston, for the 88 Mercedes, and for the number 7 Bentley that lead at the moment. Joe Osborne's done a tremendous job to limp that McLaren back. The tyre hasn't yet fully delaminated, because of course if it just becomes one long strip of rubber, that starts to lash away at the car and take huge chunks out of the bodywork, doesn't it?
Exactly, yeah, like you said, you can see the stopwatch on again. Joe's done a great job there because it's in the pit window. They can make this into a scheduled pit stop. They can get away with this a little bit, although I don't see another driver looking like it's going to get out, so maybe they're just going to do the tyre, but provided there's no other damage to the car, should be good with a just tyre change and away it goes. But yeah, it makes it easy for us, like you're talking about with the pit stop penalties. It makes it easy for us to work out who's where, so we don't have to worry too much about that. But yeah, I would like to see if Alex can have a chat with Johnny Adam, because I'm really intrigued to see what's going on down there.
They sent that car out. I don't think that was restricted to a time limit, despite the fact that there was a bulletin to tell us that GT4 cars changing 1 or 2 tyres had to be restricted to a 35-second limit. It might be that because if we're dealing with a puncture, it falls outside of those regulations and you can just change a punctured tyre as quickly as you like. And Joe Osborne back into the race. Good spot from you, Jamie, that there was no driver change there. So Joe's happy to stay at the wheel for a bit longer. That will have really scuppered their strategy, though, I would think. So we're into the second half of the race now, and James Littlejohn leads for Macmillan AMR. This is a car that is run out of Pro Drive at Banbury, so the car is based just off the M40 at Junction 11, not a million miles away from here, of course. So Aston Martin taking part in their home race here at Silverstone, and Macmillan based in Warwick as well. So another local race ticked off here, and there is Jack Mitchell.
Spotted David Richards in the BRDC yesterday supporting these guys, so he's obviously got a keen watch over what his boys at Pro Drive are doing with these guys, and it's tough for them. They're a silver pair and they're both very quick, but they've got a lot of weight in there, and especially as the race goes on, no doubt their tyres are going to start to go off. So yeah, they'll be pushing on, but no doubt Morris, when all the pit stops work out, will be back up there.
Car in a really striking livery, the British Racing Green, is the Stratton Motorsport run Lotus Evora. It's not in GT4, it's not in GT3, it's kind of in a class of its own. It's an invitational car. We've got a couple of those in the entry, and the car was started by, in a correction to the entry list, Gavin Kershaw, and Stuart Hall's taken it over for a stint. So the number 99 still has Stewie Hall at the wheel, and it's in 23rd position.
I was just looking at this, I'm just trying to work out how they're both silver drivers. Gavin is a very, very experienced Lotus driver and very, very quick. Gave us a hard run for the championship in 2015, and Stuart Hall's also mega, mega fast. So how they've managed to make it to the silver categories are beyond me, but definitely going very well and very fast as well.
I think the invitational class has something to do with that. So in the fact that they are here to race during the Silverstone 500, which, as I said at the start, is an event in itself, but they're not here for championship points, and therefore any GT4 cars behind them on the road, you kind of eliminate those guys. They're invisible as far as the points are concerned, and everyone scores regular points behind them. But it's nice to see it here. Again, another car easily spotted on the track. The Toyota GT86, you could argue, is less so from GPRM, but James Fletcher and Stefan Hodgetts did this race last year in the GPRM 86, and the all-white car, once again, on the 3.6 mile circuit at Silverstone. Not here again for championship points, but good to get another manufacturer into the mix.
Exactly, it's still running as well. This car that GPRM have under their banner has been going for the last few years, but they've really struggled with reliability.
Yes. I remember there have been issues in the past that I've spoken to the guys down at GPRM. This is a good indication of the giant rear wing that these GT3 cars utilise. How much it flexes and moves. That's the struts moving, isn't it, really? And it's presumably designed to do that. Or are we concerned about that, Jamie?
Yeah, it does need a certain amount of flex in it, of course, but that's definitely moving around more than I've noticed in other rear wings before. So, yeah, it doesn't look to be hindering their progress. They seem to be pretty quick as it is. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of force that goes through laterally in this car around this circuit, and Seb's definitely going to be wringing the neck out of it. So that's probably what it is. But yeah, definitely moving around a lot more than I've seen in other cars.
Yep, Seb, a tremendous stint from him, but the car's been handed back to Rick now, who is no slouch either, seemingly. Previous experience of winning the GT4 element of British GT a couple of years ago. That was about 2013 or 14, I seem to remember. And they made the step up the following year into GT3. And he's always been somebody to be reckoned with, as the 54 car now has an issue with a puncture, lapped by the sister car at RJN. So car 54 being the Nissan 370Z, which was well placed in the early stages of the GT4
in its
race.
class. That's leading in the Pro-Am class. That's Struan Moore with a puncture. That's gutting to see, because that was going so well, and I can't really tell, but that might have been as a result of contact. I can't quite work out if there's any bodywork damage on there, but unfortunately, see only punctures already in this race. I'm not too sure what it is. It's not a hard or abrasive circuit on tyres, so really surprising to see. But that front left, it isn't looking healthy. And on board here with Struan, he's feeling it through the wheel. He's going to have to nurse it back to the pits. He's experienced, he knows how to do it, but yeah, very unfortunate.
Very high vibration coming through the steering wheel and almost struggling to hang on to it with both hands, so just deciding to use the right hand for a bit, maybe give that a rest in a second, then use the left hand just to steer that through Luffield. He's nearly home, thankfully, and having to just get off the racing line there, choosing his moment to go from driver's left to driver's right, while there was nobody behind him. Tim Eakin is waiting on the pit lane apron, ready to take that car over then from Struan Moore for Tim's first action in the race. It was Kelvin Fletcher, remember, that started this car. Kelvin managed to get it back to... Oh, blimey, the cars are heading past you so fast, even into Luffield.
Yeah, he's going to have to come across the circuit now to get into the pit lane. Fortunately, nothing behind, so he's all good. But yeah, Tim Eakin's ready to go in. That's going to be unscheduled. I think they would have planned on doing a longer stint for Struan, but they'll have to put Struan in later. But that's really unfortunate. They were running really well, obviously first in their class in Pro-Am and looking very, very feisty. So yeah, gutted to see that.
And not very far away from some GT4 silver cars, silver graded driver combinations as well. By the way, it's Matt Nicol-Jones now who leads the class from the back of the field. How many pit stops has Matt done so far? Well, the car's done one stop, and there are cars behind that have already done two. But really, the cars that might trouble Matt Nicol-Jones and Will Moore haven't yet stopped either. So that is a fair reflection of what GT4 looks like at this stage, with an hour and 20 minutes to go.
I think Matt's done a terrific job there. I think he's, not too sure where the McLarens he was fighting with are when the pit stops try and work out, as we see feisty Struan Moore come in and hit the board, but the mechanic jump out the way, but out he gets, and Tim Eakin's getting in. So unlike with Joe where he had the puncture, they're doing a proper pit stop and making the most of this time in the pit lane.
Yes, because if you could have a well-timed puncture, I suppose this might be it, because it was within the window where they could afford to stop Struan Moore. He can still go back in again to finish the race off, but they need to get your 40 minutes for Tim Eakin done and dusted. And that's what's about to happen now. So this will be time from pit out to pit in, effectively for Tim Eakin's stint. And there is Tim waiting patiently behind the refueler. The fuel nozzle is detached, and now the team can set to work. Seat insert removed for Struan Moore. Tim Eakin may need a different personalised seat insert to be put into that car. Was that a sideways moment for Christodoulou? Yes, it was. So again, indication of how hard he's pushing, and he's got what is the lead gap now down to 18 seconds. The last time I looked at that, Jamie, it was 28 seconds.
Yeah, he's really knocking it down, isn't he? He's absolutely flying in the 2-minute 04s even with traffic. So he's really going for it. He's stuck a little bit behind this Aston here, but yeah, he's got a bit between his teeth. It'll be interesting to see what happens when Martin Short gets in the car later to see what he can do. But yeah, he's absolutely flying in that Mercedes and really showing the potential of the AMG there.
Yeah, there is another AMG in the race. That's run by Lee Moll's outfit, by the way. And haven't seen a great deal of that bright red car. The AMGtuning.com with Cobra exhausts AMG. Lee Moll started that car. Ryan Ratcliffe took it over, and it's currently in 11th position to make it 2 Mercs in the British GT lineup for this year. But Adam Christodoulou, the car just looks angry, doesn't it?
Not only great,
I mean, it's the styling on it fabulous, but then when you put Adam behind the wheel, the attitude of the car changes entirely as well.
Yeah, he's laying down a bit of black mark on the exit of those corners, really fighting the car, getting the most out of it, which is great to see. And these cars are fantastic. They're absolute beasts, really. And to watch them driven in anger by guys like Adam Christodoulou, some of the best in the world, it's great to see, and I could sit here all day watching it.
And feeling it through the ground sometimes when those things rumble by us on the main straight. Carries a 6.2 litre Mercedes-Benz engine, obviously front engine with its long nose, and that's just about enough, at least for now, for Adam Christodoulou. He comes into pit road now to hand over to Martin Short, so this will be stint number 3 and Martin's first action of the race. And they'll keep Adam Christodoulou still with the race suit on, still with the helmet not very far away, to install Adam for the final stint. Dare I say that that's an interesting way of getting out of the car?
Yeah, I think Adam's quite small and light, so his mechanic made easy work of pulling him out. But yeah,
flinging him out of the way.
Yeah, probably the quickest I've seen a driver get out of the car before.
And that's the way he sort of hopped and skipped his way into the garage. He's a fit young man and has been at the wheel for a good 45-50 minutes. Meanwhile, this is a crucial pit stop for the GT4 element of the race, because that car's come in from the race lead. Admittedly, as you say, that the 2 McLarens that were battling within GT4 have slipped quite a way down. I mean, that's the thing about such a long pit stop, 170 seconds. It actually puts you near enough a full lap down, and it, as far as the timing screen would have you know, takes those cars out of the equation, but then everyone comes back into it once the Aston stops, and in fact both Astons stop, the other one from Macmillan as well. So we'll give you a true reflection of GT4 in a moment or two's time. The 42 car has stayed out, so Jan Jonk now becomes the new class leader. There's the number 19 GT3 spec Ginetta, battling away with Sam Tordoff in the number 6. And is that for position? Yes, it is. 7th and 8th, Charlie Robertson.
Charlie Robertson. That Ginetta really doesn't have the pace of the guys like the Lamborghini, so Charlie, in my opinion, one of the best young drivers out there, and got a factory order. Ginetta's really making this work for him, so keeping Sam Tordoff behind, which is a very incredible thing to do.
Yeah, out of Stowe Corner and down towards Club Corner they go, but this is not the first battling that they've been doing on this lap. They have been at it for several last circuits around the Silverstone circuit, so they've been side by side. This was coming out of Lovefield Corner and was a bit of contact. Well, there's certainly some dust being kicked up and a bit of paint exchanging with Sam Tordoff on the outside bend. I thought Sam might be able to make that work down into Copse Corner, but Charlie Robertson probably ran a bit deeper into that tight right-hander to kick the lap off and was able to prevent Sam Tordoff from making the move stick.
Deep there now, and Sam's looking at the move on the outside, but yeah, Charlie's wise too. He's going to stop it on the inside. And
good acceleration though from the Lamborghini. It seems to go through the gears, doesn't it? Far quicker than the Ginetta, and surely this is Sam Tordoff's opportunity. He can help balk the Ginetta behind the traffic as well, the rejoining Academy Motorsport car. But Charlie Robertson,
coming back.
He ain't given up on this, has he?
No, Charlie's a racer, and I think they've struggled in that car a little bit over the past few rounds, so definitely he's going to seize this opportunity. It's a bit of fun and enjoy himself whilst he can, and I think he's not got the legs, he's not got the pace on that Lamborghini ahead, but he's going to give it his best shot and enjoy it.
Yeah, I know a tough spell of the season for Nathan Freak, who is in charge of Century Motorsport, because he had deals signed up with Harry Gottsacker and Chase Herring, the 2 Americans. They've decided to apply their trade elsewhere, away from British GT, so I know that's left now Nathan Freak trying to look for additional drivers at Century Motorsport. Still going with Charlie Robertson, though, in the number 19 Ginetta with Alexander Sherpen, and I believe they're signed up for the rest of the year, so that's good news as Nathan tries to seek out other ways of filling his seats. Out of Chapel Curve goes this fight then for 6th and 7th positions as Sam Tordoff establishes himself in the top 6, just getting by the Track Club McLaren of the two Adams, Ballon and Mackay. And in car 72 we've had an additional driver change, so Adam Ballon back in again now, and Jan Jonk continues to lead the class but owes us a pit stop. He is ahead of the Invitational Toyota GT86, but the next GT4 car proper is Sandy Mitchell in the number 100 car. That car's yet to make a second stop though. We have Mike Robinson in the new for 2017 McLaren, the 501 car, becoming a McLaren from the Ginetta that it was earlier on in the year. And then there are in fact 2 Blackpool Garage 59 McLarens in the top 4, 159 running 2nd and 4th in GT4, as Sam Tordoff again laying a load of rubber down onto the ground out of the loop. But it does seem to go through the gears far, far better than the Ginettas. This is what they were up to, though, a little while ago, and Sam Tordoff thinking he'd got the move done. That was all 4 wheels off the track, barely a couple of wheels on the curb, and some dust being kicked up as well.
They'll enjoy that though, that's good fun, that's good racing, and Sam coming from touring cars probably misses a bit of that, so a bit of rubbing, and he got past eventually, so good to see some good racing.
And Charlie Robertson has raced in the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup as well, and they're well used to door banging within that, so no strangers, either of them, you could say. This is the pit stop for the class-leading Macmillan AMR crew then, the baby Aston Martin, if you like, the GT4 edition with the smaller rear wing. So already out of the car is Jan Jonk, and to get back at the wheel, William Phillips to do stint 3.
Jan giving Will a couple of bits of feedback on the car. You've got a few seconds to sort of tell them as much as you can before they get out for their stint, but it'd be interesting to hear what Jan said. Obviously a pretty quick car, but if there are any feedback issues or anything with the setup that Will needs to be aware of, Jan would have been telling him just then.
And would you also update your driver as to how the tyres have worn through the stint as well? I mean, it's a reasonably warm day today, but as you say, this is not an overly abrasive circuit, and it's not terrifically hot, as we're about to see an overtake here with Matt Griffin get by the Mercedes.
Short, isn't it?
So Martin Short, yes, at the wheel of the ABBA by Roll Centre Racing Mercedes, and that is not a move of position then, because Griff is on lap 51 and 3rd on the road, so that's just a bit of lappery to get by the rejoining Mercedes AMG, now with Martin Short at the wheel.
Griffith's starting to struggle with those tyres though, by the looks of things. Just went a little bit wide in Luffield, really fighting the car, and yeah, he's away and gone now. I think he's very, very quick, and Martin will struggle to hang on to the back of him, but yeah, like you were talking about with the tyres and the GT4 car, they would have done a tyre change then, but what I always used to do was try and say as much as I could in the pit stop, but then get on the radio, and my teammate at the time was Ross Gunn. I used to just say, this is what the car's doing, this is what you need to be aware of, and he'll do the same back with me. And those little bits of words of advice sometimes help, sometimes mean nothing, but it's just good to keep the driver informed. I'm the kind of person that likes a lot of information, so yeah, whether it's your engineer or your co-driver, it's good to keep a line of communication.
They do say that no two sets of tyres are the same, and you know, you might have a set of Pirellis that wears in one way on one stint, and then you get in with a brand new set and it goes totally the other direction, so it might be information that's not that useful.
Exactly, yeah, it's different every stint, weather conditions change, it gets cool or warm or whatever the situation. Every driver's so different as well, so yeah, it's not always useful information, but it's good to be aware of it.
Yes.
Some drivers like to just get their heads down and get cracking, but others like a bit more info.
Here is the AMGtuning.com Mercedes that I was talking about. We've not seen a great deal of it in the race, but Lee Moll has just brought it in. I think that's right, or is Lee Moll just taking... No, it should be Lee Moll taking the car over, because he started it, handed it to Ryan Ratcliffe for a stint. Now it should be Lee Moll back in again, although the car has done 3 stops, interestingly. I don't remember seeing that car flashed up as one that needed to come in for a drive-through, so they may be much further on in their cycling of drivers, in fact. They might already have. That might be their 3rd mandatory stop being done now.
Yeah, it looks like it is. Definitely, unless it's an unscheduled, or they had an unscheduled stop earlier on in the race, that's definitely their last and final stop from what we can see. So maybe a slightly different strategy, try and make amends for maybe not such a great qualifying for them. Lee Mould, when he gets it on it, he's pretty quick, and so is Ryan Ratcliffe, a former champion. So yeah, I'm sure they'll be trying something maybe a bit different to try and get further up the order.
Well, certainly the car with a full tank will be able to do 1 hour and 8 minutes, and Ryan, if they've kept enough drive time back, will be fine to the flag as well. So let's see whether Ryan Ratcliffe can rise up the order in the remaining hour and 8 minutes. This is car number 19, being served by Nathan Freak's Century Motorsport, and Charlie Robertson will clamber out and Alexander Sherpen will get on board. Also, the second-placed Bentley, driven by Callum McLeod, comes down pit road at the end of lap 52.
It's a really great stint by Callum McLeod, by the way. Just looking at his times and where he's ended up, it's not seen a lot of him actually, but he's done a really, really good job and very neat and tidy. So let's see what his teammate can get up to in this next stint. But yeah, very, very good job by Callum McLeod.
Great cluster of GT4 cars again. We've become used to that through the last nearly 2 hours, and that's the Tolman car being overtaken by the Macmillan AMR machine, which is fresh from a pit stop. This might be an outlap, in fact, for the pilot of car 42. And now GT4 will start to take some semblance of order once more, with the McLarens inserted back into the mix. But this looks like it's a race for position, because that's the 29 car, isn't it, the Intu Racing machine, behind number 42. So they look like they've played their pit stops brilliantly well.
Yeah, I don't know why a lot of these guys turn up for qualifying, because by the looks of things, you don't need to qualify at the front to be up there, because the Graham Johnson and Mike Robinson, McLaren, I was about to say Ginetta, McLaren is now absolutely flying from the back of the grid, as is the Wilmore and Nicol Jones, Aston, sorry. But yeah, we're seeing a bit of dice in here between the 3 McLarens now. Joe Osborne leading the group after that premature stop for the puncture. But yeah, looking forward to seeing how this unfolds.
Just wondering whether the front splitter on that Dayglow orange McLaren is quite straight. It might have hit the curbs a few times earlier on in the race, and seems to be drooping on one side, but I don't think it's affecting the downforce of the car, because it's still being carried on the front of that machine. And the front splitter, all important. Also how the air is diffused underneath the car and out the back of it, crucial as well. Less so on the GT4s. It is a good move from 501. This is Robinson or Johnson did we put at the wheel of that? Robinson, Mike Robinson then leading, or going for the lead within GT4. Where is Sandy Mitchell? He's quite a bit further up the road, so this is the scrap for second position. And we've got some cars on lap 48 here, and other cars, like the class leader, on lap 49, but they do owe us a stop. So Robinson is one of those cars who's actually a lap ahead of those machines he's just overtaken, but in a moment or two he will have to come in and hand the car back to Graham Johnson. So that's again giving us a slightly misdirecting us, I suppose, as far as the proper order of these cars is concerned. It's interesting, though, isn't it, how they find each other, whether they be a lap apart or not.
Yeah, exactly. Any battle they can have, they're going to be in it, aren't they? And that's what the great thing is about GT4 racing, is you can really see this wheel-to-wheel action across all manufacturers. And yeah, it's great to see Mike Robinson getting a bit of a better handle of the car from qualifying. They struggled, obviously, reigning champion, back to where he probably should be.
And being overtaken by our race leader, James Littlejohn, in the 24 car. This car hasn't yet stopped for its second mandatory stop, and the car then works its way over the start and finish line, showing no signs of needing to come in just yet. And the fact that these are 2 silver drivers, you're slightly less restricted on time, I suppose. You can cut the cake 50-50 and put Jack Mitchell in for 90 minutes, put James Littlejohn in for 90 minutes, and Jack did stay out for quite a long period of time. Car still has to do 3 mandatory stops though, remember, and this car's only done 1 so far, but is out front by 21 seconds from Matt Griffin in car 21. Phil Keane is third in the number 33 Demon Tweaks Lamborghini Huracan, and in 4th position is the number 6 Lamborghini of Sam Tordoff.
Yeah, I've just been informed that the number 7 Bentley had a short pit stop, so had a stop-go penalty. So it makes the job that Callum McLeod did even better. It's an incredible job that they're still sort of fighting on the lead battle with 3 pit stops out there. So yeah, great to see them up there, and it shows the pace of the Bentley this weekend.
I mean, it is a question of what might have been, I suppose, with the 7 crew if they'd not. I mean, you're potentially trying to get close to that pit lane minimum speed to time by tenths of seconds, and you almost think, well, if you make sure you're half a second slower than it, therefore well within the buffer, then there's no chance of getting a drive-through, and then no chance of scuppering your race. Quite a big penalty to pay, the extra drive-through, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the 7 could effectively be leading the race by now.
Exactly. You always want to verge on the edge of safety, especially in longer races like this. But
try telling Stuart Parker that, because he always gets it fine, doesn't he?
In fairness to them, it changes a lot. You know, the engineers do the timing on the watch in practice, so especially with something like the Bentley where it's a clutch, from what I've seen, the Bentley seems quite difficult to pull away, and it seems always a little bit of a struggle to get the revs right with the clutch. So the difference in speed off, sometimes you get out quicker, and it is literally split seconds. So it is tough. It is something that they'll probably look at and be thinking what could have been, and be a bit frustrated. But having done 3 stops, they're still not far away. They're still in contention. I think they still could be fighting for a podium here. So we've not seen the last of them yet.
Well, let's hope the last pit stop was all fine and within the time, well, over the time limit, we should say, because it's a minimum pit stop time. And Ian Loggie's now back at the wheel, and I was impressed with Ian for his opening stint in the number 7 car. So he's in 7th position with cars ahead of him that haven't yet stopped, including James Littlejohn, Matt Griffin and Keane, who goes over the line to set the number 33's best lap of the race. That's not an absolute best, but it is the car's best lap, so that's getting very light on fuel now.
Yeah, I think Littlejohn will be coming in this lap. We're seeing Jack Mitchell ready in the pit lane there, ready for him, so they'll come in for their next stop, see how they can get on, obviously from the lead of the race. But yeah, I think they're going to struggle to maintain that lead when the pit stops play out, especially with the pace that the Bentleys had with Rick Parfitt and Seb Morris.
So very nearly just an hour to go in the Silverstone 500, and James Littlejohn out of club corner for the 56th time. That will be Jack Mitchell waiting then to take this car over in half a lap's time. And what we found during the last stint was that the Spirit of Race Ferrari was on kind of the same schedule. Jack Mitchell was one of the last cars to pit, and so too was the Ferrari. So I wonder whether these 2 cars, 24 and 21, are going to come in on the same lap at the end of lap 56. The fuelers are ready, and the Aston Martin, I think one of those cars where the fuel line has to go, fuel line in one side, and then where the fuel escapes, or the air escapes rather, on the other. So plug those 2 in, then the fuel is pumped in. It does seem to take a long time for all that to happen, and then finally the tyres can be changed and the driver changed as well. But this car, despite it carrying 50 extra kilos because it is a silver-silver driver combination, doesn't seem to be holding it back. That's purely to equalise the field with the Pro and the AM drivers, like for instance Matt Griffin and Duncan Cameron, Phil Keane and John Minshaw. And this is the point to be patient when you set the car on the pit lane speed limiter. The 63's made it back to the pit. Sadly, Sam Webster and Matt Chapman's car, I believe, is still out. Or has it rejoined in some form?
Yeah, I think it's rejoined.
But way
on
down.
The driver, yeah. Not a great race, obviously, for them at all. Down at the back with Stuart Middleton, but they can use it a test session, use it at track time. If they want to play around with anything on the car, any setups, they can use it for that. So, yeah, it's not the end of the world. Anything can happen. I've said that enough times in this race, but we're now into the final hour. It's looking like a bit of a dead race for them. So, really sad to see 2 Ginettas down at the back, especially 2 very quick ones. But, yeah, it's the way these things go sometimes.
Far from a dead race for this car though, number 31, because it may be timed as in 5th position at the moment with Rick Parfitt at the wheel, but bear in mind it is ahead on the pit stops, owes us just 1 more, and it doesn't have to serve any extra time as part of the success time penalty that 3 cars do in GT3 and 3 cars do in GT4. That might have a bit more to say actually for the GT4 order of things, because the 100 car that is well placed in GT4 right now, it's done 2 stops, but he'll have to soak up an extra 20 seconds in the final mandatory stop, will Sandy Mitchell and Kieran Haggerty's car. So certainly have a say about the order there.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that actually. They're in the pits now doing their driver change. Kieran Haggerty jumping straight back in now. They've got a lot of experience, this pairing. They were together last year, so they definitely know how to work these longer races. We saw Kieran having a bit of a tough time in the first stint, and I think they've known how to play the long game and they've worked this out pretty well. So hopefully the 20 seconds doesn't hurt them too much.
And the other cars that will have to soak up extra time in their final stop, not this stop, but the next one, the 51 Landon Racing Ginetta needs to serve an extra 15 seconds, and the 56 Tolman Motorsport McLaren that has been in the wars with a puncture, you'll remember, when Joe Osborne was at the wheel. Joe did ever so well to recover the car back to the pits with very little damage, but they're going to have to serve an extra 10 seconds, rather, not 10 minutes, 10 seconds. That would be a nightmare, wouldn't it, after such a good result at Snetterton last weekend. This is all from the race result in the second race at Snetterton, whereby basically the top three have extra time to soak up come the next race.
Yeah, I think you work out fourth is the best place to finish.
Yes, I think that's probably right. The 24 car works its way then through Maggots Beckett and Chapel Curve and onto the Hanger Straight, and that car has just made it stop. So Jack Mitchell back at the wheel. Matt Griffin didn't stop, so enjoying time out front here in a bit of clean air and leading by 11 seconds from Phil Keen's Lamborghini Huracan.
Yeah, Rick's got the bit between his teeth now. He's flashing his lights, trying to get back past Mark Farmer. Mark's going a bit deep there. I think Rick's got to buy his time a little bit now. He's going to look at doing a move later on in this lap. I think he's got to be a bit patient. He's not going to get past in the high-speed sector one, so yeah, he's going to tuck up behind him now as we go on board for a lap around Silverstone. So down one gear into first corner at Copse. He's got carrying a lot more speed there as the Aston looks like he's struggling to keep the car in, keep the nose in without running a bit wide. He's now goes through the high-speed Maggots and Beckett's, goes through here, down a gear now, into the left, hold it over to the left, and then get the exit now onto the back straight. And he's done just that, and the Aston's been quite offline too. Should get a lot better exit now and get up onto the back of him down into Stowe.
63 car definitely back out in the race because that's the car they were lapping, the RCIB insurance car, and here comes the Bentley from a long way back then to put a lap on. Whoa, there's contact for the race leader. This is nightmare stuff for the Bentley. It's going swimmingly well for the number 31 car, but Rick Parfitt Jr. thought he had room there. Now the next issue is, does the car start making noises? Has that bent metal onto tyre? And is this drama that Bentley really did not need? I mean, talk about an ideal race, and it's all gone very wrong in the space of one corner. That is all it takes, Jamie Chadwick.
Yeah, exactly. I think he doesn't seem to have a puncture, so the Bentley's pretty robust, so I think he's definitely got away with that. But yeah, that's so frustrating to see because he had such a big lead, he didn't need to go for that move. But in fairness to Rick, I'll have to have a look at it again. I think the move was on. I don't think Farmer really saw him on the outside, on the inside, going down for the move there and turned in. But I think the move was on. I'll have to have a look at it again, but you don't need to do moves when you've got however much of a lead they do. They need to sort of buy their time. We saw this last year, and we're seeing it again. He dives to the inside just before the braking zone, just now, dives to the inside. The gap's there, to be fair, but he's just not quite late enough on the brakes, and Farmer comes across. I personally don't think that's Rick's fault.
He's lapping him.
Is he?
He's lapping it. I mean, they're not on the same lap. That's the other thing.
Oh yeah,
you know,
definitely. I think.
I don't know whether there were blue flags waved in the direction of Mark Farmer, but this is the race leader trying to get through GT3 traffic that isn't having as good a race as the 31. So surely there should be some space allowed there. And Mark Farmer just goes, yeah, that's your corner, and go on through. Well, it has penalised Mark rather than the Bentley, and arguably there might be a bit more damage to the Aston Martin. I just hope that doesn't evolve itself into more of a problem.
Yeah, me too. I think, I think he came from a long way back, to be fair. But he was up behind him for a while, so I'm surprised Mark didn't see him.
I think Mark will have known he was there because he'd been pursuing him for a number of laps,
hasn't he? You can see the contacts under investigation. I really hope nothing happens for Rick here because they've got such a healthy lead, and in my opinion the move was on, especially if he was being lapped. The move was definitely on. It was a lot faster and it was up the inside, so yeah, one to look at, but ultimately it's unfortunate Mark's dropped back, but I don't think that's Rick's fault.
It will have bent, it has bent one of the dive planes there on the front left corner, and that very smartly designed front splitter, but Rick Parfitt clearly happy with the behaviour of the car. He's keeping to his lines, he's still clipping all the apeces that he requires, so doesn't seem to be affecting the Bentley too much, but as you say, the contact is under investigation, and that could go one of two ways. Number 19 given a 5-second stop and go penalty for a short pit stop. So the number 19 Ginetta from Century Motorsport have got their calculations a little out when they were swapping Charlie Robertson with Alexander Sherpen. And the 8th place Ginetta is going to come back in then to serve an extra penalty. The 7 car, another Bentley going very strongly, has gained the place on the Martin Short driven Mercedes, the number 88 car. We perhaps shouldn't be too surprised about that. But it's going to be interesting once Adam Christodoulou and once Callum McLeod are put back into those cars, respectively, because they may well end up on the same bit of tarmac once again as they did for much of their stints earlier on in the race.
I really hope they do. Even if they're not on the same lap, I definitely hope they do. It's great to watch this kind of battling, especially it's hard to race in these GT3 cars. Those big ironing boards on the back do something, so when you're tucked up behind people it does make a massive difference. So for them to go wheel to wheel like they are and like these GT4 cars are, it's not easy, so it's great to see.
Very sideways Academy Motorsport Aston Martin I just caught a glimpse of there, and that is the car that is leading GT4, the silver combination driver element of the race. But GT4 in an overall class is actually Mike Robinson now, but that car's only stopped once, and they're going to have to crowbar 2 further stops in then in the final hour, it looks like.
This battle's starting to heat up now between the 100 McLaren of, is it Sandy Mitchell in the car? No, it's Kieran Haggerty in the car now. He's just got back past Marcus Hogarth. Good move there. Brought his time and managed to make the move stick where it mattered. So a nice move and against a fellow McLaren with less weight in the car.
Here comes the current race leader, on the road at least, the Ferrari 488. Matt Griffin pushing the envelope to 60 laps. And now with 51 and a half minutes still to go, that will be Griffin handing back to Cameron for a short stint, and then Griff will have to do a bit more driving to take that car to the flag. So this is mandatory pit stop number 2 for car 21, and it will leave Phil Keane out front now, and the number 33 Lamborghini Huracan, the Demon Tweaks car. So 60 laps done for Phil Keane and for John Minshaw. They're still going to have to do 2 further stops, so a lot of teams leaving mandatory stops till the final hour.
Yeah, I'm really surprised about this. I remember when the last couple of times I've done this race, the conditions have been basically what's dominated the strategy. And I always like it when conditions are constant and the teams decide the different strategies, which we've kind of seen a bit today. I have no idea how it's going to pan out. All I know is that, you know, some of the pro drivers are mighty quick. You know, we've seen great laps from the likes of Callum McLeod, Seb Morris, to name just a few of them, including Matt Griffin. So I'm sure when they get out at the end of the race, it really is going to be close.
This is the car that looks a bit like the HHC machine, but it's actually the University of Bolton car, the Treble One Century Motorsport prepared G55. Anna Walewska and Mike Simpson are the drivers, and it's Simpson at the wheel of the 111 car. Ginetta Works driver is Mike, and that car in GT4 running in Pro-Am, and the car is 3rd in class behind Bradley Ellis's Twisted car and Mike Robinson's machine. And this car with an advantage over the 2 ahead of it, because this car's done 2 stops, whereas Mike Robinson's car, as I've already mentioned, hasn't, and the Aid Barwick Bradley Ellis 46 Optimum car hasn't either, so it should inherit the lead when those 2 cars pit ahead of it.
Yeah, Mike's earning his money's worth this afternoon. He's doing a great job. The body language of that car is really aggressive. It's definitely been driven on the limit, and it's good to see that as we see the AMD tuning car come back past him to put a lap on him. But yeah, it's great to see that Mike's up there. He's obviously a factory Ginetta driver and probably one of the quickest drivers you'll see in a Ginetta alongside Charlie Robertson. So great to see the likes of him putting up the laps for the customer teams to sort of try and catch on to.
This red Mercedes is good to the finish now. They don't need to stop this car again. It's done its 3 stops, and that's what I mean about a long stint for Ryan Ratcliffe to finish things off. But it means he can get well and truly in the groove. It's going to be well over an hour-long stint for the Welshman. But that's sometimes good, I suppose, just knowing, you know, you are one-dimensional now, as in this it's me to the end of the race, and I'll just focus in on getting some good lap times in.
Yeah, exactly. It's a really interesting strategy. Oh, no.
Seven in the wall and being driven by Ian Loggy. Now, what has happened here? Has it been a self-induced problem or an unforced error? Was there another car involved? But that is big rear damage for the number 7 car. This car so badly damaged at Alton Park on Easter Monday, you'll remember, when it clashed with the Mercedes AMG. Yes, now what is this going to do? Potentially a safety car, because the car is in a vulnerable position.
They have got a live snatch here, but it's just whether they can get that out at turn 1. But that's a big hit. Hopefully, we've seen Loggy moving. He's obviously all right. It's going to be a big hit in the rear because turn 1's a high-speed corner.
They have pitted the 31 car for its 3rd stop. So is this actually going to serve as a favour for the sister car? The 31 is in. Rick Parfitt Jr. surely must have done his minimum time now. Well, it doesn't matter really, because there is the maximum to play with. As long as neither one of your drivers in for over 100 minutes when you're a 2-driver lineup, that's fine. And Seb Morris has only been in for, I think, about a half an hour, maybe a 40-minute stint.
They've all anticipated the safety car. I don't think it's actually going to come out, and if it does come out, it's obviously a little bit later than what these guys in the 31, but that's great decision making. You've got to be sharp like that in races like this. If an incident happens, you need to come in case there is a safety car, because if a safety car had come out, the advantage they would have gained would have been even bigger than it already is. So here's the replay.
Can't see another car on track there.
No, he's lost it on the
it's on the run into Cox, and
I think he's probably
big impact.
Gone in quite hot there and just lost it and gone round, but he's rotated the car a lot already. So he's had a big moment there, and yeah, obviously fortunate to see that he's all okay and not limping or anything like that. So that's a big hit, and we've seen that Bentley in the walls a lot. So bit of a shame. He's got his helmet off. He's going to be gutted about that. I think that could have been a podium. So I think they're going to think about what could have been, especially given that stop-go penalty as well.
And that was a great drive from Ian Loggy up until that point. The first stint was faultless, and he'd done so well up until that point in the second stint. I mean, maybe on slightly worn Pirelli tyres. We didn't see the start of the incident, so I don't know how it developed. All we've got is obviously footage of the car already sideways, skating across the gravel, where the gravel didn't do a great job actually in slowing the car, and big rear-end damage. As I say, that's the second time that car's been badly damaged this season. And a thought for Callum McLeod, of course, who now won't get that fight with Adam Christodoulou in the final stint. You've been denied that, I'm afraid, Jamie.
Yeah, exactly. It's a massive shame to see that. And for Ian, he did a great opening stint, as we saw, and to see him obviously off's a shame. But it's hard at this point in the race. You start to fatigue a little bit. You've done quite a lot of the race. You start to fatigue. The conditions are changing. The tyres are changing. Little mistakes start to creep in, and it only takes a little mistake to end up with a shunt like that. It's not a big mistake. It's something he'll look at and he'll know that he can rectify, but it's very frustrating.
Again, that's the beauty of endurance racing, the fact that we do have to do such long stints, and it only takes a very slight error, as you say. The good news is, looking out of the window here, that there's no chance of rain now, he says, desperately trying to find a bit of wood. 45 more minutes to go, and that car is being recovered under double waved yellow. So Marshall's out on track, as you say, live snatch vehicle here at Silverstone as well. Not the need for a safety car, and therefore not the need to change the complexion of the race. I'm sure many teams will be very happy about that. Many teams would have loved a safety car, which would have brought them well and truly back in the mix.
Yeah, safety cars are always tough in this championship because you're trying to scrabble lapped cars and trying not to affect the race order with the bunching. So it's always tough. Sometimes they let cars go, sometimes they don't, and it always upsets one person and plays into the hands of the other. So I'm glad they haven't put a safety car out, kept it pure. Obviously they would have had to back out through turn 1, so the cars that did pit would have had a little bit of advantage, very slight, but yeah, I think now the race is going to go green again. Now they've got rid of that number 7, it should be good to the end, hopefully.
John Minshaw obviously got the signal to stand at the edge of the garage just in case there was a safety car. Now he's been told to get off duty just for a few more laps and slumps back in his chair. But he will be into the Lamborghini Huracan probably for only a very short stint. 5 minutes, 10 minutes maximum. But this car, number 33, that currently leads the race because it's only done one stop, and that's
Nissans, isn't it?
It is 54 or 53, and the car. I'm trying to work out whether it's carrying damage. I don't think it is. I think it's just pulled off the circuit.
I like how he has his hazard lights on, whatever the issue. Yeah, it looks like he's just pulled off the circuit with a mechanical issue. I'm not sure which Nissan that is, but they've been in the water
Conveniently, both of the Nissans are in Sector 1 somewhere, so that doesn't tell us a great deal. 53 and 54 are, and 54's just gone through a timing loop, so it's not 54 Tim Eakin. It must be Martin Plowman, car 53, and it is off track. That's Copse again, isn't it?
Yeah, it's at turn 1.
And that's precisely why we need cars recovered, you see, because somebody else can fly off at Copse Corner and very easily collect the number 7 Bentley. There's no marshals left, of course, because they're dealing with the recovery of the other car.
Exactly. The marshals do a terrific job, and that should never be underestimated. So, as racing drivers, you see yellow flags, you're frustrated. You don't want to have to back out, but you really do, because they're putting their lives at risk going onto circuits to try and recover these guys, and we need to be mindful of that because it can very easily happen to anyone else.
And with as little impact on the race as possible, because without the marshals we wouldn't be able to clear cars as quickly as we've just done with the 7, and the race can carry on as if kind of nothing happened. I mean, try saying that to Ian Loggy, but for everybody else they should be unaffected. 43 minutes to go for Seb Morris, who is now installed in the number 31 Team Parker Bentley then until the flag. And this car not leading on the road at this stage. It's timed as a 6th position behind Martin Short and Duncan Cameron, behind Jack Mitchell in the 24 car and Sam Tordoff in the 6 Lamborghini Huracan, and Phil Keane, who we're expecting in. Well, we're expecting the 33 car in for a couple of laps. Both Barwell Lamborghinis have only done 1 mandatory stop so far.
This is interesting, actually, just on a technical point of view. You can see that the GT4 car's not actually that much better in a straight line than the Bentley there. That's more because of the aerodynamics that the Bentley has. It's slower, it's got a bit more drag, but it's not actually a lot quicker. Obviously, it does go past, it's got better acceleration, traction off the corners, but ultimately it's on the brakes and in high speed that the difference is made there.
GT4 is all of a sudden very busy in the pits because Mike Robinson has stopped in the 501 McLaren, the bright orange car. Also, Stuart Hall's brought the Invitation Lotus in to switch back to his co-driver Gavin Kershaw. So this will leave the Academy Motorsport Aston Martin of Will Moore out front, I reckon. Yes, he's the best placed GT4 car within the silver graded category. And Anna Walewska's car's just stopped as well. So Anna's taken that car over from Mike Simpson. And that car, according to the screen, still leads GT4 Pro-Am. And that car's done 3 stops now. But we have my only issue with that is that we have the AM driver back at the wheel, and it should be the Pro. So I think one of the 3 stops for car 111 has been a drive-through or something similar. Maybe
Quite
they've had
possibly,
a puncture.
yeah.
Because they're not on the right cycle of drivers, if you know what I mean, with Anna now back at the wheel for her 2nd stint.
Yeah, I think you're right there, but yes, I didn't spot anything them come in at any point, so maybe they had a quick pit stop, whether I don't think it was a penalty, probably maybe a slight issue with the car. So
may well have been.
Yeah, might see Mike Simpson jump back in that car. Yeah, but they're dropping down the order now, they're coming out of the pits.
A. Barwick takes over the 46 Twisted Ginetta. Here comes Sam Tordoff then, and this is for stop number 2 for car number 6. And interestingly, Phil Keane stayed out. So the Mark Lemmer cars, the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghinis, running 1-2. They don't want to double stack them. I think that's the issue. And the danger, of course, is that they stop nose to tail in the pit lane. So they'll do 1 on this lap. And for my money, they'll then stop Phil Keane's car and switch that to John Minshaw. So there is Sam Tordoff in the pink helmet. And he steps away. The fuel goes in.
These pit stop boards are getting a beating today, aren't they?
They are. You wouldn't like to have been stood in front of the car there, would you?
You can see why they have those instead of mechanics, because they'll break their leg.
Our brave cameraman nearly cleaned out by it as well.
Yeah.
Danger money these guys are paid for that.
Exactly.
So the fuel goes in. It's another churn of fuel going there. So they're not running from the rig, interestingly.
This is something that I noticed when we were running a multi-car team, is they only have 1 rig between the 2 cars. So possibly they're looking at bringing Phil Keane in or something, because if they're stacking, they definitely use dump churns on one of the stops and then they use the rig on the other. So there is potential for that, but the faster way to do it is obviously with the rig. But they've got the option to use dump trends as well as the rig.
And that fuel will have been measured out so that it lasts the next 39 minutes or so, and the tank's left with a little bit left should a sample be required by the scrutineer. Well, that's the idea anyway.
Yeah, sometimes you're running on fumes by the end of it, and you'll be doing a very slow in-lap to make sure that something is left. But yeah, we've got the the Little John Mitchell car just struggling to get past a bit of GT4 traffic there.
And there is again the race leader still waiting for mandatory stop number 2, let alone 3, working its way out of Beckett's corner on lap 67 now for Phil Keane. So I wonder how long this stint is going to be for John Minshaw. They'll probably do, I wouldn't imagine it's an outlap and immediately turning it into an in-lap. But Minshaw's been called. There he is, stomping his way to the edge of the garage, a man on a mission. A man based in Wrexham who runs the Demon Tweaks business these days, and that car of his is already at club corner, so about half a lap to go, I think, and Barwell will be pitting another car.
Yeah, we're seeing Keane come past 100 Ginetta, McLaren, and interestingly enough, their race team manager's being called up to race control, so something's obviously happened, maybe running wide or some bit of contact, and 56s as well, so hopefully there's no penalty to go there, but interesting to note that.
So there is Liam Griffin now at the wheel of the number 6 Lamborghini, and Jack Mitchell will have got by. How much further down the order, though, will Liam Griffin slide? The number 21 Ferrari, that's also done 3 stops, interestingly, and they didn't do a driver change, presumably, well, unless it's coming for an extra stop that I've missed, the 21 car. Yeah, it's been Griffin at the wheel for a long, long time, and now it's gone back to Cameron, but I don't think Duncan Cameron will be at the wheel till the finish. I might be wrong.
Yeah, I think there have been a couple of drive-through penalties that we haven't seen. I know I've just heard that the 111 car of Anna Valeska and Mike Simpson definitely had a drive-through, so that explains their extra stop, but or run through the pit lane rather. So there might have been a couple in there that have reshuffled the order that we haven't quite seen and put the pit sequence out slightly.
And there is the 111 car stopping in the background with Valeska getting out, and Mike Simpson going to be strapped into that car to the finish. So John Minshaw jumps into action, undoes the door catch and helps Phil Keane with the driving straps. These are the championship leaders, remember, and have been driving partners for a good few number of years now, not always with the Lamborghini, sometimes with a Porsche in the past.
Yeah, they've been through the Porsche, I think the BMW and obviously the Lamborghini. So
they Z4, didn't they, for a while?
Yeah, very. They've known each other for a long time, experienced teammates. Both worked very well together. Came so close to winning the championship last year. So if I had to put money on anyone at the beginning of this year, it definitely would have been that pairing. And we know how quick Phil is, and John puts a very, very good effort in his session as well. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how this very different strategy plays out for them.
Lap number 2 happening now, and obviously this is a chance for Seb Morris's car, Rick Parfitt's car, the car we're on board with now, to gather some of that ground back up again. They've done all their stops, they've served all of their time limits, and now it is a dash to the flag. This car is in 5th position, having just overtaken the stopping Ferrari, number 21. It is Matt Griffin back at the wheel of the Ferrari, so they have now done... that might be good to the finish now. So that might have been a glitch with the timing, actually.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Because the Ferrari, I don't remember having served a penalty. It's done its 3 stops, and we're correct on the driver alternations, for want of a better word. So we've had Cameron to start the car. Griffin went in for stint 2, Cameron back in for stint 3, and now Irishman Matt Griffin back at the wheel to take that Ferrari to the finish.
It's quite a cool camera shot. Hopefully it stars. Gonna hope it stays for when he pulls away in my late 11s. But yeah, it's interesting. I think sometimes a lot of drivers are probably the worst for it. Sometimes forget their driver ID. You obviously switch when you get in the car. You change your driver ID, we call it, which basically just switches the transponder to tell the timing guys who's in the car and help us out. So it might be a factor that's played in for them, but yeah, it seems to sort itself out now.
Well, let's have a look at what the Ferrari does here. It's surely going to stay out with Matt Griffin now at the wheel for quite a while. The 100 car, though, is going to be given a drive-through penalty, and that is because of track limits under the yellow flag. So either Kieran Haggerty or Sandy Mitchell judged to go wide at Copse Corner. I'm thinking where those yellow flags were to protect the number 7 Bentley. And if you're going wide over track limits under yellow flags, that's a big no-no, because it means you're going very quickly indeed and potentially not in full control of the car. If it was double waved yellows, then that's a slow down and be prepared to stop type warning, with marshals out on a live circuit. So number 100 needed to take a penalty during the last pit stop anyway. The success penalty was billed as 20 seconds. An extra stop required for the Black Bull Garage 59 McLaren 570S there. So that is bitter luck for potential winners in GT4, Kieran Haggerty and Sandy Mitchell.
And are they championship leaders at this point?
They are not quite championship leaders. That's Will Tregurtha and Stuart Middleton, who are having a nightmare event.
So it's not
trailing.
Good for the, not good for the main championship contenders in this race in GT4, is it?
Well, David Pittard and Alex Reid second in the championship coming here to Silverstone. And how is the number 31 car, not 31 car, ends in a 1, 51 car getting on? That's 5th in the silver class. So again, potential to get a few more points than certainly Will Tregurtha and Stuart Middleton, and probably now more so than Mitchell and Haggerty. 33 minutes to go. There's plenty more to offer, of this race yet, because there are some hurried pit stops that need to be factored into the final dash to the flag. And Adam Christodoulou is going to be entertaining, I sense, in the ABBA Mercedes, the AMG. Down to Brooklands goes the Ferrari, with definitely Matt Griffin at the wheel, 7th position. There's the 100 car then, now going to have to serve this drive-through penalty for not respecting track limits under the yellow flags, and it's going to come in now. Now, does the 100 car owe us a stop anyway? Yes, but I would think this will be the drive-through, and then they'll maybe do the driver change after this. So this is a straight run down the pit lane, which should take you 24.2 seconds at 50 kilometres per hour.
Yeah, I love this pit lane actually. I'm a bit weird about pit limiters in F3. It screams in first gear, so I quite like it. It's a really long pit lane and you just sit there with it screaming. It's quite cool. But on the entry, you can really attack the entry, because the pit line entry, as we see quite a cool battle with the GT3 cars here, isn't till really late. So you come in really hot underneath the BRDC, really hot, and stamp on the brakes on the line and grab the gears, so you can really gain a lot of time.
And there's a large lip of red Armco there, which I think David Ashburn actually smacked into.
I was going to mention that
ago.
story, yeah, in the Track Speed Porsche, I think it was. I wasn't here, but yeah, it's easily done, to be fair.
Oh, and that's easily done as well. That's a moment for Ryan Ratcliffe. It surely is Ratcliffe still at the wheel, because we put him in that car till the end of the race. Loads of curb, but really good save as well, because it was a full 180 and he's just booted the throttle and come out of that corner as if nothing happened. Thankfully everyone around him was aware of what was going on. The car behind mainly. That was a big old moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Reminded me much of Richard Neary's moment, but that happened on the next corner.
Yeah, and I think it was last year or the year before, not John Barnes, Mark Farmer had a similar moment and ended up in the pit wall on the right. So lucky to avoid a crash there, and fortunately going again, and it's not flustered him at all. He's back on it straight away, isn't he?
It is very easy to, as you say, lose the car just by 90 degrees, and it then just goes square into a very hard concrete wall.
Just looking up the inside of the Lamborghini there, or mounted that sausage curve and around the corner straight away. Yeah, you don't want to take that. It's pretty aggressive. So sent him straight round. So yeah, he's not lost it on the X. He's not lost it on traction. He's lost it on the middle of the corner. So it's just sent him round in the middle of the track.
Here it is again.
Oh, he's got quite a lot of air.
Yeah, impressive.
Yeah. So, yeah, Leighton, big black marks. Those tyres aren't going to be very comfortable for the rest of the race, but he's made out all right without any issues.
And full marks to Alexander Sherpin in the number 19 Ginetta from Century Motorsport, who deliberately drove well off the track to avoid the spinning Mercedes, but some good reactions there from Alexander.
Exactly,
to keep that car in 5th position, because that was a battle. I'm going to say for position, it wasn't quite, because the 19's fighting effectively Seb Morris now in this phase of the race, with the Ferrari in 6th position, but this 19 Ginetta in a bit of a false position because it owed us an extra stop, and this is it now. So Sherpen to hand over to Charlie Robertson, the final stop that this car needs to do.
So if things couldn't get any worse for Ryan Ratcliffe, he also has he's under investigation, for overtaking under yellow flags. So yeah, it's not been a good second half of the race for him, unfortunately.
Judged to overtake the 99 Invitation Lotus, so that will be being reviewed as we speak by the clerk of the course and their team.
That doesn't look healthy at all. That's
This is another puncture for the Tolman car. It's already suffered one front left. The front left looks to be inflated. Running quite a bit of camber on that front left corner. You can't see a tyre down on the left-hand side.
Had no turn in there. I can't quite see what that is.
And clearly the driver not happy to return to the racing line. Is that Joe Osborne?
Yeah, it is Joe in the car at the moment, so obviously very experienced, but yeah, he couldn't get the nose of that car in at all through that chicane. Wanted to get out of the way of the traffic because something isn't right with that McLaren, but it's a shame they're on the podium at the last weekend at Snetterton, so really shame to see that.
Yeah, and for the second time in this race, Joe having to tour his way back to the pits so that the guys at Tolman can sort that out. I had a lengthy chat with David Patterson earlier on today, who is a real enthusiast in his motorsport and says McLaren is just about the best thing he's driven. Coming late to motorsport, in his 50s actually, but Joe Osborne doing a tremendous job in coaching him along the way, and that's the two-part thing that the professional driver has to kind of get into their mindset. Coming from something like single-seaters that you do, but you've also done GTs as well, so you're a bad example, but a single-seater driver going into GTs for the first time, this whole coaching somebody else and sharing the car with somebody else. I've never done that before.
Definitely makes a big difference, and just on that actually, we're talking about David Patterson, his teammate obviously from last year or the year before last year was Luke Davenport, so Luke obviously involved in the nasty accident. We're just going to watch this on board. Yeah, it's just got absolutely no turning at all there. It's definitely something on that front right there that's just not healthy at all. I can't quite work out what it is on that onboard, but yeah, Joe's experienced enough to definitely know when there's a problem. Oh, there we go. It's obviously a puncture on the front right. That's what it is.
Another
Another
left
puncture.
and a front right go on that Tolman McLaren.
I can't work out what that is at all, or the reason behind that. They're running a lot of camber, you can see that, but that shouldn't be the issue. Round here, definitely that should not be. Curbs aren't aggressive, the circuit's not too abrasive, so yeah, I'm not 100% sure as to why that's happening.
And we could catch it with the team at the end of the race, but they might not know entirely either. They'll be scratching their heads, I'm sure. So bitter luck for a car that we expected to do pretty well in this race, the Tolman Motorsport McLaren. Certainly other McLarens run by other teams well and truly in the mix in GT4. But the class is still led by number 62, although that car's pitting now for Wilmore to hand over to Matt Nicol-Jones. So that will leave Graham Johnson out front in 501, but that car also owes us a stop. The Kieran Haggerty car has been in for its drive-through, but it hasn't yet done a fourth driver change, or a third driver change. I think I'm right in saying that. Yeah. So where are we looking after that? The 46 car, Nick, still owes us a stop as well. So it's way down the order. Maybe the 29 car, that has done 3 stops. So the Intu Racing car looking strong, as is the number 42 Aston Martin. And they've been at it hammer and tongs throughout the race. So I think once all this bubbles up into the correct positions, we'll probably have the 42 Macmillan AMR Aston versus the number 29 Intu Racing McLaren.
That's a battle I'm looking forward to, definitely. I think, it's hard to really work out where everything's going to play out in terms of the pit stops. I think similar strategies going on with last-minute splash and dash, I think, at the end of the race. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it lights up at the end of the race.
Well, there's only 26 minutes to go here, so it's going to have to. It has, yes, fastest 2.5 hours of our lives so far. But that's because there's so much to keep our attention, and this was set to be a very exciting race, maybe giving us an indication as to how the rest of the season will pan out. The Bentley looks incredibly strong, I think there's no doubt about that, despite a little bit of contact between Rick Parfitt Jr. and Mark Farmer up at Stowe Corner. This car has performed brilliantly well and never missed a beat. Seb Morris now at the wheel. Same can't be said, unfortunately, for the very rearranged, heavily redesigned number 7 Bentley now that went heavily into the tyre wall at turn 1.
Yeah, exactly. The Bentley's been on great form all year. The Stuart Parker run, got 2 Bentleys now. It's great to see 2 of them in the championship this year in comparison to last year with just this car that was out there. I think if you eradicate the short pit stops and slight mistakes we've seen earlier in the year, you know, they would have definitely been winning races earlier on and definitely been maybe up there in the championship. So it's good to see them finally, I'm going to touch wood because I really hope nothing happens to them, but it's good to see them finally sort of getting a result that they deserve and sort of showing their pace, because they both are very quick drivers.
3.6 seconds is the gap between pro driver Seb Morris and non-pro driver Liam Griffin. And that car, this number 6, is due another stop for Barwell to do, and that will get Liam Griffin out of the car for the final time. Sam Tordoff in to take it to the flag. So this is a chance to run in the top 3 at least. But sadly for Mark Lemler's crew, the Lamborghinis have struggled a little bit this weekend. Phil Keane is now back at the wheel of the number 33, and that looks to be running in 5th position as it completes its out lap. Yeah, still timed as in 5th, but Adam Christodoulou will have something to say about deposing that. Yeah, because Adam, I'm sure, will want a 5th place finish, a top 5 finish for Martin and for Richard Neary.
Exactly, it'd be interesting to see how Adam goes, but I think Phil's going to be out on fresh tyres now. He's just come out of the pits, so he's really got to get on it and treat this last 23 minutes like a sprint race and just wring its neck and see if he can get anything out of Matt Griffin or James Littledon to try and claw up onto the podium.
Adam Christodoulou showing his intentions though by setting the car's best lap of the race, I think virtually after the out lap, so brand new Pirellis, and he goes green, doing a 2:02.614. It's a full second off for the next lap though, he's not even trying there. In 6th position, and Seb Morris going across the line to start lap 73 with this car that will become the 2nd place car, James Littlejohn, and 24 has done the full complement of mandatory stops, so 3 in the book, and James Littlejohn absolutely fine to the finish, as is Matt Griffin in the number 21 Ferrari 488. So this car will eventually be in 3rd place.
Liam Griffin's just come in the pits now, so that should reshuffle the order, so it's as it should be, as all the drivers have done now, 3 pit stops. So yeah, now this should be the final race order to the flag and keep things nice and simple for us.
So it's an interesting tactic here from the crew at Barwell to leave their stops late on. Just wonder whether they were banking on some kind of caution in the middle portion of the race that just never came. So 2nd place changing as the 24 car goes round on the main track, of course, and the other side of that very large pit wall is the number 6 Lamborghini Huracan, losing places as it serves its 135-second stop. And there is the Ferrari going into 3rd position to set up the places then for the final run to the flag. 22 minutes to go, and still the number 6 car is not yet on the move. The seconds just so annoying, ticking by, and the guys running the number 6 car can't do anything about this. The one benefit is that the next car to take advantage over the 6 crew is the sister machine. So the number 33 Lamborghini Huracan now upper spotted into 5th position, or 4th position rather. And here's the 5th place car then of Adam Christodoulou, who picks up the spot as well. And how galling this must be for Sam Tordoff and for Liam Griffin. Still waiting for the go-ahead here from the Lollipop Man. They're just checking the rear right. Are they concerned that that wheel is on correctly? And news on the 88, which is going to be given a stop-go penalty. The 88 Mercedes judged to have had 2 shorter pit stop. What's that they pulled out from the rear of the Lamborghini there? But Adam Christodoulou's Mercedes, here it is on the Hangar Straight, on course for a top 5 finish, Jamie, and they're going to have to come in to serve a late penalty.
The only thing I think could be interesting about this is he's completely on his own now. So if he has a stop go, he might come out with some traffic and have a good race. So good for us to watch, because I've been waiting to see Adam Christodoulou at action with some of the other guys out in GT3 in the pro session. But yeah, gutted for him, because especially for Richard and Martin, that would have been a great result if they could have broken the top 5. So yeah, massive shame, but it just goes to show you've just got to be so key in the pit stops. It's where it's made or broken, so very important.
I'll leave you to present that silver lining to Adam Christodoulou on this very, very dark cloud at the end of the race.
I'll give it a go, see what he says.
We got a race out of you, Adam. Yeah, but I was about 4 places back from where I should have been. He hasn't yet served that penalty, but will probably do so at post haste. 0.018, I'm hearing, as they shortcut the time effectively. So You know, we talk about tenths of seconds, but rules is rules. And it basically was a tenth of a second, 0.8 of a second. Rather than 8 thousandths of a second, I think I'm trying to say, no, 800ths of a second. I'll get it right in a moment. So just below a tenth of a second that they were short of. Yes, 800ths of a second.
But,
wow.
Yes, just worth noting that Seb Morris, the number 31 Bentley, there's no further action with the contact between when it was Rick Parfitt and Mark Farmer. It's literally nothing, is it?
That is the penalty that they've served, isn't it? Because it's a stop-go. You have to come in and serve the time that you didn't serve during the start. And you come to a hole and you go again, and that is a tenth of a second, and that's how much they were short by. But a tenth of a second is a tenth of a second. I just don't understand why teams run it so close. I know this is a competitive race, but the amount of time you're set to lose by trying to gain a tenth or two, it just doesn't seem worth it to me. But then again, I don't run a race team, so...
every race team's looking for the tiniest fraction, aren't they?
No, I can understand that.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
I would imagine you always want to have 2 or 3 tenths in hand, where possible.
Yeah.
Maybe half a second.
The problem is that the variables, like I was talking about earlier with the clutch and getting out, you don't ever want to lose a second or more. So, it's tough, and you've got some eager people on the stopwatch, obviously. So,
True. Well, that's another art to this endurance racing, particularly when it is timed not whilst you're sitting still, but it's timed from pit in to pit out. So you have always got to factor in the length of time it takes you to negotiate the 336 metres that is the pit lane length here at Silverstone. More cars coming down pit road, coughing and spluttering. Akil Rabindra doing a late stop in the number 59 car. That might be the 59 rejoining, actually. No, the 59's still in. The 100 car has done 3 stops, but for my money needs to do another one, because one of those 3 was a drive-through. So with 18 minutes still to go, the 100 car stays out in front with Kieran Haggerty at the wheel, and it was Kieran who started the car. So yes, we're still due a Sandy Mitchell stint to take that car to the finish. 17.5 minutes to go, and Haggerty about to be lapped by Johnny Adam at the wheel of the number 1 car. 10th place for the Tia Sport car.
Had a horrible afternoon. Whatever the issue was for Derek in the first stint has maintained and stayed there for the rest of the race, obviously, and that's horrible for someone like Johnny. He's going to be at Le Mans next week, so we'll relish that opportunity, but here at Silverstone he's not going to be a happy bunny.
There is the 501 of Graham Johnson. This is another car trying to stay out for as long as possible within GT4, but it hasn't yet done its 3rd mandatory stop, where Johnson will hand over to co-driver Mike Robinson in the brand new McLaren, the 570S that they've switched to in its GT4 configuration. Love the fact that they've kept the livery very similar, though.
It's a very cool livery.
It is.
As we look, he's putting his nose in and is wise to it. Jan Jonk is not looking like he wants to put his nose right there, where it obviously isn't wanted by Graham Johnson.
Graham was telling me a little bit about the design of that car. It's designed by a guy called Nick Moss, who's an Australian car designer, but he does all the V8 supercars in Australia.
Yeah, I always see a lot of stuff on Twitter, and it's all very, very cool.
It kind of made sense when I realised, this is the guy that does a lot of the stuff the other side of the world at Bathurst and Surfers Paradise. That looks like an Aussie V8 car, so It kind of made sense then.
It's quite cool because they've sort of evolved it over the past sort of 3 years. They've started off with a livery similar but not nearly as cool or as glossy as that on the Ginetta, then started to make steps with it, and now it's this awesome looking McLaren that fortunately for us we can spot from a mile off, which makes our lives easier. But the World Expo car's going well now. I think after a tough qualifying they're going to be happy with that decision to go to McLaren, so it's obviously working well for them.
It's an understated livery for car 42, which is the Jan Jonk driven Aston Martin. Looks very much like the Hesketh Formula 1 cars of old, and I think that's kind of a pseudo copy of that livery if you speak to Richard Denser at the team. They started with the 42 car and have added the 24 GT3 spec car to their ranks this year, and certainly Richard's idea with that team is to try and get young drivers involved with the British GT Championship at GT4 level and then work their way through into the 3 category, GT3. That's exactly what he's done with Jack Mitchell. Now, side by side for the Into McLaren, trying to make a move on the 54 of Kelvin Fletcher. These cars are not battling for position, they're on different laps, I think I'm right in saying. And the 29 car, yes, now driven by Matty Graham once again, is third in the order as far as GT4 is concerned, but there's just a little bit of a question mark regarding the 100 car. Well, it's got to come in because we have to get to Haggerty out. In fact, it is in now, so the 100 car will fall down the order. That will leave the 72 out front. And how many stops has the 72 done? 3. That should be enough to put Adam Mackay in the car. Yes, Adam Mackay.
It'd be great if they can work that. Adam Mackay had a great first stint early in the race, got his elbows out, so it's good that if they can come out in the lead and get their first win for the McLaren team, or for their McLaren team in track speed.
So the 72 leads legitimately from the 62 Academy Motorsport Aston Martin, and then the 29 car, the car currently on shot and about to be lapped by Matt Griffin, who's not really sure which side of the McLaren to go. Thought about the outside, now goes to the inside, and he did well there actually, because he could have been in danger of being caught on the wrong side exiting Luffield and run out of road.
Always tempting to try the outside there, but there's not a lot of grip, so I think had he been buffed out on the outside, he really wouldn't have wanted to be there. So yeah, he was wise to cut back to the inside. You'd expect no less from someone like Matt Griffin, would you? So yeah, he's doing a great job and sort of looking at consolidating third place whilst getting the gap down pretty nicely between himself and James Littlejohn. So see if there's enough time for him to make any inroads on that.
Here's the 501 then making its stop. The 100 car is also in to serve its final mandatory stop. This is Graham Johnson handing over to Mike Robinson. Also a late stop for Charlie Robertson, interestingly. That number 19 Century car has come in. It wasn't troubling the top 6, but maybe late drama for the only GT3 Ginetta G5 in the race. But this is another 170-second stop as the class leader, number 72, well, bossing this race now. The gap between Mackay and Nicol Jones is significant. It's something like 12 seconds now. Adam Mackay back to Matt Nicol Jones, and this will be the moment, of course, where Adam Mackay inherits the lead, assuming they do. But 170 seconds to serve for car 501. Might be close run thing, this. 12 and a half minutes to go, and the Track Club McLaren comes out of the loop through the kink at the left-hander at Aintree, and then down the Wellington Straight, the old National Straight, towards the stadium section at the end of the lap. There's the 100 car, an extra pit stop for that car to serve its penalty. So can the 100 guys manage to get a top 3 out of this?
They've still come out first in class as well for the silver pairings. They've still managed to come out first. Or have
I
they?
think the timing screen is going to catch up with itself in a second. Yes, that's a little deceptive.
They're doing pretty well.
Yeah, so the 100 car already has lost a place, but this will be the moment where the lead changes within GT4, because car 501, the new McLaren sitting on the pit lane apron, can't go anywhere until the time has fully elapsed, and that gives the class lead in GT4 to the Track Club crew of Adam Ballon and Adam Mackay in their Pro-Am configuration. And Adam Ballon has done supremely well in his 2 stints. Adam Mackay is the pro driver, and with the V-Box sponsorship, that car works its way then through Beckett's and clipping the curb at Chapel, allowing Matt Griffin safely through as well. He's in 3rd position in GT3s. And there's the countdown, I think, for 501, and it is sent away.
And it's worth noting that Nicol Jones, now the pit stops have sorted themselves out, is 2nd in class, which from the back of the grid they're going to be really happy with, and we're seeing him come into shot now. Just need to keep it safe to the flag now in the final 10 and 11 minutes. So yeah, great race for them.
And isn't it a great case in point how quickly your luck can change in motorsport? You have a dreadful day yesterday racing in Austria, and then you come back, and I said to him this morning, you must be due some good luck after a terrible race yesterday, and so far so good. I'm aware there's still 10 and a half minutes to go yet. The 62 car, the 62 car's worked hard from the back of the order to now run in 2nd position.
Exactly, Matty Graham's not far away, so it'll be interesting to see if the pace changes at all between them two, but Matt's definitely a good pair of hands. This is one of those races, it lends itself to so much opportunity, so if you're there to take it like Matt and Will have today, then you can be up on the podium from wherever on the grid, so it's great to see that.
Another car carrying a great paint scheme is the Into Racing McLaren. Lights flashing at times just to warn some of the slower GT4 traffic that Matty Graham wants to come through.
Yeah,
lines look good there at the loop.
Orbital sponsored car looks really great on track, and they run a great outfit Into Racing. I was stood in the garage earlier, and you know, everything just looks immaculate. So they usually run Porsches into Carrera Cup GB, so the McLaren's a slightly different step for them, but they've definitely got a good handle over it, and for them to be running in third place is great, and we'll see if he can make anything out of second place now.
I have a feeling it was the Into Racing car that had a bit of a drama at Rockingham in the early sessions, and sadly that put the car out for the whole weekend, didn't it? Brushed the Armco.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, unfortunate off. I think if you're going to have an off at Rockingham, I think you're going to have an off. And
true.
Unfortunately, it didn't quite have the spares or the time to really get it sorted for the 2-hour race on the Sunday, so that was their weekend over on Saturday. So great to see them up on the podium. I think they've had podiums. They had one at Alton Park as well, so no stranger to being at the front, but good to see them up there again nonetheless.
Absolutely right. And trailing Matt Nicol-Jones now. What are the lap times like? Well, actually, Matty Graham able to lap far quicker than Matt Nicol-Jones last time around, and there is the Aston Martin, so this may not be done yet. These cars have done all their required stops, but we could still have changes in the order over the next 8.5 minutes. Seb Morris doing a 2:03.5, which is good late race pace. We're going to get somewhere into the 80s as far as the lap distance is concerned. So we'll fall a bit short of the 500-mile distance, but nevertheless this still is the Silverstone 500, and they are going to award a trophy that hasn't been awarded since 1932 on the old Brooklands circuit in Surrey, and that used to run a 500-mile race. Well, the RAC trophy is back out again after a long period of time where it's just been sitting in a museum, I believe, behind glass. Well, great to have it awarded this time to presumably the race winners. It never always in the past was presented to the race winners. Sometimes it was kind of a driver of the day type thing, but I think this is going to be going the way at the moment of Seb Morris and Rick Parfitt Jr., who enjoy a minute's lead.
Exactly, and this is a great race to win. It's the blue ribbon event for British GT. They've done a fantastic job. Benjamin and Lauren and all the guys and girls at SRO do a great job with this championship. So it's great to see. And I think they had a really cool PR thing on, I don't know if you saw it, on yesterday. They got a London bus out there. So I sat in the BRDC having lunch, and I suddenly see this London bus amongst all these awesome race cars. So great cool thing, and all sorts of very cool incentives by Tom Hornsby at SRO to try and sort of promote this championship and show what it's really about. And it's such a great championship, so great to see, and looking forward to this end of the race to see Seb and Rick hopefully pick up that very cool trophy.
Yes, there's always the danger of speaking a little bit too soon, of course. Race suit going back on for Rick Parfitt Jr. That's not because he's going to get back in the car. It's more so that he looks nice and smart for the interviews and for the podium presentation, of course, because it's all down to 20-year-old Seb Morris here. Rick can't look. Well, that's not really surprising. 80 laps in the book, and they've not had the best of luck this year. I know they inherited the Rockingham win, but then otherwise, race results, well, they're second in the championship, but they've not been on the podium apart from Rockingham. And of course, that was a weird podium at Rockingham where they didn't celebrate, they didn't spray the champagne, they were at second place on the podium on that occasion, and then were given the win late in the evening. But this will only be their second podium result of the year, having finished 4th and 5th at Alton Park, 7th and 4th at Snetterton. But a win, as you say, in the keystone event of the British GT Championship will make everything right with the world, I reckon.
Yeah, I actually bumped into Seb in the service station on the way home from Rockingham, and he wasn't very happy about it at all, but I think at that point he had been granted the win, so was pleased to have got that and celebrating with some sort of rubbish from KFC whilst I ate my healthy sandwich.
You're not supposed to tell anybody about that.
I know, I'm just putting it in there. No, he was in good spirits, and he's a great driver that, you know, like, he gets a lot of rubbish for making some mistakes, but he's aggressive, he works hard, he's a proper racer, and that's why we see he's 1 minute ahead, because he is driving the wheels off that car. So it's great to see. For me as a racing driver, I respect that and I like watching that, and I just love watching the body language of this Bentley with him at the wheel of it, because it is just on rails.
And actually going even quicker than he's managed on this lap through the speed traps, interestingly. So Seb Morris doing 153. That is miles per hour, isn't it?
Yeah.
153.5 miles per hour through speed trap number 1, quicker than anybody's managed in the race so far. There's indication that he is still pushing hard despite this 1 minute and 1 second lead that he has over James Littlejohn in the number 24 Macmillan AMR car. So that'll be the speed trap probably onto the Hangar Straight.
Yeah, I would have thought by the end of the Hangar Straight there'd probably be about 160, 165, if a bit more. So definitely got a big thing pushing them along in the rear of their cars, or in the front of some of their cars, or in the middle of some of their cars, depends on the manufacturer.
That's the nice thing about varied racing within British GT, and all brought together through Balance and Performance, which is closely monitored. But it's delivered a spectacular race so far in both classes. I really enjoyed that GT4 fight mid-race, and actually this is a huge gap in GT4 terms for the number 72 car. What's happening for second and third within GT4? That is far from decided. Matty Graham's pushing on here. The gap's 2.1 seconds. So that's something to look out for. Also, Mike Robinson is charging hard in his final stint for car 501, the brand new McLaren at Optimum Motorsport. But I don't think this is decided yet between the Aston Martin and the number 29 Into Racing McLaren for second and third, Jamie.
No, I don't think so. I think now Matty's got his eyes firmly set on that Aston, he's going to be gunning for it like anything. So both of them have a lot of experience. So, Matt's going to be wise to it, I'm sure. But he's got him in his sights now. He's going to be really going for it.
Yeah, 2 seconds there or thereabouts, with a bit of traffic here and there, which obviously allowing cars by, as Matt Nicol-Jones has got to do here, with the race leader wanting to squirrel his way by. Seb Morris applying the pressure out of the loop. He's done that now, but it sent Matt Nicol-Jones offline, so that will cost him a bit of time. GT4 leader going into Brooklands. There's the second place car, Academy Motorsport, and there is the Into Racing McLaren. We've got 3 minutes on the clock. They're doing 2-minute laps, just about 2 minutes 4, 5 sometimes. So the rest of this lap, one more and an extra lap at the end of that, I would say, but it kind of depends where the race leader is. Seb Morris emerges now at Woodcote. Two more laps from this point. I would agree with that. And Seb has just pulled a move, of course, on those GT4 cars, so they're going to get 2 laps as well. And gauntlet thrown down as far as Matty Graham is concerned. He's now got the gap down to 1.5 seconds. So Matt Nicol-Jones, having driven from the back of the pack in car 62 to run as high as, well, he has led the class. Will Moore certainly been out front prior to the pit stops, and they've been there or thereabouts considering the top 3 positions are concerned, as the GT3 leader, Seb Morris, in a load of traffic here. Ryan Ratcliffe managing to keep things on the straight and narrow since that lurid spin out of Club Corner about half an hour or so ago. But there'll be this lap and one more for Seb Morris, and he is desperately flashing the lights to make sure that everyone has seen him. Century Motorsport Ginetta there, having to turn in at some point into Club Corner, but Seb Morris should be rid of that orange and black and white car out of Club Corner.
The one thing I also love about Seb Morris is there's no cruise button on him. He's got a minute gap, over a minute gap, and he could easily back off. He could easily sort of cruise to the finish, and he doesn't. He's keeping it on. He's still driving the wheels off that car, and he's going to push right to the finish, isn't he?
Just not in the mentality, is it, for Seb, really? I think you run the risk of making a mistake if you do decide to back it off, whereas if he's on the ragged edge all the time, got no more to give, then you kind of know where you are, because that's how he spent most of the race. There's the invitation class leader, effectively, the number 99 car, and just trying to see whether that's an overtake for position. Yes, it is, because the Kershaw Lotus Evora has just been overtaken by the GT4 leader. So we talked about the invitation class cars kind of being invisible as far as point scoring is concerned. We are going to finish up, it would appear, to have a GT4 car ahead on the road, ahead of the best placed invitation class car as well.
I've just found out also the issue with Johnny Adam and Derek Johnson was no power steering.
Oh no.
So if that's the case, then 3 hours for Johnny and Derek is probably the toughest 3 hours they would have endured. That must be such hard work. So definitely had a workout this afternoon, and probably could sleep well tonight after that steering. I think
they'll be feeling their biceps tomorrow, won't they?
Yeah,
I mean, that's as good as a couple of hours in the gym trying to haul one of these things around without the electronic aid of power steering. Wow, okay, well, actually, 9th position all of a sudden looks very impressive when you take that into account. Adam Mackay, having made that move on Gavin Kershaw, effectively for position and effectively for the GT4 lead, although that car judged to be an invitation class car in this configuration of the Silverstone 500. But what about Matt Nicol-Jones? He now only has a second clear of Matty Graham. And Graham very, very close indeed to the 62 car. Are we going to get a place change on the final lap to change the positions within GT4 for second and third? I don't think there's any doubt about who's going to win this race, despite the fact that we've got a very pensive Rick Parfitt Jr. You can barely look at the screen even with a minute's lead. Surely he must have all faith in Seb Morris from this point on. Only half a lap to go. Down towards the hard braking out of Farm Corner and into Village. Then the tight left-hander, all important to get a good slingshot out of the loop, through Aintree, which is barely a corner, and then down Wellington Straight. Full marks to Macmillan AMR. They took pole position yesterday, and the James Littlejohn-Jack Mitchell combination looks to be well and truly troubling the championship this year. They were well placed in the championship coming into this race. But here is the race-leading Bentley. They look strong at the end of stint number 1, and we did wonder by what sort of margin this car could win the race. Well, it's going to be over a minute, as it turns out, carrying a bit of damage on that front left corner, but it hasn't affected the pace of the Team Parker. Number 31 entered Bentley Continental GT3. Rick Parfitt Jr. so chuffed with that victory. Seb Morris doing his part as well with 2 cracking stints from the Welshman going across the line, and finally some luck goes the way of the crew from Team Parker Racing Limited. And right behind it on the road is the GT4 winner. Congratulations to Track Club with their McLaren 570S of Adam Ballon and Adam Mackay, and Adam Ballon on the pit wall there, immediately hugging people, and I think there's going to be a lot more hugging to be done yet between now and the podium.
Oh, I feel every inch of emotion that they're feeling right now, and it is the best feeling in the world. You can see Rick's very emotional there, you know. 3 hours, you put your heart and soul into it. All these boys, all the team put their heart and soul into it. Make sure the pit stops are right. Adam Ballon's over the moon there, and I think that's their first win as well. So brilliant. Such an awesome feeling, and it's I can't even describe it. So really, really happy for them.
They were race winners at Alton Park at the start of the year, but otherwise, you're right.
Yeah,
and they've struggled actually since then.
That one obviously means a lot to them, and look at
massively so. This is a 3-hour race. It's the biggest race of the year. Whereas, greatest respect to Alton Park, but that was an hour-long affair with just the one driver change. They've had to really think about this. Just to update you, as far as Matt Nicol-Jones and Matty Graham were concerned, they crossed the line with 0.4 of a second between them. So Matty Graham leaving nothing to chance there. I think you're right, one more lap and there would have been a place change there for Into Racing getting ahead of the Academy Motorsport Aston Martin.
But great to see them on the podium nonetheless. They'll celebrate that, they'll be very happy. So I think it's a fantastic race overall, especially some of those GT4 battles right the way through. It was hard to work out where it's going to end up with the pit stops, but it was an awesome race.
And maybe some motorsport stars of the future there. Adam Ballon trying to explain exactly what's just happened. They just like the fact that there's a camera in their face, I think.
I think they'll like the big shiny trophy that they'll be seeing later on.
They were shouting, we won, so I think they know entirely what's gone on there. And the 72 car worked its way up the order. As I say, goes about its business very sort of quietly and unassumingly, but gets the job done and wins in the end by 2.3 seconds over Matt Nicol-Jones, charging Academy Motorsport Aston Martin. We already talked about the Macmillan AMR car coming home in second position. A good drive for Matt Griffin and for Duncan Cameron to get a podium in this Keystone event of the year then, and that's not quite their best result of the year. Second place at Rockingham, of course, but this is their second podium of the year for Cameron and Griffin. And Seb Morris, by the way, just running well and truly off the road to make sure this time he picks up as much of that extra tyre as possible. That's just to make sure you're within the envelope as far as the ride height's concerned, isn't it? Exactly. And we'll just check up on the results. 84 laps completed in the end by the Parfitt Jr. and Morris Bentley Continental GT3, winning by over a minute from James Littlejohn and Jack Mitchell, but a splendid drive from the silver pairing there. Cameron and Griffin, as I say, home in third in the Ferrari, ahead of championship leaders coming into this round, John Minshaw and Phil Keane. The three-driver lineup of Richard Neary, Adam Christodoulou and Martin Short finish in 5th position ahead of the Barwell Lamborghini, the Aston Martin of Mark Farmer and John Barnes, and the Mercedes. 11th position, it was the McLaren, and that's the GT4 winner, of course. So 11th position, very nearly into the top 10, ahead of the Invitation Lotus. 2nd place going to Nicol Jones and Moore in their Aston, and 3rd place in GT4, Hogarth and Matty Graham. Congratulations to all involved, and this is the moment where Rick Parfitt Jr. can say thank you, well done, and really top marks to Seb Morris. But these two guys have had a major input on this victory. Careful not to be cleaned out by the Invitation Lotus behind. And Alex Le Gouy, very, very close indeed to being able to get some reaction from Rick Parfitt Jr. and from Seb Morris. We saw these photographs at Rockingham, but it was when everyone was packing up, the trailers had the cars in, and there were those snapshots of them reacting to them inheriting the win. Well, this will feel proper this time, and they'll be able to stand on the top step of the podium legitimately and take the celebrations from, I'm sure, what will be a packed pit lane below. The BRDC Rising Star indicated on the back of the hands device there of Seb Morris.
Celebrity spot, it's embarrassing I can spot this, but Scott from Geordie Shore's in the background there, so a friend of...
Is he really?
Yeah, friend of Seb's, I think,
well
so
done.
Great to see him supporting Seb.
See, that's why we employ people like you to spot these people in the crowd.
It's not good.
So, great race. Let's get some reaction. High time we heard from Rick Parfitt Jr., probably an emotional Rick, who is joining now Alex Le Gouy.
So many smiles everywhere. Rick, you can relax. Your stomach was in your mouth. Boys, well done.
Thank you. I actually had a little bit of a cry and pointed at the sky because last year my father was here and we didn't do so well, but I remember him looking through the fence at me, and so I'm feeling a bit emotional. So, you know, he would have loved this. So that one's for you, Dad.
Seb, you took it home over a minute at the end, across the line. What a drive.
Yeah, I think we're both feeling pretty emotional today. My dad's come here, even though he's been really, really ill, so I've done this one for him as well, so it's been unbelievable. We had an amazing strategy today, which enabled us to just do our own thing and just pull away from the pack.
Yeah, much deserved points as well. Well done, boys. Congratulations.
And Rick Parfitt, of course, Rick Parfitt Jr.'s father, of Status Quo fame. Yes, quite rightly says, we lost Rick, sadly, the back end of last year. And I know Rick, for Rick, it's a massive miss because his father used to attend all the race meetings and give him support. So that's lovely for the fact that he can dedicate the win. And a big win, the biggest win of the season, arguably, for Rick Parfitt Jr. and for Seb Morris. And the trophies are already set and ready to be presented to the drivers. I think we'll probably be doing GT4 first of all. So we'll be welcoming into racing Academy Motorsport and Track Club, who have done a splendid job in taking the victory. But GT4, I think, is promising for the next few years, isn't it, Jamie?
Oh, it's incredible. I think it's obviously what I know and have been involved in, and I was on the sort of brighter side of when it was starting to pick up, but now you've seen some of the battles. It's so competitive, and there's some great silver pairings alongside some great pro-am pairings, so it's really on the up. The cars are great, and we'll watch them hopefully come out with big smiles onto the podium now.
Nice big crowd assembling itself below. Some guys from Macmillan Motorsport there as well, along with, I'm sure, a lot of the Stuart Parker Racing Limited mechanics, who are based very close to the podium, actually, so it's not a very long distance between the garage and the podium for them to make. It's virtually, I mean, Tolman are there, Parker are virtually next door, I think.
Convenient.
Yeah.
It's like they planned it.
Almost it is. And thinking about Barwell Motorsport now a little bit, because they came into the championship, they came into this race, leading the championship, I should say, by a smidge under 25 points, and things will have changed quite a bit there because the 33 car finishes in 4th position, and the guys that were chasing them down were Rick and Seb, so they have gathered back quite a bit of that ground.
Yeah, remember 4th isn't so bad, you know. The Lamborghini, talking to one of the Barwell engineers last night, the Lamborghini didn't quite have the performance this weekend, so hopefully that might change a little bit, and you know, Phil and John in the Demon Tweaks Lamborghini will go to Spa with no pit stop penalty, so that's really important, and if the bop's a bit more in their favour, you never know what they can make out of that.
Yes, and I think they had said that possibly Silverstone wouldn't be their strongest race of the year, whereas Bentley were keen to really do well when the sun was shining. It certainly shone today, throughout the race, despite the threat of rain at times. It never emerged. We're doing GT3 first of all. So there's Matt Griffin and Duncan Cameron with the longer hair working his way out onto the podium.
Great to see them take their kids out as well. That's very
that's
sweet.
Great. I mean, you know, get the family involved, and that's exactly what Alan Ballon was doing down at Track Club as well. Here are the guys from Macmillan AMR. So James Littlejohn and Jack Mitchell taking a step away from the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup for this weekend. This is the last clash, I think, between the two championships for Jack, so we'll be able to dovetail the two from now on. But the happiest guys in the house, Seb Morris and Rick Parfitt Jr., and this is what really they should have had at Rockingham, to be able to stand on the top step of the podium and hear the national anthem in a moment or two. The third place trophies then to Griff and to Duncan Cameron. I hope all is well, by the way, between Matt Griffin and Seb Morris. I know there's been a little bit of niggle from just bits of contact really through the year, but I hope that can be forgotten.
They've both been in motorsport long enough, I think, but I think I saw something on Twitter about them sort of Seb apologising and Matt welcoming that, so it's great to see that sort of exchange of regards between the two of them following a little bit of incidences with I think it was Rockingham, not Rockingham.
Yeah, there was contact at Rockingham, and I think there was a bit of contact at the start of the Snetterton race as well.
Yeah, I think you're right, yeah.
This is Stuart Pringle, by the way, of Silverstone, of the circuit, doing the presentations, and that is the RAC trophy, the trophy that's not been awarded since 1932. And Stuart Pringle, the sporting director of Silverstone Circuits, but that is the RAC trophy, as I say, last awarded in 1932 at Brooklands. And that will be a treasured possession. They won't get to keep that, of course, but at least they'll get their photograph taken next to it and their name may be engraved on it. You never know.
It's a great legacy to start, though, isn't it? And big honour for them to receive that. And it's the Blue Ribbon event, so it just makes it that extra bit special.
Last winners of that were in 1932 at the Royal Automobile Club, William Alexander Cuthbert and Cecil Wingfield Fines. Some fabulous names. They finished fourth that year, driving a Riley 1100.
I think Seb Morris and Rick Parfitt are a bit easy to remember.
Probably.
The names might stick a little bit better, but you never know what might happen in, 50 odd years' time where this trophy may be. So
no, indeed. Well, I hope it becomes a regular thing. Some very smart Blancpain watches as well. Clocks.
Yeah, just a note on that. I think that means that Rick's been awarded the gentleman driver of the day. So yeah, great.
Which doesn't necessarily go to the race winner, does it? But
no.
It can do.
And more often than not, it doesn't go to anyone on the podium. So you get someone step out. But yeah, great to see Rick get that, and now the champagne.
Oh, and Seb Morris nearly does his ankle in there, but he's so keen to get to the edge of the podium and spray some of his mechanics below. So the champagne is sprayed. Thank you to Stuart Pringle, the sporting director of Silverstone, for doing the trophies, and I'm sure the same will be done in a moment or two for the GT4 podium as well. Big grins on Jack Mitchell and James Littlejohn's face, and they will have done their position in the championship no harm at all. Came into this race rather in sixth position after a DNF at Alton Park, a couple of third positions, but that's their best result of the year. Second place. Congratulations to the all-silver driver lineup there, and more champagne and more trophies for Duncan Cameron and for Matt Griffin, both of which are competing in the Le Mans 24 Hours next weekend. So straight out of one race weekend and into another for those guys racing the Ferrari. But no doubt about the chassis and the type of car that has been unbeatable this weekend. That is the Stuart Parker prepared Bentley Continental GT3 in a world of its own, you could say, this weekend. Over 60 seconds in front of anybody else. So the podium now to be cleared and almost magically reset for the GT4 drivers now. And we will welcome in a moment the two Adams as being victorious in this, the sixth race of the year. We'll also have the winner of the invitation class as well. No trophy as such, but Stuart Hall and Gavin Kershaw will come out onto the podium. And indeed, these are those guys, Stuart in the more yellow overalls and Gavin in the green overalls that match the car colour.
I'll tell a story about Gavin on the podium in a minute.
Okay.
Let the other guys come out. And
I'm intrigued. So to the far side are the guys from Into Racing. Will Moore and Matt Nicol-Jones just about hanging on in their Academy Motorsport Aston Martin. Congratulations to the Into Racing duo of Marcus Hogarth and Matthew Graham, who came out initially. But it is Adam Ballon and Adam Mackay who take victory in the Track Club squad. And the drivers rather, are now on the top step of the podium and ready to receive the trophies in a second. What's your story about Gavin Kershaw then?
We'll wait till the champagne, but
okay.
we were at Spa, I think it was, and can't remember what the race was. I think we won and they came second, and we went to pop the champagne and he popped it straight in his eye. And very lucky to still have an eye because it was bleeding.
Really, that bad?
Yeah, pretty bad, and suddenly the celebration stopped. So it's not a very funny story at all.
No, why did you tell that?
I don't know, I just thought it would be interesting.
Oh well, no, well at least he looks pretty good now in rude health for Gavin Kershaw, and I would advise against popping the champagne then with that in mind. There's no trophy, and I presume they don't get champagne, maybe specifically for that reason. But there are some very nice trophies indeed, in fact double trophies for the two Adams, Ballon and Hogarth, and Joe Osborne is there to receive an extra trophy, so that is for driver of the day? No.
Fastest lap, that would be the Sunoco fastest lap, so a little bit of silver lining.
Scant consolation, I would say,
yeah.
after two front punctures in different stints, and unsurprisingly Joe Osborne has made a quick escape from the podium. It's the fastest lap of the weekend award, in fact, to Joe of Tolman Motorsport. But that McLaren promised so much more, sadly, so they'll go away and scratch their heads a little bit as to why they got two punctures during the race. Final few shots to be taken, and now 6 bottles of champagne are about to be corked, hopefully safely. Keep them out of the eyes. And immediately getting that cork out was Will Moore. He beat in the race Matt Nicol-Jones and tries to soak his drivers. We already have cars lining up for Ginetta's, by the way. By the way, Jamie Chadwick, thank you very, very much indeed. You're welcome to stay.
I'll watch the start of this actually, just because I'm quite interested.
The only reason
in this
I say
race.
that is because you said half distance in the GT race you were going to pop away for some lunch.
I know, I haven't
and you've
eaten.
stayed, which I'm most grateful for.
Because we had an early start this morning, I decided to miss breakfast, and now I'm really starting to struggle. But I'll watch the start of this because I do like this race.
Let's just have a little look at thank you for staying. We'll have a little look at the grid for the latest round of the Pro Time Motorsport Ginetta GT5 plus the GRDC plus guys too. So effectively 2 races in one. Shane Stoney taking pole position after a win yesterday for Richardson Racing. Ryan Hatfield, Nick Sapolsky, Lewis Brown. The third row will be Katie Milner and Alex Toth-Jones ahead of Ollie Wilkinson, Carlito Moracco, Morgan Quinn and Stephen Wells. Then we'll have Johnny Greenwood ahead of Andrew Marshall on the 6th row. Matt Flowers is down in 17th position. Angus Fender will start 19th ahead of Adrian Campbell-Smith in the AM element of GT5. Matt Palmer's there also in the AM element. And a little further down we will see the pole sitter for GDC Plus as well. And the rest of the cars beyond about 25th are all in the additional race. So, grid is set, and Jamie's going to stick around at least for the start of this race for what should have been the 3rd race of the weekend for the Ginettas. We're about to get underway, but the Ginetta GT5 Challenge was won by someone near and dear to you, Jamie Chadwick. We'll talk about that in a moment, but Shane Stoney gets away well in the blue, yellow and white car.
Ryan Hadfield up the inside
there.
Yes,
he was. Yeah, so Hadfield in the white and red car trying to make the move into Copse Corner. Does everybody else get through safely? Nick Sapolsky had a good race yesterday in what I like to call the police car liveried machine, a sort of modern day police car. It's the classic double R livery on the side of that car, but Sapolsky's lost places, and off the road very nearly is Shane Stoney, now almost a bit too sideways heading through Beckett's Corner because he has Ryan Hadfield right on his back bumper.
Yeah, Hadfield's got a great run now onto the back straight, so yeah, let's see what he can do there. But good start overall, no contact, no shunts yet, so looking forward to a good race starting to unfold now.
That's the idea, isn't it? Now, how many abreast have we got here? 5 at least, maybe 6, with Ryan Hadfield starting from second position, but try telling himself that's Lewis Brown from way back.
Great move. Yeah, he's going to make that stick
outside
as well. Awesome move. Very good by Lewis Brown there, coming out of Ginetta Juniors into GT5 this year. About to lean up the inside now with 3 other cars.
Yeah, Lewis started 5th. Well, he's now 2nd, for goodness sake. That is a lot of cars overtaken in the early stages. This is a 15-minute race, as you can tell from the indication in the middle of your screen. And cars off. This is a bit more like Ginetta GT5
yeah, that's
challenge.
A little bit what I was more expecting.
I was frightened we weren't watching the right championship then. 2 cars off on the grass. Try and identify them for you in a moment. Another one spun at Club Corner as well, but all the key players are still in it, and quite a distance now opening up between, well, some of this is GT5 traffic separation